sort of traverse this world?
Yeah, so Sandland is a open world action RPG. You play as a main character named Beelzebub, who's very Akira Toriyama-esque, spiky hair, superpowers, things like that. And he lives in a world without water. And so him and his village needs water to survive. And so he traverses the desert in search of caches of water. And along the way, he fights giant sand dragons and bandits who want their water and all sorts of things.
Now, Matt, one of the things I think I'm really interested in that I wasn't able to pick up from just watching the video, and you got to play it, tell me about the combat.
Yeah, so it's your standard action game, right, from Japan. So you have heavy attacks, light attacks, you combine them, chain them into combos.
Right.
Kind of like Yakuza. But one of the big things that they're doing with Sandland is actually vehicles. Akira Toriyama makes cool cars, he makes cool tanks, and you can find like abandoned tanks out in the desert, climb into them, and like use them against big dinosaur-like monsters.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And so you'll just drive a tank into a dinosaur and try to kill it?
You can do that. You also, like the tank that I drove around that I found has tank shells and a machine gun. And one of the cool things is reload happens in real time. And so you kind of have to use it strategically. So if you blast at a dinosaur with your 5 tank shells, you have to reload it, and then that's when you switch to a machine gun to keep yourself defended while you're reloading.
The art direction is one of the coolest things I've seen about this game. Just it's incredibly impressive. What was it like to play it? Did everything feel like frame rate was solid and like everything looked good and felt good?
This is running on Unreal Engine 5,
Nice.
and like, you know, we're finally getting to a point where games are genuinely starting to look next gen.
Yeah.
Like, it's smooth, it's flawless. FPS seems perfect,
Okay.
you know, as much as it goes. It looks like an Akira Toriyama anime come to life, which I know we've done that in the past with the Dragon Ball Z Fighter game.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
this is a different aesthetic, you know. This is not like the art is the same and it's familiar to people who like Dragon Ball, but it's not Dragon Ball. You know
Right, right. Now, last question, just in terms of like exploring around the world, like it's a big desert, and so I think people would be maybe a little worried that there's, nothing going on, there's nothing to look at, there's nothing to do. Did you find yourself getting busy with activities?
Yeah, so they kept me limited to a pretty specific demo space, right? But from what I saw, it was an open world like desert canyon area, and there are secrets, you know. So the tank that I mentioned earlier, once you find the tank, you can backtrack to an area that you missed before, and there's like an obvious sort of section where you can blow up the wall using your tank shell that you couldn't with your fists.
Oh man!
And so you blow it up. I venture in there, and it's like an emerald mine, you know. And so there's secrets hidden all over this world, mixed with some, like desert villages that are like little shanty, but like it's the apocalypse sort of. So it's kind of to be expected.
That rules. When is the game out?
No clear release date.
No release date yet. Okay, well, for all things Sandland, including the release date, hopefully eventually. Matt, thank you so much. Stick with IGN. Keep watching Summer Games Fest right here.
Wait! I should warn you before you step inside the house. This could change the course of your entire life.
I'm not afraid of a couple ghosts.
You say that now.
This mansion is unhinged.
These ghosts definitely don't want to leave.
Death lurks around every corner. God, give us a break. There's so many bad people in the world. Haunt them.
Amen.
I do like surprises.
Is anybody else seeing this?
I hope you do too.
We're gonna fight, whether we like it or not.
Or else we're stuck here for eternity.
If this comes down to an exorcism, we're in big trouble.
This house is dripping with souls, but there's always room for one more.
friend was mugged.
He was tall. He had hair that was sticking out of a top hat.
Top hat.
Yes. He had,
So
nice.
a top hat.
You would pull a rabbit out of it, probably.
Eyes.
They were a bit sunken.
Deep sunken eyes.
Like a raccoon.
Beady
They
eyes.
set back. And he was smiling like, yeah, like that.
This kind of thing.
Exactly.
Is this the man who mugged you?
Wow. You just did that just now?
Augmented human C4621 has awakened.
What's up, everyone? My name is Mitchell Saltzman, and today I'm joined remotely all the way from Japan by producer Yasunori Ogura to talk all about Armored Core 6. How are you?
Hi there, I'm great, thank you. I'm Yasunori Ogura from From Software, producer on Armored Core 6. It's great to be here.
How long has Armored Core 6 been in development, and what has it been like for From Software to return to this franchise that was such a big part of the company for such a long time?
So we have been cultivating development staff through our experience with recent titles, and there were many members of staff, including Miyazaki and myself, who've wanted to make a new Armored Core game for a long time. So really, not making a new Armored Core was never really an option. It was a case of when rather than if. As to the game's direction and development, in around 2018, Miyazaki and some core members of the team began initial direction and forming the basic core concept of AC6. And after prototyping was complete, our director Yamamura took over on the project. However, as you know, we have several projects going on at the same time within the company, so we had to get an ideal allocation of resources. We had to get the right staff on board, which resulted in a slightly longer wait, but we're happy to finally bring a new Armored Core to our fans.
So, can you tell us a little bit about the story of Armored Core 6 and whether newcomers will be able to jump right into this entry if they haven't played any of the other ones?
This is a brand new story and has no direct link to previous titles. AC6 takes place in a future where interstellar travel is commonplace, not on Earth, but on a fictional planet in a distant star system called Rubicon 3. Rubicon is a devastated planet that was razed to ash in a great disaster caused by the outbreak of a mysterious new substance called coral.
Activating cerebral coral control device.
Which occurred half a century before the events of the game take place. At the outset of the game and the story, the player learns that coral, which was thought lost in this great disaster, has been rediscovered, and extraterrestrial corporate forces have begun an invasion race to acquire the rights to this mysterious and powerful new substance. So they are at conflict with the indigenous forces who are resisting their invasion on the planet Rubicon. And the player, as a lone independent mercenary and AC pilot, is thrust into this Rubicon war for the coral. So although AC6 is a numbered title, the setting and story are completely new, and we believe it makes a great first entry into the series for newcomers and old fans alike.
We're close to Rubicon. Wake the dog up.
So let's talk a little bit about Rubicon as a setting. Is there anything that's unique about the planet that will allow for kind of unique mission structures that people haven't seen in the Armored Core series previously?
There are two things we'd like to convey to both newcomers and old hands to the series. Armored Core offers two unique game experiences. First is this dynamic, three-dimensional action that can only be achieved with mix. And the second is the ability to customize your own personal AC by combining multiple parts and decorating it to your liking with painting and decals and the like. So these player-assembled, player-controlled ACs are able to fly freely through the air and handle multiple weapons simultaneously and turn on a dime, dash in different directions at once. This makes for a dynamic and very aggressive combat style that makes full use of the three-dimensional space, and we feel that this has always been an appeal of the Armored Core series and is an appeal of the mech action genre.
For die-hard Armored Core fans, what are the elements of Armored Core 6 that those hardcore fans are going to find appealing about this game?
With AC6, one area we focused on was to make sure that the customization aspect is not just about parameters going up and down and numerical values changing, but how these changes are reflected in the feel of the action as much as possible. In particular, the leg parts, which control the AC's movement, you might have a tank type legs that can perform drift turns, and this changes the very basic behavior and traversal type of the AC. We also made sure that the behavior of weapons, such as the way they shoot, how they recoil, how their projectiles behave, we tried to make sure that this all makes a big difference in how the game feels and plays.
So, speaking a little bit about that customization, Armored Core games have a bit of a reputation for being very complex, with many stats to consider, parts to swap in and out. Is there anything else that you guys are planning on doing with Armored Core 6 to make it a little more approachable for newcomers who might not be used to that level of complexity?
As you mentioned, Armored Core has always been a game with many parameters and is a game where you can enjoy the complexity and depth it offers, but we feel it's also a game where you can enjoy simply by assembling your AC without thinking too deeply about it, and adjust the appearance to your liking and simply get out there and pilot it and take it into combat. That said, in regard to new players, we've taken careful steps with the onboarding and level design in the early stages of the game, so that players can deepen their understanding step by step, little by little, and work their way into that fun of the more complex parts. We've also prepared a training simulator where the player can learn the basics of action and assembly using sample ACs, and we've also tried to make the controls more intuitive, so that we hope that those who have no experience with the series will feel free to enter and enjoy the feel of piloting their very own Armored Core.
Are there any lessons that you guys have learned over the many years you've spent developing the Souls games that you take into the development of Armored Core 6, even though they're kind of two very different genres?
Armored Core 6 is an attempt to take both the knowledge and experience gained from the development of our previous titles and combine it with the fun of mech customization that the AC series has always embraced. And in this sense, we hope to create a new mech action game that is worthy of modern From Software standards. Specifically, we're developing this game with an awareness of the things that From Software has always embraced in its other action games, such as a intricate map structure, combat design that allows players to deal with enemies by carefully observing their movements, and the ability to overcome challenging situations with ingenuity and creativity. These are all, of course, things we've kept in mind with AC6 as well. However, as you mentioned, the basic format and genre of Armored Core is completely different from games in, for instance, the Souls lineage, so there are no aspects of the game mechanics or gameplay that can be directly observed.
You ready to climb the wall?
Can you talk a little bit about your goals with the combat design, and are there any kind of mechanics that players should know about that perhaps didn't exist in previous Armored Core games?
In terms of points we focused on this time around, I would say that individuality of the melee weapons is one of the key points. Armored Core is mainly a shooting game at heart, and that's exactly why we had this policy of having more unique melee weapons this time around. So in addition to the well-known pile bunker and the cluster bomb launcher that you might have seen in the trailer, there are also a variety of weapons with different animations and more unconventional characteristics, such as a chainsaw and a laser lance, and things like this. In the trailer, you may have also seen a part where the core is deployed by an AC to generate a shockwave, and the pile bunker is then used against an opponent who is reeling back from this shockwave. This kind of building combos with multiple weapons aspect is an appeal of AC6's unique assembly and combat, and we hope the players will enjoy using their creativity and asking themselves, what combination of weapons can I use to create my ideal combo attacks and secure victory?
So is there any one new thing, whether it's a mechanic or a mech part or a weapon, that you're particularly proud of and are excited for players to experience in Armored Core 6?
I'd like players to mostly look forward to something we touched on earlier, which is this using their ingenuity and creativity to create a combination of their own making, and a combination of the various parts and weapons at their disposal. So for example, they might be dashing across the battlefield while shooting ballistic weapons and letting missiles fly in every which direction. These missiles will connect with their enemy, knock them off balance, and then they'll use their assault boost to dash in with a quick burst of speed and finish with a melee strike. This kind of player-created combo and their own unique combination of weaponry and mobility will allow for this new aggressive, offensive style of AC combat, and we hope this is something that reinvigorates the series and that new and old fans alike can enjoy.
Multiplayer has always been a big part of the Armored Core series. Is there anything you can tell us about multiplayer in Armored Core 6?
So I believe ACV was more focused on multiplayer as the last title in the series, but first of all, the main content of AC6 is positioned as single-player campaign mode where you progress through a more traditional mission structure. There will be an online PvP mode where players can compete against each other with ACs they have built and share their AC data and emblems of their own making with other users. But first and foremost, the story missions in AC6 are single player only. We would like players to go in there, become the lone mercenary lifestyle, and enjoy this aspect of the game first and foremost. We do hope to share more details about the online aspect at a later date, so please stay tuned for that.
Let's see how far they can fly. On borrowed wings.
All right, well, that about wraps it up. Ogura-san, thank you so much for your time. Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon is set for release this August 25th on PS4, PS5, Xbox, and PC. Thanks for watching, and for everything else, keep it right here on IGN.
We just got a brand new look at the first Armored Core game in about a decade. The highly anticipated Armored Core 6, The Fires of Rubicon. But that's not all. IGN also got a chance to get a sneak peek at the trailer in advance, along with some added insight from the developers at From Software themselves to break down some of the finer elements of the trailer. So, with that said, let's rewind and take a closer look at the first gameplay trailer for Armored Core 6. The trailer opens up on a shot orbiting the planet Rubicon, the setting of Armored Core 6's story. The trailer doesn't explain much about what's happening here, but From Software was kind enough to fill me in on some backstory and context. Armored Core 6 takes place in a universe where space travel has become commonplace, and extraterrestrial corporations and resistance groups are fighting over control of a rare substance known as coral.
Activating cerebral coral control device.
Which, as it happens, is only found on the planet Rubicon. Coral is a mysterious substance that is not only extremely valuable, but also very versatile, as it can be used in fuel, materials, and even medicine, hence, the struggle and fighting over it. You play as a mercenary who finds himself on Rubicon in the midst of this struggle for coral, working under the infamous handler, Walter.
One of the infamous handler Walter's hounds.
Rubicon itself is a mining planet that was hit by a cosmic catastrophe that scorched the planet, which we can actually see back in the first reveal trailer for AC6. So this is a post-apocalyptic planet, and our story picks up several decades after the catastrophe. There are several different locations that were shown here to give us an idea of the kind of spread of maps that we're going to be seeing in the various missions of Armored Core 6. We've got this one that shows the giant man-made shells that enclose parts of the planet Rubicon. There's a humongous military base that is several kilometers across and carved within the ice, and an underground facility hidden deep within the surface of the planet that eventually expands outward into an underground dungeon. With regards to the map design, I was told that the developers prioritized, quote, tempo changes through movement and an abundance of situations. While Armored Core and the Soul series are obviously very different genres, the developers told me that they're looking to apply their map design expertise honed during the development of the Soul series. Now let's jump ahead again to some of the combat, and you'll note that, yeah, it's pretty fast paced. But it's also got a tactical base as well thanks to the sheer amount of customization options that you have with regards to your mech. You can dramatically change your fighting style based on your choices of what to outfit your mech with. Like here, we see that changing out the mech's legs to a quadruped allows it to hover and rain down fire from above. Contrast that to this bit, where the mech has tank-like treads and is able to bulldoze and power slide through enemies. And then of course you have the traditional bipedal loadout with lots of bursty movement that lets you dart in and out of both long and close range. FromSoft described the combat system as being highly dynamic, and one that rewards careful but aggressive play. There's a stagger system at play too that forces the enemy into a system's down state when the player is able to continuously hit them with consecutive strikes. That said, the player is also bound by these same rules, which leads to this really tense push and pull where the player must consider when to get up close and be aggressive and when to back off to avoid getting staggered. Fortunately, transitioning between ranged and close combat is seamless, allowing players to employ both options freely. And finally, the trailer wraps up with a look at some of the bosses you'll face off against. One of the core pillars of design in Armored Core 6 is for it to be a game that gives players, quote, the satisfaction of overcoming challenging situations and earning hard-won victories. Boss battles will be a key feature, and they are designed to be battles that players will be expected to attempt multiple times, learning and adapting to the boss's unique attack patterns with every attempt. And that is our breakdown of the Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon trailer, with some much-needed help and context provided by From Software themselves. For more Armored Core 6 coverage, make sure to check out our interview with producer Yasunori Ogura, where we go into a little more detail about the story, combat, and what it's been like for From Software to return to such a foundational mecha franchise. And for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
Let's see how far they can fly. On borrowed wings.
As someone who really loved the narrative-focused Telltale games of yesteryear, playing another opening episode in their instantly recognizable style reminded me just how much I've missed them. Good old zombie Telltale picks up right where the original incarnation left off, as the studio's newest licensed project, The Expanse, is full of drama, tough decisions that leave lives hanging in the balance, and NPCs who will certainly remember your choices. Though there are many notable improvements to the look and feel of the expected Telltale system, The Expanse largely follows in the footsteps of earlier projects, at least going by the first episode, and that comes with advantages and disadvantages in equal measure.
Let's head out. Just remember to...
In case you didn't know, The Expanse is a wildly successful television show based on novels written by James S.A. Corey, and its DNA has all the makings of a series ripe for a Telltale game. There's deeply troubling political turmoil, war, uneasy alliances, betrayals, and just about everything else you'd want players to worry about as they make their next dramatic decision. Much like The Walking Dead before it, the setting mostly serves as a depressing playground for the developer to pile on high-stakes tension and imminent tragedy.
Okay, time to scavenge.
But the science fiction flavor affords for some interesting new moments, like scavenging for scrap in the vacuum of space or shooting your fellow crewmate out of an airlock for doing you dirty.
Done.
Aside from the theatrical new setting, not much has changed from the familiar episodic formula. You'll walk around exploring the world, or in this case spaceship, and solve small puzzles in between the real meat of the episode, building up or irreparably ruining relationships with your comrades as you careen towards impossible decisions with far-reaching consequences.
I should put you in the brig for this. You'd have to catch me first.
In the first episode, I had the opportunity to choose how to deal with a disloyal crewmate and was forced to pick between procuring valuable supplies by dismembering a friend or losing those supplies but keeping 20% more of said friend. Per usual, making choices and watching the story unfold are an absolute joy. I didn't realize just how much I missed these bite-sized episodes every couple of weeks. There are some minor but noticeable upgrades too, like the fact that The Expanse looks and sounds better than any Telltale game before it. It's not a mind-blowing leap forward or anything, but there's a very tangible jump in quality that's certainly welcome. In the gameplay department though, the improvements are somewhat heftier, as the episode I played had me floating through space and magnetizing to the sides of a derelict ship in search of scraps. It's by no means enough to excite those who aren't drawn in by the story that's clearly still the main attraction, but they've definitely come a long way from the janky tank controls of The Walking Dead Season 1. The only concern I've got is that after going dark for so long, recreating the Telltale magic without changing up the formula too much might not be enough to recapture people's interest. It certainly felt good to be playing high-quality, narrative-focused adventure games again, but without any major surprises to shake up the Telltale recipe, it mostly felt like business as usual. If you were expecting Telltale's return to blow you away with amazingly improved gameplay and graphics, The Expanse is more likely to be a moderate upgrade than anything revolutionary. For me, that's fine. I loved Telltale games to begin with, and I'm happy to see them keep the party going. But I don't see it winning over a ton of new players who weren't already convinced. The first episode was only an hour long, and only gave me a small taste of the characters and drama that surely lie ahead. But I'm already committed to seeing the series through to the end and basking in Telltale's glorious revival. Besides, I gotta see how my crew reacts when they find out I straight up murdered one of their friends. For more, check out our recent preview of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, and for everything else, keep exploring the void of space with IGN.
When we began, we really focused on characters. We focused on figuring out who our protagonist was going to be. And then we wanted to lean into what the fantasy of The Expanse was. So we thought about things like zero-G, space travel, crew interaction.
Keep an eye out for trouble while you're setting up the containment bolts.
You ever cut anybody's head off, Ixo? Back when you ran with DOS?
So we did pitch our idea to James S.A. Corey, and they, Ty and Dan, the writers behind that pen name, were really excited by it. And they immediately started to improve on the idea that we brought to them with their own ideas that I won't spoil because they made it into the game. And they also really gave us the confidence to keep finding places in the canon that can be fleshed out more, where there has been storytelling, but there is space for more.
One of the most amazing things about working in The Expanse is that Ty and Daniel have essentially created a whole world that's rich and interesting and feels fresh, and that informed every aspect of development from the beginning.
There are 6 seasons of television, there are 9 books, and it was an enormous undertaking, and we loved it. It was such a wonderful deep dive into this beautifully crafted sci-fi world, and it was important to everybody on the team that we become not just fans, but experts in the world.
So one of the things that's like a big theme on The Expanse is tough choices, I feel like. People have to make tough choices all the time because space is dangerous and tough things are happening all the time, and I feel like we've definitely incorporated that into the game. It helps you feel like you're on an episode of The Expanse, right? But you're the main character, you're the one making those choices.
If you're watching the show, you have a very diverse crew that's on the Rocinante, and what was interesting about that were the clashing perspectives. And when we were developing characters, we wanted to maintain that same idea of characters from different backgrounds that all kind of have something in their past they don't really want to talk about at the beginning, and as they go through and you get to know these characters, you get to find out where they're from and what they've been through.
So with Deck 9 as the developer, Telltale as the video game publisher, and Alcon as the kind of IP holder, we found that we had a really just thorough group of fans.
Honestly, the collaboration was effortless. The passion that everyone has for telling excellent stories shone through immediately. And you could tell from the beginning of the work that we had something really special going on.
Creating a video game is extremely challenging. There are a lot of parties that need to bring something together that looks like it's made by one person, but really it's made by a lot of people. We could run the story by Alcon and get thoughts and perspective from people that made the show, and it allowed us to make something that was authentic to the Expanse universe. And Telltale also has their perspectives on things, and working with those two was a great collaboration because we could explore things that we hadn't really done before. We're adding new types of gameplay. We're talking about things that Telltale Games have done in the past that have inspired us, and really getting to talk with other experts in the field about how this stuff works and going through it has been a big and fun part of how we develop this game.
This is the greatest score any scavenger has ever come across.
How could you possibly know that?
I've been at this a long time. When there's a treasure this big, I make it my business to know about it.
When Tamir and I were kids, my mom used to tell us stories. The ayah said never to sleep with a bad feeling in our hearts, because there's a dark thing that feeds on those feelings.
What is the deal with Tamira? Is she doing all right?
My stomach drops every time she appears out of thin air like that. There's something in here. You can't see it. But it lives inside. Don't you hear it? You let it out. It needs to tenderize the soul by attacking your sanity, isolating you from those who love you. And if anyone tries to help you, it will hurt them.
Why are you whispering?
It's listening. It's called the Pishash. It doesn't kill you right away. It eats you slowly. When it's ready, it eats your soul.
You busy tonight?
You want to turn, eh?
My mum leaves at 9. So
Show you at 10.
So where'd you get it from anyway?
Apparently it was the hand of someone who could connect with the dead.
I heard it was the hand of a Satanist. The other hand's just out there.
White people shit, man, I tell you.
All right, let's do this! You know the drill. Say, talk to me.
Talk to me.
Haley, fucking stop it, he's choking!
83 seconds, get it off him!
What if we opened the door but we didn't shut it?
Delete it. Delete it, come on!
The spirits, they followed us. We have to do something. You want to do it again? They're not gonna stop.
What was it?
What? I don't know!
I let you in. I let you in. Oh my God.
Don't you just love the smell of a fresh multiverse in the morning? New beginnings may not ultimately mean anything, but how many of us start the new year with a laundry list of resolutions that we're ready to tackle simply because of the universal illusion of a fresh start? Enter James Gunn, Peter Safran, and their much anticipated, and until very recently, extremely secretive upcoming slate. You'll find the details for most of their projects in whatever way you like to engage with IGN stories, but here, right now, with me, we're going to talk about Superman. He's a precarious one, that Clark Kent, and his depiction can make or break your universe for a not insignificant number of fans. With each passing year, Superman gets trickier and trickier to write in a way that's true to character but also fits in a contemporary space. But at a recent press preview for their upcoming DCU plans, co-CEOs Gunn and Safran had some very interesting things to say about the Kryptonian and his impact on the future of the franchise. During the conference, Gunn asks the rhetorical question of what's best for DC and its fans. Is it focusing on writing Superman, or is it stepping aside for someone else to take the reins? He says, I'm just trying to learn as best I can. How can we keep the quality? Because that's what matters. And he's right about that. But you don't hear a lot of creatives say such a thing out loud. Not in a way that they really mean it, at least. And it's certainly refreshing to hear someone say that they'll get out of the way if need be in service of a greater vision. But Gunn went on to say a lot more things about Superman that has me very excited about Superman Legacy. While broad, Gunn and Safran's statements on a unified canon signifies a new dawn for DC's cinematic universe. While there have been strong entries in the previous universe up to this point, the studio never really could quite nail the cohesiveness of Marvel. And while comparisons to the two franchises usually have very little value, the lack of cohesion has certainly hobbled DC more than it's helped them. Cohesion is only a piece of the puzzle needed to create an incredible multiverse, though. Setting up your tone from the jump can do a lot for a shared universe, and, thankfully, the co-CEOs seem to understand that.
Did anyone check on where the weasel could swim?
Safran noted that we're very confident that by the time Superman Legacy comes out, people will understand what the DCU is. But what does that mean, really? DC is made up of many different characters with wildly different tones from one another. How can we understand the future of the franchise with just one story? Well, it certainly helps that this isn't just a character, it's one of the characters. Speaking, of course, of the DC Trinity, which, at the moment, is just a duo until the Wonder Woman situation gets sorted. The real answer boils down to one thing, though. Do the filmmakers understand the story that they're trying to adapt and what part it plays in the greater universe that they're trying to unlock? The key to a good adaptation is that you engage with but still evolve the original source material. The goal should never be to create a carbon copy of one single story, but at the same time, there's no sense in adapting a character that you fundamentally misunderstand either. How does one bring DC's mild-mannered farm boy to the silver screen in 2023? Or, in this case, 2025? It focuses on Superman balancing his Kryptonian heritage with his human upbringing. Superman represents truth, justice, and the American way. He is kind in a world that thinks of kindness as old-fashioned. When it comes to creating a contemporary version of Supes in our current climate, the CW has had plenty of success with Tyler Hoechlin's incredibly warm iteration of the character on Superman and Lois. But the shift in setting from Metropolis to Smallville has also helped the creators approach the character on a much smaller scale. The change in locale works wonders for the CW series, but probably wouldn't bring the same level of intrigue fans are looking for to see Clark navigate life on the big screen, and sans two bratty teenage sons. Sorry, Jonathan and Jordan, you're both the worst. Meanwhile, though it's not as egregious as seeing Martha Wayne's pearls bounce off the pavement for the umpteenth time, I can't imagine anyone clamoring for another Superman origin story either. Don't worry though, Safran and Gunn have both confirmed that that won't be the case. He's a big ol' galoot. He's a farm boy from Kansas who is very idealistic. His greatest weakness is that he'll never kill anybody and doesn't want to hurt a living soul, and I like that sort of innate goodness about Superman as his defining characteristic. If that 1-2 punch of descriptions from the two dudes running the show for the next indeterminate number of years doesn't make you let out a huge sigh of relief, you're probably not going to have a great time throughout the rest of this. Because, as far as I'm concerned, if Gunn and Safran remain true to their vision here, there has never been a more exciting time to be a contemporary Superman fan. Though the existence of the Arrowverse has made it clear that you don't always need Superman to be your starting point to create a successful DC universe, the Snyderverse is a pretty strong indication of what happens when you use Superman as a launch pad and do so poorly. While deeper problems with Zack Snyder's DCEU became apparent over time, they started with the fundamental misunderstanding of Superman's core-defining traits in Man of Steel. Killing Zod gets all the glory in the overarching debate of the film, but, for my money, Snyder's failure to get the hero that he wanted to be the bedrock of his universe occurred much earlier in the movie. For a character known for the line, "It's not about where you were born or what powers you have or what you wear on your chest, it's about what you do, it's about action," Snyder's Superman sure does watch his father get sucked up by a tornado like it was a reasonable path in any iteration of the multiverse. Murdering a monster to save some folks? I don't agree with it when it comes to Superman's story, but I see how some could have ended up on the opposing side of the argument. Now, standing idly by while your mother is far enough from harm to be safe and your father sacrifices his life solely to keep your identity hidden? That's not Superman. That's not good. And while Zod's murder can be used as a defining moment in the young hero's story where he decides to never kill again, paternal tragedy already existed in Kal-El's life. There is not only no narrative purpose for the method of Jonathan Kent's death in Man of Steel, no matter how fixed a story point the death itself must be, but writing Clark in a way that he stands by and watches said death ignores a fundamental core trait in Superman's character. Traits that James Gunn has just made sure to highlight before his version of the character is even cast. Gunn being the one penning the Superman Legacy script adds a certain level of excitement to the story, not because of his successes in other superhero fare, but because of his understanding of how beauty can shine through in the most unexpected places in our messed up world. At first glance, folks might think that that means that Gotham City is where he should be lending his pen first. But, while I won't say that the nuances of Batman's domain are easy, I can say that the small glimmers of hope and fierce determination that drive the Caped Crusader forward are a simpler mountain to climb than the sharp contrast of a Clark Kent trying to fight for truth, justice, and the American way, when the American way hasn't been so truthy or justicey as our rose-colored glasses may have led us to believe in the past. The Boys' Homelander works so well in that archetype because a character like Superman existing in a modern day feels so far-fetched that it can only be told as a joke. And it's easy to call the first Captain America the obvious one-to-one to the DC hero, but Steve Rogers benefits from being the man out of time, which effortlessly justifies his old-fashioned ways. And he's also a soldier who has zero qualms with killing. In fact, the only real immediate example of a successful contemporary Kryptonian operating on a large scale does belong to the CW, but it goes to Supergirl rather than Superman and Lois. Melissa Benoist's Kara Danvers was able to highlight the hope of the House of L while existing in a contemporary America and protecting a major city with frequent success. Some folks made fun of the series for being too earnest, but honestly, if too earnest is a deterring factor, Superman and any of his Earthbound family might not just be for you. Even still, Supergirl matches Superman in hope, but is missing the, as Gunn called it, Galoot factor. Kara watched her planet die and spent years trapped in the Phantom Zone, and is slightly more grounded than her cousin because of it. Clark's saving Metropolis at 8 and delivering a dopey one-liner and flowers to cheer up Lois by 8:05. It's often been argued that Batman and Superman are two sides of the same coin, a fact which both vexes Bruce and makes the two heroes the strongest of allies. Batman is the man who made himself into a god, while Superman is the god who chose to become a man. While the truest distillation of Bruce is the symbol he created to protect his city, one that he often finds himself lost in, much to the detriment of his loved ones, the truest version of Kal-El is the dork from the farm who just wants to give humanity space to be the best that they can be. The two sides of the same coin analysis may sound like innocuous semantics, but it truly does add another level of complicated dimension that is required to successfully nail the hero. There is no alter ego. Superman's goodness is not stipulatory on the glasses or the cape. It's part of him always.
Easy, miss. I've got you.
You've got me! Who's got you?
And a failure to embrace that is a failure to embrace the character. Gunn's understanding that Supes' fundamental, unwavering goodness is what makes the hero incredible gives me so much hope for the future of DC. Superman's decision to be the man rather than the god, one that could easily wipe out humanity with very little opposition, is solely driven by that goodness. To keep it absent in his character is to destroy the central tenet of his ethos. Is it possible that, at the end of the day, the core of Superman is accurately represented in Superman Legacy, but it's at the center of a bad film? Certainly. Man of Steel managed to flip that and be a solid film that simply didn't understand its title character, after all. I could be buying into all the pretty words and putting my faith back in a franchise that acted as one of the personal foundations in my youth immediately after they axed one of the most anticipated films of my life not months ago. Rest in peace, Batgirl. But the thing is, a franchise can survive a bad movie. What it can't survive is a failure to understand the core tenets of its characters and the principal differences between them that drive those individual characters forward. Gunn has proven not just that he understands an ensemble of vastly different protagonists in the Guardians of the Galaxy films, but that he knows what makes each and every one of them tick. Given that the writer and now co-CEO of DC Studios has made it his mission not to lie on Main, I'm inclined to believe that the guy both has the right idea and isn't just telling us what we want to hear. Besides, isn't Superman all about hope? For more on the DCU, check out our breakdown of the upcoming slate. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Who are you?
A friend.
Something isn't right.
I don't know what's going on.
I need...
To find a way back.
Yes. But to where?
What can you tell us about this wizard? I could take you to his castle. Beyond that, you're the ones intent on dying. Run. Run!
She's an angel. Come to save us all.
Never seen anyone fight like that. You're a wonder.
We have to kill them before they kill us. It's the only way to stop their invasion. Kent, you said you wanted to prove yourself. This is the time.
Evil is as unstoppable as the rain.
Your death. That's why we fight for those that can't. A good man knows that the darkness will always be there, but stands against it anyway.
Where on Earth are we? Not Earth. War world.
Make me a vampire.
Sure, man.
I thought the transformation would be overnight, but it's been 16 days. I can't turn into a bat yet. Human form.
I am running for comptroller. Can't wait to flex my blue-collar bona fides on the debate stage. 3 weeks ago when I started this... Check. Microphone.
I can no longer wait. Take me to United States. Take me to Golden Gate. I will assimilate.
This is the mall.
Bikini warehouse. Must be a front for a brothel.
I would like you to honor these coupons.
That's just a cutout photo of Ryan Seacrest.
Come on, Gizmo, let her rip. That's how we all learn.
One day when you reach the end.
Surprise! I'm back.
You want me?
Oh, yeah. Oh!
What?
How do you feel about taking the virginity of a dead ghost? It's your lucky night.
He's mine. You sure? He's got big teeth. So do I.
Insomniac finally revealed the first gameplay for Spider-Man 2. In over a 10-minute long trailer, they showed off several new gameplay changes coming to the game, as well as some new important plot details. So, without further ado, let's swing into all the big new details we learned from the latest Spider-Man 2 trailer. Right off the bat, Insomniac confirmed that Peter Parker will get the symbiote suit. While we'll get to his new powers in a bit, this turn of events poses some interesting questions, especially when taking into account the ending of the first Spider-Man game. After the credits of Marvel's Spider-Man, it's revealed that Harry Osborn, Peter Parker's best friend, is ill and fused with the Venom symbiote. He's last seen floating in a green tank, covered in the symbiote, while his father, Norman Osborn aka Green Goblin, promised to find a way to cure him.
I will find a cure.
Naturally, this suggests it's Harry Osborn, not Eddie Brock, who is the Venom that Peter Parker and Miles Morales face off against in the first Spider-Man 2 trailer. And at some point, Peter potentially takes the symbiote from Harry. This could be why Harry's life is in danger during the trailer, and why Peter and Miles must rescue Kurt Connors, aka Lizard, to save a weakened Osborn. Peter's symbiote suit means he'll likely get some new powers, which are on full display in the new trailer. While facing off against Kraven's henchmen, Spider-Man is able to extend his reach and smash enemies against the wall using the symbiote.
Spider-Man! This whole lizard hunt ends now!
He's also able to use the symbiote to turn them into multiple tentacles, to barrel them into enemies. At one point, those tentacles can also be used to shield Peter from attacks and parry enemy blows to send them flying backwards. And lastly, he's able to use his new arms to grab multiple enemies at once and slam them all into the ground. Kraven the Hunter's backstory is revealed in the new Spider-Man 2 trailer, and it's not so different from his comic book origin story. A wealthy wild game hunter, this version of Kraven seems to already hunt people for sport.
I asked for an equal. And this is what you find.
But having grown bored of his existing prey, his men suggest Kraven go to Manhattan, where he can hunt not only Spider-Man, but several of New York's superhumans.
Perhaps a new hunting ground.
Again, not so different from how he's portrayed in the comics, but sometimes if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Speaking of New York City's prey, it seems like Spider-Man isn't the only one Kraven is looking to hunt. When shown a list of possible targets in Manhattan, Kraven's men include Black Cat, Prowler, Wraith, Tombstone, Taskmaster, and Miles Morales. Later in the trailer, it's also shown that Kraven is hunting Kurt Connors, aka Lizard. Rather than just hunting Spider-Man, it looks like Kraven is hunting every superpowered being, whether or not they're Peter Parker's allies or enemies.
Light the fires. The great hunt begins.
Would Marvel's Spider-Man 2 star Peter Parker, just like in the original game, or would it resume the adventures of Miles Morales? The answer is both. Insomniac confirmed that while there won't be any co-op components, players will be able to switch between Peter Parker and Miles Morales during certain segments of the game. In the instance that was shown in the gameplay trailer, Peter Parker realizes he's too far away to help Lizard escape Kraven's men.
Lizard's across the river. I'm not gonna make it in time.
But Miles isn't, and it's here players can switch to Miles and head to the dock before Peter can get there. This also raises some interesting story possibilities. We'll dive into that in a bit. Speaking of teaming up with Miles Morales, it looks like he'll also be getting some new abilities in Spider-Man 2. Along with an upgraded suit with wings that lets him glide across New York, and Insomniac confirmed that both Spider-Man will have wingsuits, he seems to have mastered some new abilities with his Venom Blast.
Judging by the 3 tons of dead fish, not well. Judging by the 3 tons of dead fish, not well.
Once in the warehouse, Miles shows off some new stealth abilities too, including being able to spin a line that he can tightrope across to sneak up on enemies.
Look at those fish. It's been feeding.
Never saw it coming.
New York City will be a little bigger this time around, as Queens gets added onto one of the new boroughs that will be explorable in the game. In the past, only Manhattan was available, but Insomniac is teasing multiple new areas for the sequel, including Brooklyn across the river. Throughout the trailer, Peter says Lizard is the only one who is able to save Harry Osborn. As we know, Harry's not in a great place, having been last seen covered in symbiote goo. But now, with the symbiote seemingly with Peter Parker, what's going on with Harry Osborn? This appears to be the central storyline of the game that will likely connect Venom, Peter Parker and Miles Morales all together.
Can't lose Connors. Harry's dying, and he's the only one who can help.
At the end of the trailer, Miles and his best friend Ganke are visibly worried about Peter, who, thanks to the symbiote suit, is acting more and more aggressive.
Let's go, man, before he gets too far.
No. He's mine.
You sure? He's got big teeth.
So do I.
He's not normally like that, right?
No. He's never like that.
Now that it's been confirmed that you can play as both characters in Spider-Man 2, there's a chance players will have to play as Miles to try and stop Peter falling further and further into the dark side. And can you imagine the awkward conversation after that?
Whoa. Hey, man. New threats?
That's everything we saw in the new Spider-Man 2 gameplay trailer. Let us know what you noticed in the comments below, and for everything else Spider-Man 2, stick with IGN.
Miles! Grab on! Let's go!
He's right behind you!
I know! Whoa!
Be faster!
Fly faster! I do not want to be lizard food! Got him! Hold on! Look out! Everyone, take cover!
What are you guys doing?
Trying to take out that gunship! Can't get close enough!
But I can. I'm one of them, remember?
Bro, that's it! Pete! Alley-oop on 3!
Fine.
1, 2, 3! Alley! Woo!
I've been in your shadow for hours, but you sense
Nothing! Uneasy is the head that wears the crown. That's most certainly.
San Diego Comic-Con is back, and if you couldn't make it to San Diego, IGN is the next best thing.
So lovely to be back.
Today, we'll be getting inside scoops from Marvel's Spider-Man 2.
You have no idea.
Justice League Warworld.
Something isn't right.
Sandland.
After midnight, the house comes alive.
And Haunted Mansion. IGN Live from San Diego kicks off right now.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to another year of IGN Live at Comic-Con. I'm Stella Chung.
And I'm Max Scoville. For the next 2 days, we have a revolving door of guests joining us on this very stage with some of the biggest names in comics, video games, and entertainment.
We'll also be bringing you all the sights and sounds of the San Diego Comic-Con show floor, and we cannot wait to celebrate the show with you.
Coming up today, we've got reactions from the Marvel Spider-Man 2 panel where we're going to learn tons of new secrets from the biggest PS5 game of the year that has Venom in it. After that, we're getting spooky with 2 terrifying new horror movies, Talk to Me and It Lives Inside. And then after that, we're checking in on some exciting new stuff coming to the highly addictive Marvel Snap, and we're going for a ride on the upcoming Haunted Mansion movie.
For now, let's check in with Kim out on the balcony and see what we're expecting this year. How's it going out there?
Thanks, everybody. So far, so good out here. That's the convention center behind me. That's the trolley clanging, which will be pretty omnipresent out here, I think. There's a pretty steady stream of cosplayers and regular con attendees coming and going. I see a few Batmen, a few Wandas, naked Spider-Man. How do we know he's Spider-Man? Well, you would know if you were here. There really is something for everyone here at Comic-Con, but we're not just people watching. We'll also be people interviewing. Let's take a look at what's coming up, not just out here on this beautiful scenic balcony, but also inside in that big, loud studio. Today we've got some absolute bangers, the massive new animated movie Justice League Warworld, along with Telltale's The Expanse game, and so much more that we can't wait to surprise you with. But we're not just covering Comic-Con from a distance. We'll also be checking out a bunch of cool stuff out there on the show floor and seeing what's going on around the con. Speaking of which, let's see how it's going out there right now.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Akeem here with IGN. I'm giving you our live coverage here at San Diego Comic-Con. We're bringing you a lot of content, including me talking to the producer of the upcoming Bandai Namco video game, Sandland. Stick around.
Easily the biggest comic book game of the year is Insomniac's Spider-Man 2, the gigantic new sequel coming to PlayStation 5 this fall. It's got not one but 2 Spider-Men, Peter Parker and Miles Morales, and finally, Venom. We learned a bunch more about it right here at SDCC. Here to help me break down all the symbiote-suited secrets we found out are my co-hosts Max Scoville, Brian Otano, and Stella Chung. Hello, everybody.
Hey.
So, yes, thank you. Our co-workers are clapping for us. Thank you. So we got this new story trailer. I think everybody got a chance to see that. I think one of the most important pieces about this, I think we know now that Harry, Peter's friend Harry, is going to be the main host of Venom, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a lot of speculation about this, which meant that a lot of people were guessing about who it could be, and there were a lot of wrong answers, which was, it's all part of the process, right? I think that's very fun.
Yeah. But it's weird because, like, at the end of the game, we kind of saw that teaser anyways, so...
Yeah. The game or the trailer? End of Miles Morales?
I think it was at the ending of the game. Yeah, exactly,
They
right?
had a whole post-credits scene.
I get it's been a while, you know, people probably forgot, but, you know.
I can see that being misdirection.
You think so?
I mean, I feel like they did a really good job of, with the first game, they very much like played up the whole Mr. Negative angle, and he was like obviously, you know, a big part of it, but also like they had the Sinister Six in there. Like there was a lot of stuff that was kind of just like, I feel like kind of saved from the trailers, and then it was a real fun surprise when you actually played the game. Mm-hmm. And obviously they're hyping up Venom for this one and Kraven, but I can't help but feel like we got a glimpse of Osborn in there. Mm-hmm. And I feel like there's something we're not seeing. I feel like there's another layer to it that's just, you know, waiting in the wings.
Yeah, we don't know for sure, but the trailer, it's bookended. Harry says, we are going to save the world. Mm-hmm. And then it ends with Venom saying, we're going to save the world. So, I mean, I don't know. It seems a little bit on
There's no wrong answers, really. I'm sorry, were you guys talking? Because I cannot stop looking at that game. It is like one of the most beautiful, I swear to God, that's like one of the best looking
What do we think of their Venom? Their look of
it's awesome. So cool. It's awesome, yeah. I mean, like we've seen not great Venoms before, right? Not necessarily in video games, but you know, Spider-Man 3. Yeah, but I think this is spot on the way they're handling it. It feels like comic accurate. It feels fun and playful and grotesque. And I like that they're playing up the horror side of it too.
I know.
Like I think that's a really good angle.
Because they have Tony Todd doing the voice.
Yes. Candyman.
So.
Wait, did we say it at the same time? Because if we say it more...
Oh, no!
Okay, that's it. You're at your quota. That's it.
So we know there's going to be some new areas of New York that we're going to be able to visit. One of them is Aunt May's house. You're going to be able to go inside.
I can't wait to swing around her living room and break all her fine china.
Miles, get out of here.
The most exciting thing, this is what people have been waiting for years. I want to go in Aunt May's house and I want to make a mess.
Yes.
I want to go to Coney Island, though, because, like, I've never been in real life.
Oh, it's great.
And so, like,
What?
Okay, that's great. Well, okay, but I want to go. And I love that you can
There's
go
actually
there
a pre-order bonus if you get it. You get a free hot dog.
That's right. Yeah,
really,
and if you can eat 56 of them in 5 minutes, you get the world record.
Wow.
That's a real thing that they do.
I hope that they do some stuff like if you spend too long in Peter's room at Aunt May's house, like she's like, "What are you doing in there?" Cody comes banging on the door, and you're like, "Nothing. I'm not doing anything."
So I'll be a little bit skeptical about this kind of stuff. I think that the Manhattan background is phenomenal, and I think it's the perfect playground for Spider-Man. But there are parts of the city where there's parks and there's less structures and stuff like that. And that's replaying the original game recently. It kind of grinds to a halt. Like Peter literally stops swinging and it just hits the ground and he runs around and he looks a little goofy. And a lot of the outer boroughs, they're not really known for sprawling metropolitan areas. So I do wonder if they'll figure out a way to keep that energy going and that flow of combat and fighting and traversal.
Well, they do have the wingsuit now.
Yeah.
You're supposed to help with that, right?
I was going to say, I think that they're probably well aware of that, and that it does kind of fall apart when you don't have giant buildings for Spider-Man to swing on. And I feel like that makes a really interesting challenge to try to solve with new game mechanics. And that's what I'm excited about, because we know they can make a really solid, base beat 'em up, open world game, whatever you want to call it. But again, we've had 2 of them, and they're great. But what's new, play style wise? And some of that's going to be the black costume, but also I think they got to do something to traversal to keep it fresh.
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna say, I kind of liked the fact that you had to get closer to the ground for park areas, because it kind of forced you to actually see all of the characters that were around New York, right? You get to see random things happening, and I'm just like, oh, this is actually you're right. We're in this populated city, and it's kind of nice because you could be antisocial Peter Parker just going through the rooftops, and you're just like, oh wait, yeah, there are people here.
You swing a manhole cover around and scare the crap out of everyone and keep them on their toes. Let them know who's boss.
But then they still want to take a selfie with you afterwards, which is great.
They do, which is awesome.
I hope there's more stuff like that.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting the things I really loved about the first one were just were kind of subtle details. I remember there's a whole text message conversation with Mary Jane where it legitimately, it's I feel like my girlfriend is mad at me in the video game. This is an odd thing. I just want to feel like Spider-Man, and now I feel like I'm in trouble.
Well, there was that interesting push and pull I think they touched on in the panel a bit about when Spider-Man wins, Peter Parker loses, and kind of vice versa, which I find fascinating in terms of this is a character that is dealing with both of these things at the exact same time, and you can only be so good at one side of it, and he's always struggling with that balance. And if he's an awesome Spider-Man, he's failing out of science class, and if he's doing great in science, then people are dying in New York. It's a tough balance.
So speaking of finding that balance, in the DLC, we did see that Yuri Watanabe, she kind of went off on her own.
Yeah.
And we saw a figure in the trailer. I'm sure we didn't even see half the things that are going to be in this trailer. Yeah. I think we're going to see Wraith in this game, because she kind of had that turning to Wraith in the DLC, and I feel like we're going to get that, and I'm so excited.
Yeah, the trailer has this this silhouette, and there's a lot of speculation about who that is, and I like that theory a lot. I think that works.
I'm sorry, a lot of these people are dead.
Oh, yeah.
These people are just dead.
Oh, these people? Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, my God, yeah, no, absolutely.
Not having kids.
I mean, there's people in the first 2 games, if you jump off the Empire State Building and land directly in a guy's face with your fist, he's dead. His brain explodes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
In addition to Aunt May's house, they also confirmed you'll be able to visit other known Marvel landmarks. Oh. What could that be in New York City?
There was there's the Avengers Tower, but I don't know about anything else.
Baxter Building.
That's true.
Doctor Strange's
Sanctum.
Oh, that's true.
Daredevil's law office building, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's got to be in there.
Stop by the law office.
Yeah.
We're almost out of time. We have to mention the special edition PS5 console.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God,
and the controller. I think it looks really, really cool.
So,
The best touch here is I remember there was a special edition PS4 they put out for the first game, which was just all red with the white spider on it. And we're like, whatever. And this one is that with a symbiote on it, and it's a PS5. And I love that it is it makes so much sense thematically, and that's got to look so cool next to that if you still have a PS4 Pro hooked up next to a PS5. But
yeah, it looks like it's getting infected, which is awesome. The controller's my favorite touch too.
The controller's nice. I like the white spider on the trackpad.
Yes. Yeah.
Really cool. It goes. The pre-orders for that go live on July 28th, and then it'll start shipping on September 1st, about a month and a half ahead of the game. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys noticed, you don't have to buy the whole console. You can just buy the plates.
Finally.
Yeah.
More of that, please, Sony. Please.
So you can buy the plates and just the controller by itself. So after all this, how are we feeling about Spider-Man 2? I know everyone is, already excited. Has it changed your level of excitement, Stella?
I feel like I reached the cap.
Okay.
And then I didn't think it was going to be further along, but then I saw that trailer and I was like, yeah, no, I'm so ready for this.
Next, Brian.
I just want to play it.
Yeah. I feel like I was like sort of confidently optimistic. Like I know what it's going to be. I know it's going to be good. And this trailer is the first one where I was like, oh wait, no, I'm really excited. Like I'm stoked. Like I don't have that hype fatigue anymore. I'm kind of like, okay, no, consider me interested again, fully.
Yeah. I'm so excited to see Venom in this. All right, we'll have tons more coverage of Spider-Man 2 leading up to its launch on PlayStation 5 this October. But for now, What We Do in the Shadows is one of the funniest horror comedies in TV history, and it's back with a vengeance, kind of like a vampire. Take it away, Kim.
Your favorite bloodsuckers are back for more blood-sucking fun. New episodes of FX's What We Do in the Shadows air on Thursdays on FX and are now streaming on Hulu. A little hazy on what happened last season? Here's the TLDR presented by FX's What We Do in the Shadows. But fair warning, spoiler alert. Nandor used the power of a djinn to make a lot of uncomfortable wishes. Nadja opened Nadja's, her very own nightclub. Laszlo learned the pain of watching baby Colin Robinson grow up. One minute you're holding them in your arms, and the next they're sucking all the energy out of the room. Guillermo's family learned that he's been living with vampires also. Guillermo invited his boyfriend over to the house, which may have made Nandor a little jealous. Fans were left with a major cliffhanger at the very end of the season for our favorite familiar. Busy season for Gizmo. Now that you're all caught up, check out the Season 5 trailer for FX's What We Do in the Shadows, which airs new episodes on Thursdays on FX and are now streaming on Hulu.
Make me a vampire.
Sure, man.
I thought the transformation would be overnight, but it's been 16 days. I can't turn into a bat yet.
Human form. I am running for comptroller. Can't wait to flex my blue-collar bona fides on the debate stage. 3 weeks ago when I started this... Check. Microphone.
I can no longer wait. Take me to United States. Take me to Golden Gate. I will assimilate.
This is the mall.
Bikini warehouse. Must be a front for a brothel.
I would like you to honor these coupons.
That's just a cutout photo of Ryan Seacrest.
Come on, Gizmo. Let her rip. That's how we all learn.
Surprise! I'm back.
You want me?
Oh, yeah. Oh!
What?
How do you feel about taking the virginity of a dead ghost? It's your lucky night.
FX's What We Do in the Shadows. All new Thursdays on FX. Stream on Hulu.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by FX's What We Do in the Shadows. All new Thursdays on FX, stream on Hulu.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN. Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
What you doing out here with all this ass? Double cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon. What you doing out here with all this ass? Double cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon.
What's up, everybody? Max Scoville here for IGN. We are on the show floor at San Diego Comic-Con 2023, checking out the Premium Collectibles Studio booth. This is the company that is giving us the collector's edition for the upcoming Insomniac Marvel Spider-Man 2 video game, but they have some other cool stuff in the way, especially this one, which is a full-scale bust of Carnage, and the whole back of his head is inspired by Maximum Carnage. We've got this whole sort of diorama based on one of the covers. You've got some very iconic Marvel characters, some of whom are a little bit symbiotic, jumping around, doing all kinds of cool stuff. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just a teeny bit of what they're showing off. It's actually kind of funny that they're showing this one off, and that they're doing the Spider-Man 2 Collector's Edition, because Tony Todd, who's voicing Venom in the game, is also pretty well known for playing Candyman. And they have this incredible 1/3 scale statue of Candyman himself. My favorite detail here is if you look down here, there's this great base that's got all this, skulls and stuff and honeycomb, but there's a jar of bees. Anyway, these are just a few of the collectibles they're showing off here. There's also some really cool gaming stuff. There's an incredible Darkstalkers Morrigan here. Again, 1/3 scale, $1,200. You can kind of begin to see why. It is really impressive. You've got this sort of cathedral base here. The price tag is one thing. The physical space, and then the fear that you're going to snap off one of the many, many little tiny delicate parts. That's a whole nother story. But still, one of my favorite bits about Comic-Con is getting to walk around and see this stuff in person. So we've got RoboCop and then RoboCop 2, which I love. You've got the sort of the more muted tones here, and then you've got the nice blue accents and the big-ass Barrett sniper rifle. And then if you like, blue robots, there's also a little friendly Mega Man here, little Rock Man down here with his some of his parts are showing. But yeah, this is just a wonderful showing. Again, we're on the show floor at Comic-Con. This is Premium Collectibles Studio. Here's a full-scale bust of Chun-Li. If you need half a Chun-Li in your house. The price tag on that one is still TBD, but I'm guessing it's not going to be cheap. If you want the full, I don't know if that's even on the table, but you know what? That's your business, not mine. Hey, look, Ghostbusters. There's some Ghostbusters over here. You got Slimer, you got Egon, Spengler, and then over here, is that Ray? We got Ray Stantz over here. Look at all the detail on the wires. It's crazy. I love this stuff. Look who is over here. It's our favorite heroes in a half shell. Donatello, Raphael, $1,300 a pop. Massive, massive statues. I'm assuming that they probably have Leo and Mikey in the works. Who knows? So if you played Marvel's Midnight Suns, you're probably familiar with Blade. Honestly, if you know Marvel at all, you're probably familiar with Blade. But this is specifically the Midnight Suns version of Blade. Look at the zipper. Look at the detail on the zipper on his trench coat. How nuts is that? I adore that kind of stuff. And this is, you can even see, if you look really closely, his glasses are translucent. And you can see his eyes underneath. Nobody needed that. That wasn't required. They could have just painted them kind of shiny looking and had, called it a day. But instead, I'm guessing they're removable. Now, if X-Men are more your thing, we've also got Storm here. Look at the detail on the lightning. Look at the fingernails. Good God. Anyway, that was a look at Premium Collectibles Studio, some of the many very cool collectibles on the show floor here at Comic-Con 2023. You can check out PCS at collectpcs.com or collectpcs on Instagram, and you can check out lots more cool Comic-Con coverage right here on IGN. Stick around.
Oh, hey, it's Brian Altano from IGN here at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 at the Super 7 booth with the legendary toy creator, Brian Flynn. Hi, Brian.
All right, it's Attack of the Bryans.
It is 2 Bryans, double Bryans for one price. You made a very big thing, and I need to talk to you about it. This is the Cat's Lair from Thundercats. Why? Let's start there.
Start with why? Why not? Cat's Lair is the thing everybody's been asking about for Thundercats for years. We've kind of held off on it because to make it in scale with our Ultimates figures, we knew it had to be big. I'm not sure we realized it was going to be quite as big as it is, but it's big. It's real big, and it's real awesome.
Okay, so tell me about some of the bells and whistles here. I see a light-up screen. I see swivel chairs. I see there's a whole science laboratory.
Yeah, all right. So obviously with the Cat's Lair, we got to start off. We've got the light-up cat eyes and the light-up Thundercats logo. On the back side, you have the viewfinding screen, which will have multiple covers on it. You've got the whole control panel up here. You've got the main sort of deck on the bottom, plus the underground. You've got the place where you put your Sword of Omens. The entire thing actually collapses and closes shut. So when you open it up, it actually resembles the rock walls that the Thundercats Lair is built into. Then on the cat's paws, they actually open up and there's guns underneath.
Still catching my breath here because this is just a stunning thing to talk about. It's how tall is it in feet and wide?
It's a little over 3 feet tall, and I think with the doors open, it's about 4 feet wide.
My God. Which room of the house do you think people should put this in?
This is whatever the most important room in your house is. Like when you bring people over, if you take them to your dining room, this is what it should be.
So how much does it cost, and how many friends do I need to lift it into my home?
Okay, it's $650 plus $100 flat shipping within the United States.
That's money, not pounds, right? Like it's not 650 pounds, right?
It's not 650 pounds, but it will come in 2 boxes so that you don't break your back, and then you can carry 1 box in at a time. You don't need. It doesn't have that sticker that says Team Lift. It'll one person can do it.
Incredible. Brian, people can pre-order this right now?
Right now at super7.com.
Well, there you have it. That's the Cat's Lair. It is massive. It is gorgeous. It's full of incredible details, and you can pre-order right now and make a brand new centerpiece for your home. Gather the family around the Cat's Lair and tell stories of yore.
Exactly. Come on.
Brian, thank you so much. Always wonderful seeing you here. Congrats on all things Super 7, and for all things toys, keep it locked to IGN.
Diablo 4 has become an all-consuming obsession for some. Perhaps you or someone you love is one of the millions in its thrall, and you'd like to show your allegiance. If so, stay a while and listen. IGN just unveiled a brand new limited collection of jewelry from Rock Love sold exclusively on the IGN store. All pieces are handcrafted and feature characters including Lilith and Inarius, and thankfully, you don't have to go crawling around in a dungeon to acquire these rare baubles and trinkets. Behold, I've adorned myself with this majestic pendant and a pair of possibly cursed earrings and this glorious ring of Lilith. I can already feel my power levels increasing. Head over to store.ign.com for this collection and tons more cool gear, apparel, and collectibles. Anyways, there's lots more Comic-Con ahead right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Tom Jorgensen here at Comic-Con with the king of Comic-Con himself, Kevin Smith. Kev, how you doing?
A king by default because nobody else is here this year.
Well, you know, we're also here at the Movies Activation, and can you tell us a little bit about what fans at Comic-Con could expect for the come down here?
This is the second year that we've done it. We're at the Tin Roof Inn here in San Diego, not far from the con proper. Last year we took it over and flipped it into a Movies, and this is where we do our live shows at night. So tonight we'll be doing Jay and Silent Bob Get Old right in the space on that stage. Tomorrow night we do Fat Man Beyond, me and Mark Bernardin. And then Saturday night we do Hollywood Babylon with Ralph Garman. So last year it worked out so well here. The good folks at Tin Roof flipped their menu into a Movies menu to reflect the fake food that we sold in the movie, but it's real tasty.
But it's real good.
Yeah, man, you can get like a cow tipper, hater tots, stuff like that. So this is kind of our con away from con.
Well, hey, speaking of selling stuff, I hear you got a boat you need to sell me. I hear you are hitting the high seas next year.
Over this, yes, I do. Me and Jay are doing a cruise, the very first Jay and Silent Bob's Cruise Askew. It goes out February. I think it's like February 24th to the 26th.
23rd through the 26th.
Even better. It is a 3-day cruise that takes us from Miami to the Bahamas and stuff. We've got Jeff Anderson, Brian O'Holland, the two Clerks guys, Trevor Furman, who played Elias, Jason Lee, who played Brody in Mallrats, Ethan Suplee, who played Willem Black, but now is Willem Jacked.
Yeah,
like
he's so fit.
Guns in a half. We've got live podcasts going on, fun and games. 3,000 View Askew fans, Jay and Silent Bob fans, Kevin Smith fans, packed onto a boat for like 3 days. We take over the kitchen, so we got a movies there as well. So yeah, man, that's, if you haven't joined up yet, come sail the high seas, pun intended, with me and him. Oh shit. Come over here real quick. Say hi.
Oh, we got an interloper.
The second most famous person.
We got a mutiny going right now. What's
there
up, Jay?
he
How you
is.
doing, Tom?
So, hi, I was distracted by the new Garbage Pail Kids, Jay and Bob. That's right.
Pretty sweet.
Boo Jay.
We did an activation, as they say, with the Garbage Pail Kids folks at Tops. So they did an entire set of View Askewniverse Garbage Pail Kids.
Oh, that's amazing.
We got new stuff from Roosevelt's here, new shirts and stuff like that. We got a quick stop store, so we're if you're remotely into Jay and Silly Bob stuff, and at this year's Comic-Con, how can you not be? Nobody else is here but us. Come on down to movies, man. Eat, buy stuff, see a celebrity or two.
Wave, maybe.
Yeah,
to me.
yeah. It's the con, and then join us for the cruise. You ready for the cruise next year?
I'm so excited about the cruise. That's like all I've been waiting about. I've been telling my wife I wake up, I'm like, I can't wait to go to the cruise.
It sounds fun as hell. But before we send people on the cruise, I need to make sure you two are doing your due diligence, bringing all these folks out on a boat. So I want to run through some film-based scenarios that your audience particularly may be a little aware of, and make sure.
Speed 2 cruise control.
Well, that's where we're going to start. Speed 2 cruise control. What happens if this boat becomes unstoppable heading straight for land?
Well, we won't be able to turn to Keanu in that instance since he wasn't in Speed 2 cruise control. We got to hope that Sandra Bullock shows up, or Jason Patrick, because he took Keanu's place in that sequel that not as many folks saw as the bus one. But if that happens, we all just jump ship. That's it. Like, we let the terrorists win. We give them the boat.
Ship? Can you jump off a boat and not like get sucked underneath?
I don't know.
These are questions for gods and kings, and we are but men.
Physics or math. I don't think we will get sucked.
See, I would take a sheet though, and I would tie some string to it, like MacGyver style. Jump up in the air, let the wind take me back, and sail back.
That's good. All right, so
MacGyver is the answer.
We got a Speed 2 plan. Now, what about Jaws?
The Jaws plan is
I throw him to Kevin. I throw Kevin in him. He let the Jaws eat Kevin, and then I swim as fast as I can.
Yes, you don't have to be the fastest swimmer. You just have to be faster than the guy who you're swimming away from, and Jaws will presumably, because a shark isn't like, I'm eating everybody. A shark eats and then moves on.
You're going to need a bigger boat.
Now, what if we see Payakan the Tulkun from Avatar: The Way of Water? What if that whale is in distress? Are you stopping this boat to help that whale?
Oh, hands down. First off, there better be enough tissues on the ship, because that's going to get emotional. When you see a whale, even if it's a whale from outer space that doesn't look like a whale and stuff, as long as the CG is good, and it was pretty good in that movie, it's going to touch our hearts. So that means we're going to have to help them.
Now, Jay, what if we got a Captain Phillips? What if you lead a mutiny and you're the captain now? How are you two going to sort that out?
Look at me. Sure. I'm the captain now.
I mean, it's rather leading to be like, how do you mutiny? He doesn't necessarily have to mutiny me.
I just get a whale, and I punch the whale, so he's hurt, and he's over there, and Kevin will like, I'll save him, and then Kevin runs off to save the whale, and then I take over the ship.
Excellent point.
That's a rock solid plan to me.
Emotional.
How about Waterworld? We find out that as you guys have been at sea, all land has disappeared, and now maritime law is the only law.
So that means we can all gamble whenever we want.
You can do whatever you want.
That means 100% gambling. We pull in any port because there are no more ports. We're still gambling. We're playing blackjack the whole time.
I like it. We blackjack. We play some Call of Duty Fortnite and all that.
The land could go away, but if there's enough water that the satellites get affected, we're all screwed.
No.
Now, how about little Pirates of the Caribbean action? We see a Kraken. Any Kraken plans?
If we see a Kraken, we start cracking up. because we're comedians.
Yes.
Not good ones based on that joke. That's a real dad joke level joke.
Well, you'd be laughing at how screwed you were because no one can really go up against the crack.
We'd be going down to Davy Jones' locker giggling the whole way.
All right, last one here then. Jaws the Revenge. The shark from the first couple questions comes back and he's pissed that you hurt the first one.
Kevin's not there now because he's already been eaten.
Of course.
Point, so
Good continuity.
This time it's personal. He's going after Jack.
So now I just
Avenge
throw
me.
Yeah, well, first I throw someone else to him, and then when he's eating and he's got a cramp, then I hip dugan him, and then I spread him apart, and I eat him.
Do you avenge me?
Yeah, because I rip
Make
the
sure
shark in half and I eat him.
As you kill him, make sure he knows that this is for Kev.
He would be so disappointed because he's vegan, but it doesn't matter in this matter.
In this instance, I wouldn't be disappointed. I would find it personally insulting to be eaten by a shark because essentially they just crap you out eventually.
Yeah. Well, I take him out and I eat him, and then I take his turd that he spit out, which is you, and then I mold him into a new Silent Bob, Kevin.
That's true because he doesn't have to talk.
And then I hang out with him all the time.
Hell yeah. And get
Silent
a laser
turd.
beam on top of there.
Silent turd.
Somehow he makes a Kevin Smith.
Yes.
Well, I've been sold on this cruise. I think you can be quite assured that you will be safe if you go on this thing. That's February 23rd through the 26th.
3 days. What could go wrong?
Kevin Smith, Jay Muse. We got plenty more from Comic-Con. Stick around.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by One Punch Man World. Open for pre-registration now.
Six years ago, while talking about Sonic on Game Scoop, Brian, you had this to say.
At the point where we need to admit that this was never really a great franchise.
Wow. It was never really a good franchise, huh, Brian? Well, I'm sorry. We're well over, believe it or not, 100 Sonic games, 2 movies, a long-running comic book series, and 6 shows. When you besmirch Sonic, you besmirch everyone associated with Sonic, okay, Brian? Brian, I want to present you with this.
I will hold that L. I was wrong. I have since come around on that character. I have watched the movies with my kid and enjoyed them immensely. Sonic Frontiers is fun. I liked Sonic Colors. I liked Sonic Generations. I liked Sonic Mania. Something we can all agree on is that Sonic has been good. It's Crash Bandicoot that's never been good.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
If you enjoyed that, check out full episodes of Beyond, IGN's PlayStation show, as we talk, argue, and goof on everything PlayStation. New episodes drop every Tuesday on IGN.com and IGN Games on YouTube.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
We are here at the LEGO Brickbuster video booth at San Diego Comic-Con, and I have a secret for you. There are 30 of these Brickbuster video cases hidden on the convention floor. If you find this, you can turn it in right here at the Brick Drop, and you will get exclusive prizes. Star Wars, Sonic the Hedgehog, Captain America, Blockbuster Video. Those are my 4 favorite things. Famously, those are my 4 favorite things. Look at this LEGO scene from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Do you realize? There are no late fees here, just prices.
Hey, what's up? It's Brian Altano from IGN here at San Diego Comic-Con 2023. Now, legendary toy company LEGO has been making awesome stuff for decades, hundreds of thousands of years now, but they did one of the coolest things ever this year. They made a blockbuster video. It's called Brickbuster, so let's go inside and rent some movies. So here we have an awesome selection of old school VHS style and even DVD style boxes for classic films that LEGO kind of invented. Now this is The Mandalorian, obviously never became a movie, but it did become LEGO, so here they are. So yeah, we got tons and tons of cool, awesome vintage boxes based on new things that LEGO has made over the years. We've got stuff like Star Wars, we've got stuff like Avengers and Super Mario and Sonic, and pretty much anything that LEGO has done in the last few years has been turned into an old school VHS style box that you could theoretically rent if this was a fully functional, rentable blockbuster. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be a LEGO booth at Comic-Con without Legos. The actual toys are on display here, and we've got a bunch of cool new kits and some classic kits laid out in awesome dioramas all over the place here in these gorgeous glass cases. One of my favorites is this brand new set right over here of Chewbacca. This is the brick-built Chewbacca, and it goes for $199.99, and it even comes with a tiny LEGO Chewbacca minifig. This is one of those toys that I would not have expected, like a character I would not expect to work in LEGO, but they use lots of curvy blocks, and they made it look realistically hairy. He even has his little pouch, or his satchel, his man bag, merce, whatever you want to call it. Obviously his bowcaster there, and look at his snarl. Look at those little teeth. Over here we've got a couple of ships from Ahsoka. We've got Ahsoka Tano's T6 Jedi Shuttle, and the Ghost and Phantom set. These are available right now. The T6 Jedi Shuttle goes for $79.99, and the Ghost and Phantom 2 set goes for $159.99, with tons of awesome minifigs, including a LEGO Chopper. Now, one of the things LEGO's gone really hard with over the last few years is video game stuff, which makes a lot of sense because a lot of these characters originated as blocky and pixelated characters. So here we've got Bowser. This is available now. There's also the Super Mario 64 question block, which pops open. And my favorite, the LEGO NES, which I've owned for a few years now, and I love it so much. It brings me joy every time I look at it. Now, LEGO's been selling lots of really awesome, really clever Sonic sets for a while now, but I've never seen them laid out all in a row like this on custom diorama displays. Frankly, they look absolutely gorgeous. Over here we have Sonic's Green Hill Zone Loop Challenge, which you can buy right now, along with Sonic's Speed Sphere Challenge, and Sonic vs. Dr. Eggman's Death Egg Robot, and Amy's Animal Rescue Island, along with Tails Workshop and Tornado Plane, and the Miles Tails Power Sonic the Hedgehog figures. These look so cool, and the colors just pop, and I think these sets are just so gorgeous. And if playing with Sonic toys isn't really your thing, you'd rather play video games based on Sonic, well, they even have a demo for the upcoming Sonic Superstars, which is awesome because I used to rent games from Blockbuster all the time, so it's really cool to see video games playable here, represented in this store. Now, a video store isn't a video store without new releases. You don't want to just watch old movies all the time. So these are some of the brand new products that LEGO's been kicking around, and they are awesome. Let's start with the Batcave Shadow Box, which folds in and opens up to reveal a full set, complete with tons of classic Batman characters, based specifically around stuff from Batman Returns, the best Batman movie. Yeah, I said it. So we've got the Batcave here, we got the Batmobile, we even have a little Max Shrek minifig, and we got the Penguin, Catwoman, multiple Batman costumes, Bruce Wayne, and of course, Alfred. In the Batcave, we've got the Big Bat computer, the swiveling chair, there's a drawbridge thing that pops down. I just love this set so much because when it closes up, it just reveals a gigantic Batman logo. Down here, we have the Batwing Batman vs. the Joker set, which will run you $37.99. Right next to that, we have the Batman construction figure. And finally, we have the Batmobile Batman vs. the Joker chase sequence. Really awesome kit. This will cost you $47.99. And one of the biggest sets that LEGO has ever made, and one of the most gorgeous, the Lord of the Rings Rivendell set will go for $500, but boy, is it worth it. Look at all the details in here. We have one of these in the IGN office in Los Angeles, and it's too big to steal, which I think was part of the plan here. Up next, the Pac-Man Arcade, which is playable, air quotes, because you can actually turn a crank on the side, just like the LEGO NES, and move the characters around on the screen to simulate an actual arcade game working. I really like the panel art on the side, the bright yellow colors and everything. This is an awesome little set, and it even comes with a tiny scale minifig version, just like the old school 80s arcades. I love it. And then there's the Disney Hocus Pocus Sanderson Sisters Cottage, which will run you $229.99. LEGO even went even better, and they made a bunch of classic movie posters in movie poster size of some of the IPs they work with, like Sonic the Hedgehog, The Mandalorian, Ninjago, Dreams, The Avengers, and Donkey Kong. Get over here and grab some bricks and make a DVD cover and stick it on the shelf. Fans all around Comic-Con have been coming down here and building a bunch. My favorite right here is Sonic, the weird bootleg version of Sonic. And that was a quick tour of LEGO's Brickbuster video right here at San Diego Comic-Con. I'm very happy I got to check this out because I rented a video from Blockbuster like 17 years ago and never returned it. And no one in here asked me to pay late fees. Got away with it. Got it. So for all things video games, comic books, Comic-Con, LEGOs, and videos that I still haven't returned decades later, stick with IGN.
Welcome back to IGN Live at Comic-Con. For almost 40 years, Transformers toys have transformed from robots into jets, trucks, cars, handguns, boomboxes, gorillas, skunks, microscopes, you name it, but they always needed a little help from whoever was playing with them. These days, not so much because we live in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the leader of the Dinobots himself, Grimlock. And of course, lending Grimlock a hand, Logan Webster, Vice President of Robosen, the company behind this incredible invention. Logan, thank you, first of all, for making a robot dinosaur that transforms, but also for joining us on our stage.
Thank you for having me, and you're welcome.
Yeah, so Robosen also made an Optimus Prime that transforms a few years ago. And, and a trailer to go with him, and, and a Bumblebee, and now Grimlock. What is the big deal about Grimlock, aside from the fact that he's great?
Can I show you one quick thing about why he's so amazing? Watch this.
It's extinction time.
So this is why I brought him. He's pretty amazing. I could leave. I'll just keep him here. And yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
CG?
Yeah, no, you really did witness that. In fact, it's not your birthday, but let's pretend it's your birthday, Brian.
It's actually it's our director's birthday.
Somebody's birthday's in the room.
Happy birthday, Tayo. Grimlock says happy birthday.
So, after your birthday cake, I'm sure you're going to need to work out. So let's have Grimlock show you what to do.
What?
And I'm sure you had a lot of butter in that cake, so let's just go ahead and do some Mountaineers and just keep this going. So as you can see, this is not a toy. This is something that is more of like an engineering marvel. It took 7 years to complete this thing. It's got 34 servo motors that all the joints are moving around. It's got 85 microchips. It's got axis control so it knows its balance, right? It's got pre-made actions within our app. So right away you open it up, boom, you're doing exactly what I'm showing you. And then lastly, it's got Greg Berger built into it. Greg Berger is the original voice of the 1984 Grimlock, and we went in studio just a few months ago and re-recorded all this audio you hear with the man himself, Greg Berger.
This is, yeah. Well,
yeah, sorry, stumped you.
Thank you for talking, because my jaw was dropped the entire time. That's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen in my entire adult life. What was the engineering process behind this? When did this start going into development? How long did this take to create?
Yeah, I mean, we're 15 years in the making, our company, and our magic is the servo motor, the thing at each of these joints that's powering everything. Over the last 7 years, we've really been researching how do we convert them? How do we do exactly what you're about to see right here? This has been the hardest part of Grimlock. That's taken forever.
Because he's got a balance, right? Like it's.
Yeah, and now watch this. He's actually going to move around while he's in dyno.
I don't even, it's just, I mean,
are we allowed to cry up here? I might.
Yeah, please.
I was going to say, like, it's one thing to make a truck turn into a thing shaped like a man, but to make a man-shaped thing turn into a dinosaur that's got 2 legs, like, I don't.
Look at what you're saying. Look at what you did to us. We can't even speak.
Yeah. No, I get it. So what you're saying is exactly what we're the world's first ever to do a dual form, bipedal, auto-converting robot. So meaning he'll transform from a dinosaur into a robot into a dinosaur, but still walk on its own on both sides.
How much?
How much you got? No, it's $14.99. We're actually doing $200 off as we launch, and it's a $16.99 price point, $1,699. But you can get it for $14.99 now. We just launched it yesterday, so you're among the first to see this, and yeah.
That's steep, but also it's a freaking dinosaur that turns into a robot and sings. Yeah. So like, fair game.
Yeah.
That's not too expensive for the most amazing thing I've ever seen with my own eyes.
But wait,
well, thank you.
Hold on. You also brought something else too, right?
I did, and I think I heard him say something about his battery. So hopefully that's not the case. Oh, here we go.
Back there, so he wanted to.
Yeah. So we have. They're not friends. They don't know each other. So I'm going to go ahead and take Grimlock away. Sorry, buddy.
Bye, Grimlock.
So he's going home. So we've got another familiar face that I'm sure you know who this is, right? Yeah, I'll give you something. So this is Lightyear, and it's based off of the movie Lightyear that just came out. And Lightyear's a human in the movie, as you can see. So we made him to the human scale. You could go ahead and touch this. Actually, the rubberized, the plastic, the polycarbonate, the hand paint. This is magnetic, his jetpack, so it snaps right back on there. But one of the coolest things I want to show you is what his jetpack actually does.
Maximum power.
What? So he's going to go ahead and blast off to infinity and beyond. You'll see this water vapor steaming up from behind him.
You know, for a second, I actually thought he would just shoot through our roof.
Yeah.
You've just done magic up here for 5 minutes.
I know. I locked him in. But our claim is from screen to reality.
Right.
We want to bring your dreams true. We want to make them true.
Like watching Toy Story when it came out, and as a kid being like, that seems like an unrealistically cool toy.
Yeah.
And I was stupid then, and I'm still stupid. This is amazing.
How did you get him to vape? How did that come out?
Yeah, well, it's actually he's going to do it again.
Oh, he's so cool.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? A lot of people online are like, small soldiers, please do small soldiers. That's what everyone thinks when they see something like this.
That's not a good idea.
Yeah.
They'll try to kill you with
Hey, can you guys do Terminator 2 next?
We've been asked for that too. So on the back of this, you go ahead and you open this up, and then you can put some water in there.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so magnetically snaps in there.
And you said hand
painted, 18 plus hours of just meticulous attention to Lightyear to make this. Even his, here, let's take this off.
Oh no, he can't
feel. Go ahead and feel this. We even used woven cloth.
It's soft goods.
So it's like,
awesome.
Exactly, like he just walked off the screen. This is going to freak you out, but you can go ahead and you can take his face.
Oh my God! Put it back.
I didn't bring the other one, but essentially you could take this off and snap on a different expression. So you can have different looks and feels for Buzz. I freaked out your audience.
He's going to remember that.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's like freaking out.
So he's also on this gorgeous stand. I noticed there's an engraving there. Are these individually numbered?
Yeah, they're serialized. And this stand, I didn't bring it. I don't have it. It's at our booth. We have 2 booths here at Comic-Con, by the way. And we're here at Comic-Con, obviously. You have plexiglass and you have a top. The top will have lights. So the whole idea is, imagine Max is calling Brian on Zoom, and he's got this thing behind him. And it just looks incredible for all your Zoom calls or your collector's, cabinet. That's what this is it's the most realistic, most amazing statue you've ever bought.
How much?
So, you always got to be the one to ask that. It's less than our friend Grimlock, but yeah, it's $9.99. And this ships in about 2 months. And you can go ahead and you can place your orders at Entertainment Earth. They're a partner of ours, entertainmentearth.com. or robosen.com. You can go to our site.
And you had them backstage, but they're also in these awesome cases too, right?
Yeah. So real heavy-duty styrofoam cases that are decorated just like.
Command, I have a low power alert. Time to recharge.
I think that's actually.
So he's going to go to bed. He's going to hit the rack, as he would say.
Goodbye.
Yep. Well, bye. See you, Buzz.
I think that's perfect timing. We do have to wrap up here, but Logan, thank you so much for coming by and bringing some really, really cool toys.
Yeah.
The Transformers auto-converting flagship Grimlock is available for pre-order right now on HasbroPulse.com. Check out RoboSen's other stuff. We got lots more Comic-Con coverage, so we got to roll out right now. Don't go anywhere.
What's up, everybody? Damon here at San Diego Comic-Con 2023. We're at the Capcom booth where they're giving fans hands-on gameplay of the first DLC character for Street Fighter 6, Rashid. In just a moment, we'll talk to some fans, get some first impressions, but first, let's talk to one of the devs of Street Fighter 6. Okay, how have you felt about the reception of Street Fighter 6 since launch?
We're super thrilled to see that a lot of players are enjoying the game so far, and no matter if it's a World Tour Battleground or Fighting Ground, we're super excited.
And what has been the most exciting thing for you to see players finally experience in the game?
We've been seeing tons of online matches from players of varying skill levels, and we've been seeing a lot of players and organizations holding different tournaments online. We check social media constantly and are super happy to see that many people are enjoying the game.
Well, congratulations on the success of the game, and thank you so much for your time. All right, we're here with Kenny and Matthew, who just played a match. Matthew was Rashid, Kenny was Chun-Li. Matthew, you just barely lost as Rashid. What was it like playing as this new character?
He was pretty fun. He definitely feels like he has some pretty strong tools. The game says that he's a hard execution character, hard entry of access of entry. I don't feel that way. I felt like he's pretty good, especially if you've played him in 5 before. But I never played him in 5, but I did play quite a bit, so I knew some of the stuff he was capable of. But he definitely has like a bunch of new tools while still retaining like his core playstyle from 5. So I think if you were a fan of him in 5, you're definitely gonna like him here. But even if you didn't play him in 5, I think he's still a really good character.
Very cool. And then Kenny, what was it like playing against Rashid?
So I felt it was very fair. Like there's a lot of characters where I fight against and I'm not that good, so it's just like, this feels cheap. But with Rashid, I felt it was very fair. But who knows, we'll see as people come up with new stuff.
Sure. Awesome, gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And there you have it. Rashid is out for Street Fighter 6 on July 24th. For more from San Diego Comic-Con 2023, stay tuned to IGN.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs, streaming August 2nd only on Hulu.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN. Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Hi,
how
Jeffrey
are
from IGN. How are you?
Good, real good.
Very excited to be here. Definitely not nervous at
This
all.
is cool. It looks really appetizing, and I want to eat it. I'm sorry. It looks like a toffee apple or something.
I mean, can we give it? Can we afford to give it to her?
No, I won't eat it. That's crazy.
Just the rest of my audience is so hard to hear. I love Karen Gillan. I still think about the ending of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. For more beautiful things, follow IGN on all social media platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more.
Everybody, you're watching IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023. Coming up in a bit, we're talking about the future of the DC Cinematic Universe. And if you stick around after that, if you dare, we've got deep dives on 2 upcoming horror movies, Talk to Me and It Lives Inside. But right now, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's probably pretty obvious where I was going with that one. Check it out.
It's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman Legacy, the first superhero movie of a new era of DC.
Hey, look who's back!
That's right, with James Gunn and Peter Safran taking over as co-CEOs of DC Studios, they're pretty much rebooting the DC universe.
You lunatics better know what you're doing.
And it all begins with the OG superhero himself.
I'm here to help, but it has to be on my own terms.
So let's run down what we know about the upcoming super flick and how it leads to the greater reinvention of the DC universe. With Superman Legacy acting as the flagship movie of this new DCU, it's important to get it right, which is why James Gunn has taken on the task of writing and directing it himself. We don't know the plot of the movie just yet, but thematically, Safran told Deadline that the movie, quote, focuses on Superman balancing his Kryptonian heritage with his human upbringing. He is the embodiment of truth, justice, and the American way. He is kindness in a world that thinks kindness is old-fashioned. To give fans an idea of what to expect, Gunn showed the comic book All-Star Superman by Grant Morrison and Frank Quitely, which is considered by comic readers to be one of the best Superman stories ever told. The story sees Superman get some super bad news. He's dying from radiation poisoning and only has 1 year to live, so he sets out to complete the 12 labors of Superman to better humankind as much as he can before he expires. And he finally acts on his feelings for Lois by revealing his secret identity. In order to start with a fresh slate, James Gunn is telling a story about a younger Superman, but it's not an origin story, so that means casting a younger Clark Kent and Lois Lane. Both roles have been cast, with Pearl's David Corenswet playing the Man of Steel.
And for a super, that can mean...
I'm sorry, a what?
Oh, a supernumerary? A supernumerary?
And the marvelous Mrs. Maisel herself, Rachel Brosnahan, playing the Daily Planet's top reporter.
And then the argument actually happens and they're reasonable, but that's not how you rehearsed it, so you become the jerk.
We haven't heard the official word on the villain yet, but reports say Nicholas Hoult and both of the Skarsgård brothers are being considered for Lex Luthor. Superman will join a world already populated with superheroes. Isabella Merced has been cast as Hawkgirl, Eddie Gathegi will be Mr. Terrific, Anthony Kerrigan is Metamorpho, and fan favorite Nathan Fillion is playing Green Lantern Guy Gardner. We also know that the Authority Super Team will be introduced in the film ahead of their movie. Superman Legacy will act as a launch pad for the new DCU, kicking off Chapter 1 titled Gods and Monsters. Other upcoming projects include a Batman Brave and the Bold movie introducing Bruce's son, Damian, a Themyscira TV show called Paradise Lost, said to be like DC's Game of Thrones, and an animated series, Creature Commandos, starring Frankenstein, his wife, and Weasel. Hey, he survived! All of these projects will be connected and slowly unveil a mystery that connects the entire DCU, building to something big. To see how this all pans out, we'll have to wait until Superman Legacy flies into theaters on July 11th, 2025. Until then, let's do the Daily Planet proud by sleuthing around for some answers to these big questions.
This looks like a job for Superman.
Were the right actors cast as Superman and Lois? Can James Gunn find the right balance between Superman's story and setting up the larger DCU? And, most importantly, should Superman have trunks or no trunks? Let's discuss.
Yes, the most important question about Superman is his underwear, and to help me get to the bottoms of that, pun definitely intended, are my Daily Planet ace reporters, Kim Horscher, Joshua Yale. Welcome. How's it going?
Good.
Good. Super.
There's no time for small talk. Trunks? No trunks? Shorts?
Yeah, definitely. Yes, trunks.
Trunks.
Yeah. No, I'm agreed on that. I think that's it's time. You know.
It's unanimous.
Yeah.
Bring it
Wolverine
back.
in the yellow spandex, put Superman in his underpants. We need this to happen. But yeah, no. Let's talk big picture. Superman Legacy. This is not an origin story. He's hitting the ground running or hitting the sky flying, whatever. It's a populated universe that already has a bunch of superheroes in it. How do we feel about that, Joshua?
I feel that's a good idea. Skip the origin, just get right into it. He's already in a DC universe populated with lots of heroes, and just meeting him at a younger, more formative time in his superhero career. I think that's smart, right? I think James Gunn knows his comic books. He knows the state of superhero movies and how audiences feel about all that stuff. So I think he's taking the right approach if you're going to make a new Superman movie now.
Absolutely. I mean, Joshua and I were talking off camera and saying, we're tired of origin stories. There are a few origin stories we can just skip. Superman is one of them. Let's get into the action. Let's establish this new tone. I've been watching My Adventures with Superman. I've been really enjoying how earnest and sweet it is. I like a nice Superman. I like to watch a Boy Scout or a good boy, and I'm ready for this guy.
Again, it's also like, this is Superman. He's been around for a minute. We've seen some origin stories. Like if Spider-Man can get dropped in the MCU with, no ado, it's just get to it. Like, I think that's totally fair game with Superman. Now, the other thing is a bunch of other characters are going to be popping up in this. Some of these I feel like somewhat well known. Other ones maybe not so much. Joshua, who's popping up here, and what do we make of all that?
Right. Well, it's Mr. Terrific, Hawkgirl, Guy Gardner, and Metamorpho, that is a very James Gunnsian list of DC supporting players, which, they're all going to show up in the Superman Legacy movie, and the Authority super team is also going to be in there, going to be introduced in some way, which I think immediately makes you go, oh, okay, whoa, that's a lot of movies, cinematic universes have gotten ahead of themselves, and that's been something that tripped them up. The DCEU, that really awkward introduction of the Justice League on the laptop, and even Marvel and Iron Man 2, that one's heavily criticized for putting the setup of the MCU ahead of the story actually being told in the movie. So you definitely get those vibes, but James Gunn, I think he knows what he's doing, and I don't imagine that these will take away from the story. I imagine Superman is sort of randomly encountering these people as he's saving the day. He's stopping a meteor shower, and he just says, "Hey, Guy Gardner, Green Lantern." Maybe it was a quick conversation, and then he goes off and does something else, and stops a plane from crashing with Hawkgirl. And I think it'll probably be something that naturally happens and shows how the DC universe is already populated with all these characters.
I wanted Nathan Fillion to be Booster Gold, but I think he might be a little old for the role. And, he's been cast as Hal Jordan before, but now he's Guy Gardner, the jerkier Green Lantern. But I wonder if that means maybe he'll just not be part of Lanterns on Max, and he'll pop in here and there in the future to come.
I think he probably would show up on Lanterns on Max,
really,
right?
but not as a main character, just
perhaps. Or maybe a supporting player
as the big surprise sometimes.
Yeah,
the treat we get.
Yeah,
perhaps.
The big question of this being sort of too overstuffed, I feel like we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, and it is. I think some of this is definitely a little bit of stunt casting. I think it's getting people talking, it's creating buzz without actually having to show us anything. But it reminds me a little bit of the quote-unquote X-Force in Deadpool 2, which didn't really stick around for too long, if you know what I'm talking about. Like, but having a bunch of big names attached to things, and ultimately it's a little bit of fan service, kind of like we saw with John Krasinski in Multiverse of Madness. Like, it's sort of, people just want to see that. You know, people have been trying to fan cast Nathan Fillion as a Green Lantern for quite some time, and this feels like very much a kind of wink and a nod. But yeah, I mean, I have faith that Gunn can kind of build this up. But yeah, let's get back to sort of Superman as a focus. They've described him as being just really emphasizing kindness. You know, this isn't, you know, Superman in a black costume who's fighting all his friends. This is the, you know, the truth and justice and upholding the American dream. This is the guy you want to go up and give a hug to. What do we think about that?
That's all I want. That's all I've ever wanted. It's just that simple. I mean, we've been kind of scared of earnestness and kindness and goodness. Like, oh, it's corny. Let's take away his underwear. Let's make him scary now. But yeah, that's a weird sentence now that I've heard it out of my mouth. But I like this version of Superman. I want him to be the corny version.
Yeah, it's weird because in a weird way, I think audiences want a more earnest Superman because, again, a big criticism of the MCU is that they're always quick to make a joke and don't let characters be a little corny or you know, earnest. So I think they really just want like a good, true, just honest guy. He's kind of like, you know, DC's Captain America. And people really did, you know, gravitate towards Chris Evans' performance in that. So I think David Corrin Sweat, he can be a little Corrin-y, and we like it.
Yeah, no, I feel like he's sort of an unknown enough quantity that I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. The one I'm excited about is Rachel Brosnahan, the marvelous Midge Maisel as Lois Lane. Which what do you think that casting tells us about where they're going with that character?
I think she's going to be a blast. I think she's going to be super funny, and you know, nothing against David, but I thought that was the casting. I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. This is what's going to give the movie its lifeblood and energy. And yeah, I'm super excited.
I haven't seen that show, but I have thoughts about who she should be. I want her to be kind of a jerk. I want her to call him Smallville. Every woman reporter gets excited about Lois Lane, and I'm excited about Lois Lane.
You should check out Mrs. Maisel. I'm excited just based on that. I think that's really cool. We have heard, you know, some villain casting. NoHo Hank as Metamorpho, just wonderful. But Lex Luthor is the big one, and we've heard some kind of rumblings. What bad guys do you? I feel like we've seen Lex Luthor done. Like, what do we want to see for bad guys, for the big bad?
James Gunn posted on Twitter. Someone asked him, who are your favorite kind of underrated Superman villains? And he said Parasite. I think that one would be great. Just this power-sucking monster that takes, you know, the power of Superman from him, and he has it for a time, and uses that against him to wreak havoc across Metropolis. And I think that would be a cool, something different kind of hero. Or maybe they do the layered, tiered hero villain thing, like in Batman Begins, where he's just sort of like a pawn that Luthor uses. Because in All-Star Superman, Luthor gives himself Superman's powers. Maybe he gets it by using Parasite.
Okay. All right, so rapid fire. What is the best fan theory that you think, the direction you think this is going, Kim?
I don't know any fan theories.
Just going in cold completely?
Yeah.
Okay, Joshua, you got me?
Well, it's called Superman Legacy, right? And then I'm also thinking of how Batman Brave and the Bold, that Batman is going to have a kid, Damian Wayne. So when you leave behind a legacy, it's your children. Oh. What if Superman has a kid, right? The super sons of Superboy and Robin. That's a thing, right? So maybe that's what James Gunn is setting up. He's giving all the superheroes kids.
Are we going to just destroy the Superman and Lois TV show canon then?
Where they have two kids?
Yeah, there's two, and one of them's bad.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? We'll see. But I think kids are the future, right? Marvel's doing Young Avengers. They're going to beat them to the punch. Okay. We've been waiting for that for like 20 years. It still hasn't happened.
We've seen that thing with superhero movies where they often have they have a title that suggests a certain thing, and it's not exactly the same beats as the comic. Like, do you think this could be some sort of sleight of hand misdirection to get you thinking that way, and then it just takes you throws you for a loop?
Yeah, potentially. I don't know. Usually, after you see the movie, you're like, oh, I see why it was called that. But it's hard to say up front. But I do think that it will mean something, and mean something really important to Superman, because that's not a pre-existing comic book that he's adapting. So I think he's got a very specific idea in mind, and we'll have to see what it is. I think it's a kid.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Well, I just hope he's wearing underpants, both the kid and his dad, whatever. Well, we got plenty of time. That movie's still a ways off. Superman isn't the only superhero at Comic-Con. Far from it. We've got tons more comic book coverage ahead here on IGN's San Diego Comic-Con live show, so don't go up, and away, because we will be right back.
The final season of FX's Reservation Dogs streams August 2nd on Hulu, and it's been a while since we've seen the Res Dogs in action, so I thought I'd give you a quick recap of its first 2 seasons and the story so far.
Scoring.
Presented by FX's Reservation Dogs, streaming August 2nd only on Hulu. Premiering in 2021 from creators Sterling Harjo and Taika Waititi, FX's Reservation Dogs is a first-of-its-kind series with indigenous representation both in front and behind the camera, infusing the show with a rich identity. Now, honored as an AFI Television Program of the Year for 2 consecutive years and a recipient of 2 Independent Spirit Awards, a Gotham Award, and a Peabody Award, Reservation Dogs follows the exploits of 4 indigenous teenagers from rural Oklahoma. Now, they rely on each other as they strive to earn enough money to escape their small town. Now, while they occasionally take on honest jobs, they find creative ways to make ends meet, like reselling shoplifted steak, trading stolen copper from street lamps, and indulging in looted edibles. Drawing inspiration from the culture and folklore of the Muskogee Nation, this half-hour comedy balances the realities of living in a small town and the magical experiences our characters have. The introduction of these supernatural elements like spirit guides and the vengeful deer lady add a rich layer of magical realism to the story.
The spirit world. It's cold. My nipples are always hard. I'm always hungry.
Got it. A year following the passing of their dear friend Daniel, the Reservation Dogs, a tight-knit gang of teenage thieves who share a love for catfish, are determined to break free from their burdensome lives in Okern, Oklahoma, and escape to sunny California. Now, in order to finance their grand escape, they hatch a plan to steal a truck loaded with flaming Flamers chips, a seemingly perfect opportunity for quick cash. Now, the heist unfolds with resounding success, and they find themselves 2 months away from embarking on their journey to the coveted Golden State.
Y'all wouldn't have seen a stolen food truck, would you? Crazy.
But the Res Dogs' progress comes to an abrupt halt when they find themselves on the receiving end of a drive-by shooting, albeit with paintball guns. The unexpected assault is orchestrated by a rival gang vying for dominance. Following the incident, they decide to jump Bear, rendering him unconscious. During his unconscious state, Bear has a peculiar encounter with an enigmatic spirit guide, William Spirit Knifeman.
Back in my day, I would have went at him like that, you know? Throw a spear in that little kid's head.
Spirit, a warrior who met an untimely demise under his own horse, questions Bear about his actions for the sake of his people. This introspective exchange prompts Bear to rally the other Res Dogs. His newfound purpose? Safeguard their territory from the encroachment of the town's new gang of miscreants.
Stop you all right here, right now.
Hey, quit now. Shit, I'll run you all in.
Bear soon discovers that his estranged father, a rapper living in LA, is set to perform in their hometown. Now, to make his homecoming special, Bear uses the group's California travel fund to pay for a new tracksuit, a Godzilla movie, and a beadwork medallion that looks like, well...
That's a
microphone.
Yeah, I see that, but like, what's the circles?
You blind? It's a cord all wrapped up like.
Oh.
While he's on his spending spree, Allura bumps into Jackie, the leader of the opposing gang. She invites Allura to join her, but she refuses. After confronting Bear about his selfish use of their California funds, Allura begins to reconsider her friendship with Jackie. But as Allura continues to prep for their big trip, Willie Jack announces her decision to stay and spend more time with her parents, inspiring Cheese to follow suit.
I'm not going to California either.
Allura feels betrayed and secretly meets with Jackie about moving to California. Bear confronts Allura about Jackie, but she quickly lashes back, saying that he's never been serious about going to California. Season 1 ends with Allura choosing Jackie for their trip and leaving Bear behind. Allora's departure leaves the Res Dogs broken. Lost and lonely, Bear decides to get a real job. Excited after his first day at work, Bear's mood changes when he sees Allura outside his window. He confronts her for leaving him behind, but she interrupts and explains that her grandmother Mabel is on her deathbed. Bear sets aside his pride and supports Allura during her difficult time. After her grandmother's passing, Allura rushes out of the house and breaks down, finally releasing the pent-up pain she's carried since Daniel's death. In a surprising moment of healing, she sees the ghost of Grandma Mabel, allowing the two women to share a heartfelt goodbye.
I'm a spirit. Crazy, isn't it?
To conclude the Res Dogs' senior year, their teacher hands each of them a letter they wrote to their future selves when they were freshmen. And with Daniel unable to collect his own letter, their teacher privately passes it to Willie Jack. She gathers up the fragmented Res Dogs and together they read Daniel's letter. Determined to honor Daniel's memory, they decide to embark on their long-awaited journey to California together. Upon their arrival in Los Angeles, their car containing all their money and Daniel's letter is stolen. With no other options, they follow the guidance of a robed man referred to as White Jesus, who promises to lead them to the beach.
Let us go then!
Once there, Cheese leads them in a prayer as they process the pain of Daniel's loss. The Reservation Dogs jump into the ocean and huddle in knee-deep water. Daniel becomes part of their embrace, if only for a moment. Enough time for them each to tell him,
Love you, bitch.
Love you, bitch.
Love you, bitch.
Love you, bitch.
Allura hatches a plan to find their car, but Bear declares that he's not going back, leaving the rest of the Res Dogs unsure of what's next. Now, what do you think will happen in Season 3? And do you love Catfish as much as they do? Let us know in the comments down below. Make sure to check out the third and final season of FX's Reservation Dogs, streaming August 2nd, only on Hulu. And if you can't wait till August 2nd, then here's a sneak peek of what the Reservation Dogs are up to next in this brand new trailer.
Hey, did you know that an Indian invented potato chips?
Can you please just go?
This Gunagahage guy invented them. Yeah, he was half black, half native.
Uy, don't start talking to yourself.
It's true. Can you believe this guy?
The Red Dogs have returned!
We're so grounded.
Where's Bear?
I'm old enough to feel old, but young enough to
The path to healing is often found in opportunities to help others.
What does that mean?
You're on trash duty.
Maybe next time you'll think twice about running away and not telling anybody.
Why am I here? I didn't even go to California.
It's called probably cause.
Knowledge bomb! Hookah!
Glad to be home?
I don't think I can leave this house.
Kind of gets a hold of you, huh?
Could I get my records?
Records?
I'm thinking about going to school.
Can you just tell me what to do?
You know I can't do that. Besides, you made it!
Made it where?
Right where you're supposed to be.
I'm gonna die.
We're kindred spirits, I think. We see things other people can't.
Oh.
Some people are either afraid of it or they're jealous.
Girl. Cookie? I'm a spirit.
When you're gone, who's gonna doctor people up?
I don't know. No one to pass it on to.
I'm interested.
Are you a good man, Bear?
I try to be.
I know the noise you have inside your head. I know it's loud. Being good or bad is a choice. It's that simple.
This time between us ain't over.
A lot of rain headed this way. Metaphorically.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs, streaming August 2nd only on Hulu.
Six years ago, while talking about Sonic on Game Scoop, Brian, you had this to say.
At the point where we need to admit that this was never really a great franchise.
Nope. Wow. It was never really a good franchise, huh, Brian? Well, I'm sorry. We're well over, believe it or not, 100 Sonic games, 2 movies, a long-running comic book series, and 6 shows. When you besmirch Sonic, you besmirch everyone associated with Sonic, okay, Brian? Brian, I want to present you with this.
I will hold that L. I was wrong. I have since come around on that character. I have watched the movies with my kid and enjoyed them immensely. Sonic Frontiers is fun. I liked Sonic Colors. I liked Sonic Generations. I liked Sonic Mania. Something we can all agree on is that Sonic has been good. It's Crash Bandicoot. that's never been.
Oh, okay, here we go.
If you enjoyed that, check out full episodes of Beyond, IGN's PlayStation show, as we talk, argue, and goof on everything PlayStation. New episodes drop every Tuesday on IGN.com and IGN Games on YouTube.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
A wise man once said, talk to the hand, but communing with the dead using an embalmed one might not be the smartest idea. Here to tell us about A24's upcoming horror movie, Talk to Me, please welcome directors Danny and Michael Philpott. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Tom.
Sorry, sound.
Yeah.
Again, thank you so much for joining us. Now we're getting normal again, as normal as we can be.
Yes.
I got to tell you guys, Talk to Me scared the absolute hell out of me. It is the scariest movie I have seen in years, and for me, I feel like that's not something to be said lightly. What has the reaction from the horror community that has seen the movie early at screenings or some of the previews that you've done so far? What's that reaction been like?
It's so much fun sitting in and listening to the audience react. It's such a visceral communal experience. So yeah, we've loved sitting in on all the screenings, and yes.
Unless people aren't reacting, then we'll just
leave.
It's so powerful. I know you've also gotten some reaction from kind of luminaries in the horror world. I heard Jordan Peele actually gave you guys a call. Is that right?
Oh my God, he texted me first, and I was like, what? And then he FaceTimed me, and I was like, what? It was seriously the most crazy thing ever.
Was your voice that high?
It was very high. I was shaking holding the phone. It was seriously, incredibly nervous.
Yeah, it's so cool. I can't believe it. We're such massive fans.
What was his reaction to it? What did he say?
He said it inspired him, which is crazy. What?
That's incredible. I mean, it really is. I'm not overstating this. It belongs in conversation with big debuts like The Witch, Hereditary, these Get Out, these massive horror moments. Talk to Me is one of them, and you guys should be so proud of that.
Oh my God! I don't think it's that. Yeah, thank you for that. But
once you guys see it, trust me, it is. Listen. All I knew going into the movie, I skipped all the trailers for it. All I knew was Australian Bloody Mary. That was the only sort of
Oh my God, that's awesome. I've not heard that. That's sick. Yes,
that was all I heard. But you know what? The kind of classic horror story it more reminded me of was the idea of the monkey's paw story.
Yeah.
Were those frameworks in mind for you when you were writing the story from the beginning, or did you end up adding those after you started developing?
Yeah, it was always, we just knew that we wanted to modernize possession and see it realistically and see how the youth would react to it today. I feel like if you look on TikTok or Instagram or anything, if you look up #possession or #haunted challenge, all kids are down to do that sort of stuff. So I think if possession did exist and a ceramic hand did exist, that people would be doing this. I definitely would do the hand if it was a real thing.
Would you, Michael?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I feel like he'd die first in the movie if he was in it, because he's stupid. Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
I can neither confirm or deny.
Listen, you guys were also speaking recently about how the fact that when you were developing the movie, you were asked at some point by a studio that is not A24 to take out the Australian accents in the movie, which seems insane.
Oh, well, it wasn't like a direct request. There was just some little murmurs, and our producer was sort of just talking to us, and like the ability for that to happen could have happened. So it was sort of like precautionarily, we sort of stepped away from it. But it wasn't like a foot down, you've got to cut out the accidents. It wasn't like that. Yeah. But it was
you can do it and we'll fire you later.
But yeah, we're just a little worried.
Have there been any particular moments too that has there been like one bit, and you don't have to spoil anything, of course, you can be vague, but has there been one moment that audiences that have seen the movie have come to you and been like, how did you do that? Like, how could you do that?
Oh my God, yeah, both.
Yeah?
Yeah. And we had an amazing behind-the-scenes guy, Cortland Gordon, he's there filming right now, who came and filmed every single day of behind-the-scenes of the film, and so we really break down how everything was done, and we might edit that together and upload it at some point, which would be sick.
I can't wait to see that. There's a lot of great practical effects in the movie that people are really going to love. Now, before I let you guys go here, us here at IGN, big video game fans, we are extremely excited that you two are going to be directing a Street Fighter movie.
Oh my God!
Oh, Hadouken!
Cool as hell. Now, of course, you're not the first to get a bite at this apple. There is a classic adaptation from the 90s, and I'd just like to show you a little bit and get an idea of how close to this execution you guys plan to go. Cool?
I'm down to
Just letting
see
you
what
know, I really feel the punches, you know?
Let's see.
Me a happy man. Next, I'll make you a dead one.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh my God!
That's America, baby.
There's some decent stunts in here.
You have to do better than that.
Okay? Michael, no. Oh my God. Jesus! Nice.
How am I doing?
I was ready to take it.
I know. I was ready for it.
Come on.
I was considering it. I was like, I don't want to hurt him.
All right, well, Street Fighter's coming eventually, but the one we really want to talk about is Talk to Me. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Let's give them a hand, huh? You can catch Talk to Me in theaters next week, and in the meantime, for more people talking to you, at you, in front of you, like this, in your general direction, that's my general direction, IGN Live at Comic-Con has you covered.
Hey everybody, Max Scoville here. We are at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 at the annual Hasbro Preview Breakfast. Hasbro's, of course, the 100-year-old toy company that's been making toys and games for children of all ages, for ages. And when I say children, I mean both the literal, small, young, actual children sense, but also the sort of metaphorical, spiritual, inner child sense who maybe have a little bit more disposable income to buy insane collectibles. We'll check out some of those, but also some of the fun toys, because hey, in the words of Ralph Wiggum, fun toys are fun. Let's go play with some toys. So for anybody who grew up in the 80s, the G.I. Joe Real American Hero series is a very familiar and possibly heartfelt thing. In more recent years, Hasbro has been doing the HasLab projects, which are basically massive, crowd-funded, incredibly large-scale, very limited edition, made-to-order collector items that are just, the kind of things that you really, it makes you want to take your wallet and just burn it, throw it in the ocean because it's dangerous. Here's the Hiss tank, which is, of course, the sort of standard issue Cobra armament. And this is, okay, this is not just like a collectible you put behind glass. It's not a display piece. This is a toy. Let's not beat around the bush here. This is a legitimate toy. It has action features. Look at this. The headlights, it does the Cobra spotlight. The tank treads, they do the tank thing, and it's cockpit opens, you can put the toys inside, there's seat belts. This is overwhelming, and I do really love that this is, back in the day this was a vehicle, but at this scale this is a full-on playset. So joining the many, many Han Solo figures out there are a bunch of new Indiana Jones figures. Some of these are kind of coinciding with Dial of Destiny. We, of course, have the Temple of Doom ones. These are my personal favorites. The accessories on these are phenomenal. You can see the Short Round has a little teeny tiny voodoo doll. He's got an actual soft goods shirt, so you can take that off and put it on your Ewoks or something. I think that looks exactly like Harrison Ford. It's really, I think they nailed it back then. I think all just indie figures, all Han Solo figures, they should stick with that head sculpt. Spot on. They nailed it. So if you're familiar with the Deadpool comics, or maybe a very deep-cut Easter egg in Deadpool 1, you know Hydra Bob, who is, of course, Deadpool's, formerly employed by Hydra, sometimes sidekick, and the two of them have showed up in a Marvel Legends 2-pack that is a Comic-Con exclusive that comes with a ridiculous amount of quite cartoony accessories. We've got a bazooka with a boxing glove on it. We've got a briefcase with a banana and Bob's thermos in it, his keys. If you're not a Deadpool fan, there's, of course, various other Marvel Legends coming out from all corners of the Marvel Universe, cinematic and otherwise. They're doing some wonderful kind of deep-cut first appearance, Iron Man. I love the Grey Hulk with Bruce Banner. Now over here, in a totally different line, I'm an X-Men kid. I grew up in the 90s. I watched a lot of Fox Kids. I remember quite fondly. They're doing a bunch of little 4-inch figures. This is the Epic Hero series. I'm super into them. I appreciate this sort of nice balance of like small scale, collector friendly, but also, they're articulated. But they're also meant to be played with. They're clearly kids' toys. Look at Wolverine. Let's open up these tin cans. This one's for you, Morph. Like in the cartoon. Anyway. Everyone's familiar with Transformers. They're more than meets the eye, but at this point, we're pretty familiar with their work. They turn from, little robots into little cars back again, but that usually involves a certain amount of input from you, the user. But let's say you're a big, important adult. You got lots of responsibilities. You don't have time to be fiddling with a toy robot, transforming it. You need a robot that transforms on its own, and that's what this is. This is RoboSend's new auto-transforming Grimlock. It's the iconic, Dinobot, Autobot dinosaur. That's a portmanteau, my friends. This is entirely app-controlled. It is immensely complicated. It's full of all sorts of servos and microchips, as you might expect. And it'll only cost you $14.99. And no, there's not a decimal place in that number. Well, there is, but it's at the end of that number. So yeah, it's a $1,500 transforming dinosaur robot for you, a responsible adult. So that was a look at what Hasbro's got in the works, currently out on store shelves. It's nice to know, as a child that refuses to grow up, that toys have also refused to grow up, or rather that they've grown up quite a bit and are now transforming on their own, coming to life, bigger than ever, full of action features, all kinds of accessories. Comic-Con's a great place to be a kid. I'm very happy to be playing with lots of toys here. We've got more toys to check out, more other cool stuff, lots of Comic-Con on the way, right here on IGN.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by Immortals of Aveum.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This?
This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed it. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
been 10 years since the debut of James Wan's The Conjuring, and while entire cinematic universes have begun and ended in that time, sometimes after one movie, the Conjuring verse is still going strong. The fourth Conjuring movie has been announced, The Nun 2 is hitting this fall, and Warner Brothers recently revealed that a Conjuring TV show is in development and coming to Max.
Give us a sign that you want to communicate with us.
And with a decade of strong, well-paced world building at its back, The Conjuring has everything it needs to possess your undivided attention from the comfort of your definitely not haunted home. The title of the next Conjuring movie is a big indicator that there is a sea change coming for the franchise. The Conjuring Last Rites may be a reference to the prayer a priest says for the dying, but it has a real sense of finality to it in the context of Ed and Lorraine Warren, the paranormal investigators whose marriage is the foundation of every main Conjuring movie. Ed's declining health was a big plot point in the third movie, and even though the real Ed Warren lived into the 21st century, the filmmakers have never had much interest in sticking too closely to the true events that inspire the movies. James Wan even hinted before the title was announced that the fourth Conjuring movie could be the end. So if Last Rites is potentially the last time we'll see Ed and Lorraine together, the franchise needs other story threads and ideas baked into the series to flesh out. It's a good thing they've been quietly setting the table for that since the very beginning. The first Conjuring movie established two paradigms that have paid off big time. The runaway popularity of the possessed Annabelle doll from the opening scene have proven that introducing villains in the Conjuring movies is an effective way of setting up satellite series that can weave in and out of each other. A great example of that, Valak the Demon Nun from The Conjuring 2, who's about to return in The Nun 2, which, in case you're keeping track, is a sequel to a prequel to a sequel. The second crucial piece of world building, the Warrens' Relic Room, where they keep haunted artifacts. Don't touch it. Don't light any matches in the Warrens' house because it is absolutely doused in spin-off fuel. The third Annabelle movie, Annabelle Comes Home, centers around the Warrens' Relic Room going a bit haywire. And even though all ends well, it begs the question, what if someone came in and stole all that stuff? Be a pretty good setup for a TV show. The third Annabelle also establishes Judy Warren, Ed and Lorraine's daughter, as having the same medium abilities as her mother. If Vera Farmiga and Patrick Wilson decide to move on from their leading roles in the main movies, McKenna Grace could be well positioned to carry on the torch in the TV show. In any case, it's clear that we have plenty of Conjuring in our future, and in an age where some companies are going overboard trying to connect movies and TV shows together, The Conjuring and Max seem like a match made in hell.
What is this? It's the reason you're here.
Yes, the Conjuring universe is coming to Max, and with all the haunted crap littering that franchise, the possibilities for where it could go are endless. Here to talk to me about that are Amelia Emberwing, Tom Jorgensen, and Max Scoville. Hey guys, thanks for joining me. So first things first, get right into it. Is a Conjuring TV series even a good idea, or would you rather them focus on theatrically released movies?
I think a Conjuring TV show is a great idea. There are so many untapped spooky things in this franchise that either had its own spin-off and then it got canceled, or that hasn't even been touched upon yet, that a TV show would give the full opportunity to just go ham on all of them.
Yeah, it's the only other sort of analog that I can think of in modern day is the Chucky TV series, which just proved that you can move horror from screen to small screen and have that translation be not only good for the overall franchise, but also just like telling more personal stories, doing more interesting things with the gimmick of talking doll in that case, talking doll in this franchise too. So, you know, I think Chucky might be a little upset that Annabelle's coming into his territory, but I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
We've also seen a lot of success with just sort of bespoke TV horror or streaming horror, like the Mike Flanagan stuff. And it's interesting because you can have, you know, season-long, long-form stories. We were sort of talking about this before we went live. The other option is to do something more anthology-focused and doing the old kind of, you know, Twilight Zone, Outer Limits approach and letting different people tell different stories in varying
maybe
lengths.
just 6 episodes for each relic. Maybe we kind of build that out. Who knows?
Yeah, and that kind of leads into my next question. I mean, they've built out this whole universe. Should it even stay focused on the Warren family?
So I actually think it shouldn't.
Yeah.
Or if it does, I think it should come later. It gives us a good opportunity to expand beyond without being attached to Ed and Lorraine, especially if that last one is indeed going to be that last one.
Right.
You can even see them adopting the structure of the first Conjuring movie across a season of TV. And if you remember that first Conjuring movie, it's the Perrin family is dealing with all this supernatural stuff. Ed and Lorraine kind of get woven into that, but we spend a ton of time with the Perrin family in the Conjuring. So you could also see them being, finally at the end of the season, it's gotten bad enough that we need to bring a Warren in here, whether that's Judy Warren or maybe Ed is still alive. Who knows? But yeah.
I mean, I'd love if they took sort of the Fargo approach where you have really, really just very slight threads between things that connect them. And maybe you bring in the Warrens in some capacity, but it's, again, the first Conjuring has that really, really slow burn to it. That kind of, it's a lot of buildup. It's great. It's wonderful. It really gets that in that kind of classic sort of Exorcist approach. You get to know the family. You get to understand the stakes before they get really weird. And I feel like you can have a great time with that in the long form of a series like that. And I don't know where the Warrens come in that's a good question. But I mean, what is a Conjuring movie? By definition, aside from the Warren side of things, what has to be there aside from spooky stuff?
To this point, it's Ed and Lorraine Warren. Their relationship is this thing that sets it apart from every other horror franchise going, where it is these two characters at the heart, and we're so focused on them. It's kind of why you get invested in a lot of the horror, because you end up really caring about what's going on with them. And so
I think it's exactly what you said, but zooming even further out, it doesn't always have to be Ed and Lorraine. It has to be love.
Yeah.
That love has to be centered in that. The moment in Conjuring 2 where he's playing the song and the kids are watching and she's watching, it is just such a beautiful scene across all of cinema, not just horror, but it is so touching, and it connects you to them so perfectly that when we see them later in 3, when you're worried that Ed could die, you are devastated, and it has nothing to do with the horror. You're just I could lose him. Oh no.
Yeah, and their chemistry is just incredible. I ship them so hard.
Yeah,
it's
the TV
insane.
show will need a version of that for sure.
Yeah, and Amelia and Tom, I know you guys are huge fans of the Conjuring universe, but Max, I'm gonna have to call you out just a little bit. As far as I'm aware, you're a bit of a lapsed fan at this point.
Fair weather Conjuring.
A fair weather?
They could do some stuff to conjure up some fandom inmates.
Conjure up.
Some kind of ritual to
Did you
summon
write that? Do you have
I have the card. Well, to that point, what would a Conjuring TV series have to conjure up to get Max Scoville back on board?
I would love it if they did the kind of the bite-sized trail of breadcrumbs approach. I'd love it if it was sort of standalone episodes, like an anthology approach. Do the Black Mirror thing, because there is so much water cooler stuff around that, and it's a really kind of good kind of point of interest or point of access where if there's one just banger episode that gets people talking, then it kind of it pulls you in, it leads you in there. And if it's all sort of distantly interconnected across this weird junk room full of horrible dolls and mirrors and crap, it's a web. That's how it kind of sucks you in. But you've already got the diehards hooked. There's plenty of people who are going to tune in yes to a show that says Conjuring on it or is somehow connecting to the Conjuring verse. But I think some more little, I don't know, interesting new ways of kind of approaching that universe from a new angle.
Yeah, and as we've seen, it's gotten a little wacky with the timelines. Like you were saying, Tom, there was prequels and pre-sequels and all that. Should the Conjuring series ever make it to present day?
See, that's a good question, because so much of, when we go back to the identity of what these movies are, they are also period pieces for the most part. I think the farthest into, I think they're in the 80s now in the mainline Conjuring movies, and that's as far as we've gotten. I do think there's room for it to move to live action, move to modern day. And again, if Judy Warren was to be the lead, you could very easily see it maybe being an adult Judy Warren, and we catch up with her, because I think she'd be about 40 or 50 in modern day, according to the timeline. So
can we get the sort of Wes Craven's New Nightmare approach? where like it's the Conjuring universe within the Conjuring universe, and they've adapted the Warren stories into movies, but they're slightly different from the ones we've actually gotten.
Just slightly different.
You know, the actual house from the Conjuring is like an Airbnb now, and people are, you know, people are renting it out because it was in the movie that was in the movie, and.
Listen, in 2023, anything goes with these IP, let me tell you. But switching gears a little bit, who would you guys like to see work on the Conjuring TV series?
Flanagan.
Yeah. I was going to say Flanagan, because you brought up Flanagan earlier, and I was like, that's good. Yeah.
Like, it's got to be Flanagan, because there are so few people that can hit that love aspect in the way that Juan and Flanagan do. And I want to see a long-form Flanagan approach to developing and showcasing that love. Like the scare in Haunting of Hill House is a perfect example of how that love increases that terror. Like, that scene isn't terrifying because of the jump scare. It's terrifying because you are so engaged in their argument that you don't even think a jump scare is a possibility. Like, Flanagan understands all of that so deeply, and there is nobody better suited to take on a Conjuring TV series.
He's got a relationship there out of Dr. Sleep, too, with Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers does The Conjuring, so there's at least some connection there. I'd also love to see Jennifer Kent join this universe. Like, I think Babadook is such a good example of taking these themes of, you know, love, but also grief as well, and she's so masterful with those, and I'd love to see that applied to this universe.
I mean, this is a strong argument for the you know, vignette anthology approach. Is that maybe you can't nail down a director for like a full production feature film, but like, I don't know, get, you know, Ari Aster on the phone, get Jordan Peele on the phone. What are they doing? Do they want to do you know, the Warrens have a yard sale, what happens next kind of thing?
A modern version of Masters of Horror, that sort of anthology.
I think that, I don't know,
series.
I think there's definitely a place for that.
No.
Well, I'm afraid the Warrens have a yard sale was way too good of an idea, so I have to shut this whole thing down. But we still don't know when the Conjuring series will hit Max, but The Nun 2 is coming to theaters on September 8th. There's plenty more from San Diego Comic-Con coming your way. Stick around.
There's tons of cool stuff at Comic-Con, but here's some cool stuff you can check out right from the comfort of your own home. Enclave HD is a definitive edition of the medieval action RPG with all new visuals and an epic soundtrack. Through August 10th, IGN Reward users have a chance to win a copy of the game bundled with a Nintendo Switch console. Head to IGN.com/rewards for your chance to win, plus perks all year round.
After more than a quarter century of wandering the globe, capturing wild animals, and somehow never looking a day over 11, Ash Ketchum is stepping down as the protagonist of the Pokemon anime. But there are new heroes on the horizon, or rather, horizons, on Pokemon Horizons the series. Here to tell me all about it from the Pokemon Sorry, can I pick it up from the top? Ooh. It's not live, yeah. That's okay. I did that for you because I heard you, you know, you felt a little stressed. Yeah. Okay, cool. Now. After more than a quarter century of wandering the globe, capturing wild animals, and somehow never looking a day over 11, Ash Ketchum is stepping down as the protagonist of the Pokemon anime. But there are new heroes on the horizon, or rather, horizons, on Pokemon Horizons the series. Here to tell me all about it from the Pokemon Company International are Andy Ghost and Hillary Thomas. What's up?
Hi.
Hey.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us. Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, yes. So this is very momentous to have you here. This is the first time Pokemon has been at Comic-Con.
Yeah, first time at SDCC.
What's it been like? How was the panel?
It was amazing. The panel went super well. Like, the audience was really responsive to all the cool new things we shared with them, and yeah, I mean, it was a blast.
It was really incredible, like, to be on stage and have people, you know, watching the content that we've made and responding the way that I hoped they would, and it was so exciting. It was one of the greatest honors of my life.
That is awesome. That is so cool. But yeah, let's talk about the new stuff. Well, first of all, we have the ending to Pokemon Ultimate Journeys, the series, which we're finally going to say goodbye to Ash and Pikachu. And I know some people out there, you know, they saw it air in Japan and know what happens, but I haven't watched it yet. I know a lot of people out there have not as well, and they're just emotionally stealing themselves for it. So why was now the time that, you know, Ash and Pikachu were saying goodbye?
I mean, I think Ash has been after it for so long, and he's become such an icon. And, you know, I think he's grown. I think that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you know, giving him a really fitting send-off and really sort of wrapping things up for him is, I don't know, I think it's awesome. I'm very happy to be a part of it.
Yeah.
It's really bittersweet though, you know, because I've been a fan my whole life, like since I was 16. And I always thought Ash and Pikachu were gonna be there. I always thought it was gonna go on, but like, now we're gonna have a whole new set of stories and I'm excited to tell those.
Well, and it is very cool, though. We have sort of a lovely send-off for Ash and Pikachu where, you know, they kind of travel the lands a bit and revisit some old friends, and you know, there are a lot of folks that the audience is going to appreciate seeing in those episodes.
It's a little bit of a victory lap. Like Brock and Misty come back. We'll see Lapras. We'll see a lot of these fan favorites. The Squirtle Squad comes back, which is awesome.
Squirrel Squad represent. Let's go.
Team Rocket will be there, of course.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Well,
are they going to blast off again one more time?
One more time.
I have a
You'll
feeling.
have to watch.
But so once that series is over, you're launching a new show, Pokemon Horizons. That's very exciting. What is the show about?
Well, in really broad strokes, it's we have dual protagonists for the first time. We have a female protagonist for the first time, which is incredible. And it's really about this young girl, Liko, and her sort of discovering herself and finding herself and meeting up with this whole crew of people on an airship of all things, and really sort of exploring the world, exploring themselves, you know, and making these friendships and partnerships that are going to last a lifetime.
She's sort of swept up into a grand adventure, and we're really excited to share that with everybody.
Yeah, so who are like the new protagonists of the show?
So Liko, who we spoke of, they're dual protagonists actually, Liko and Roy, but I'll speak to Liko first. So Liko is sort of a younger girl coming of age, sort of figuring out what life is about, and her parents send her off to Indigo Academy where they went to school, and her grandmother sends her off with a pendant, which becomes very important and part of this adventure we're speaking of. There she's paired with Sprigatito, her partner Pokemon, and Liko's sort of introvert, sort of in her head, very pensive, figuring things out, and Sprigatito is very capricious, very tending to do whatever it wants to do. Impulsive, thank you. And the two start to act on each other very quickly, and we start to see a side of Liko that, you know, starts to add a lot of depth and dimension, and I love that about her. Yeah.
And as an introvert with anxiety myself, I super relate to Liko.
Oh, I love that. And the other protagonist, what's their partner Pokemon?
Yeah, Roy is the other protagonist. His partner Pokemon is Fuecoco. It doesn't start off that way, actually, though, because Roy comes from an island that's a little bit unique in terms of the Pokemon world. There aren't really Pokemon trainers. People don't have partner Pokemon. They don't, you know, team up like that. They don't battle. They just kind of live in harmony with the Pokemon. But Roy is very online, just like me, and he knows exactly what a Pokemon trainer is, and he knows that that's what he wants to be.
Okay.
And so he's gonna make that happen.
Okay, Sprigatito and Fuecoco, I'm not hearing anything about Quaxley. I'm taking that a little personally as a Quaxley starter main over here.
Let me tell you, Quaxley is incredibly important to this series in ways that I am not allowed to talk to you about right now.
I'll just take that as the best is yet to come, for me personally. Yeah. So this is actually what I want to know the most about. Captain Pikachu
we've seen Pikachu wear all sorts of hats over his career, especially if you have Pokemon Go. You probably have a whole box full of just Pikachu wearing different hats. This is Pikachu in a captain's hat. Who is Captain Pikachu? Who's his trainer? What's the deal there? What's he the captain of?
Yeah, so Captain Pikachu, great question. Captain Pikachu is Pikachu as we've never seen a Pikachu before. This Pikachu is actually the captain of the airship for the Rising Bolt Tacklers that are kind of our hero, our good guys. It's, Pikachu with a command and a presence and, really truly a captain.
Yeah, and it's sort of independent, which is interesting. So it works with Freed and is friends with Freed, but Freed's partner Pokemon is Charizard, and Freed is the leader of the Rising Bolt Tacklers. So him and Cap work side by side as a team all the time.
Yeah, the swashbuckling Freed and the sort of commanding captain. It's a great pairing.
That sounds really cool. Who are the villains of the show going to be?
Well, villain might be a little strong term.
Who are the antagonists going to be? Who's going to get in Captain Pikachu's way?
Well, we have a team, a sort of a mysterious team called the Explorers. And they seem to be headed up by a young man named Methio, who his partner Pokemon is Ceruledge. And he's very sort of calculating. He's a little bit cold, maybe. He's very intimidating as a person, Methio is, and he wants to get Lico's pendant, and we don't know why.
Ooh, okay. So there's I saw from the trailer. Oh, there's speaking of him, yeah.
There you go.
There's the trailer. There's also like a weird, I don't know, mechanical or bejeweled Pokeball or something like that.
Roy has a Pokeball that he has, and it is integral to the mysteries that we'll be exploring later in the season.
That's one of the exciting things about the new show is it starts off and introduces us to these characters, gets us into this adventure with so many questions and mysteries to sort of unravel as the season goes on. So we have to be a little cagey to make sure that we don't spoil anything for anyone.
Of course. Well, all this sounds great. I think, as you said, the word's bittersweet. I feel kind of sad that Ash and Pikachu are going away, but I'm very excited to meet this new cast of characters and go on a new adventure with them through the sky with Captain Pikachu. We're all out of time. We're all out of time here, but thank you so much for coming and talking to me at Comic-Con.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Thank you.
So I have been a massive fan of Pokemon my entire life, and I'm so happy new generations get to grow up with a Pokemon series of their own, even though Indigo League will always be the best. We've got lots more ahead right here at IGN's Comic-Con coverage, so don't go anywhere.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious? Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN. Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways. ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
Welcome back to IGN's Comic-Con 2023 live show all weekend long. We're bringing you nonstop coverage of the biggest comic book convention on Earth, from games to movies to comics, toys, and so much more. We've still got tons more ahead on our jam-packed live show. In a bit, we'll be checking in on the new Pokemon animated series and find out how life without the legendary Ash Ketchum looks. After that, it's time to go deep into space with Telltale's The Expanse video game. And after that, we're going to keep hanging out in the stars when we sit down with Cosmo the Space Dog from Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. Woof! But first, what if you could destroy everything on Earth with just a single punch? What would you battle? Well, how about depression? Let's check in on the exciting and occasionally depressed world of One Punch Man and find out more.
The Perfect World's One Punch Man World is a new action game based on the global hit anime One Punch Man, coming to PC, iOS, and Android later this year. And joining me right now to chat about the game are Terry Lee, General Manager of Crunchyroll Games, and Kyung Kim, the Senior Director of Production at Crunchyroll Games. Welcome, guys. This is great. So we're here to talk about One Punch Man World, which is the product of a team up between Crunchyroll Games and Studio Perfect World, which is known for titles like Tower of Fantasy. Now, I'm kind of curious, what's been the most rewarding part of this partnership?
It's been an amazing relationship between us and Perfect World. You know, Crunchyroll was really chosen to take on the publishing because we understand the anime audience. We have such a broad reach with the anime community in the West. But for those of you who don't know, I mean, Perfect World is an amazing studio based out of China. They're one of the premier studios there. They've done a lot of different games, and they're really well known for these cross-platform action-based games. And so, you know, a big part of our relationship and our collaboration is just this natural groove that we have when working together. They understand us, we understand them. They trust us, we trust them. And so that mutual trust has really built a foundation for a pretty solid relationship, and we think that will show through once we launch the game.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. And Kyung, how's it been for you?
They've been wonderful partners through and through, and it's been a pleasure working with them, and I'm sure the fans will enjoy what they produce.
I mean, from what I've seen, it looks phenomenal. Now, we all know the story. Manga fans and anime fans know the story of One Punch Man, which is a story of a superhero who can defeat his enemies with a single punch. So how does One Punch Man World balance fulfilling that power fantasy while still providing engaging gameplay for its fans?
So that's a wonderful question. A lot of fans are wondering about it as well. Well, see, the game One Punch Man World is based on the anime. And that means that all the iconic moments from the show are sprinkled all throughout the gameplay. One notable one is when Saitama is going to sleep and he has a dream sequence where he finally meets a worthy adversary and the Subterranean King. And the players have a chance to play through that battle and experience Saitama directly.
So yeah, you mentioned the anime storyline. I'm also kind of curious, will it feature like any new narrative?
I mean, I think, you know, we want to do a combination of both, right? Yep. So when we're trying to bring these games out to our fans, there's a big part of the game where we want our fans to relive key iconic moments of the anime series through the game, and we hope to do that through bringing in pivotal moments from the first season. But there is a lot of elements where we want to give fans and players a new perspective on the same events, or potentially add new elements to the game. I think Kyung has a lot to add here.
Right. So a lot of characters that sometimes don't get the spotlight in the show, or could use a little bit of fleshing out, now they have a chance where side missions and character trials are in the game, where players will get to experience new tidbits of story that are between the major beats of the anime.
Yeah, like you mentioned like these other characters. One of my favorites is Moomin Rider, like one of my all-time favorites in One Punch Man. So we know Saitama's going to be in there, Genos as well. What can you tell us about the other playable characters?
Sure. The roster is vast. The series has a lot of colorful and fun, interesting characters, including Atomic Samurai, Silver Fang, the like. And one of my personal favorites, Lightning Max, he is somebody that a lot of players will get to play with from the start. And this character is really fast and has a high skill ceiling. The developers baked in a lot of cool abilities for each individual character. And we hope the players will enjoy him as much as I did.
Now, with One Punch Man's the world, it's a very unique location. What areas can we expect to kind of explore, and what can we do there?
So the world of One Punch Man really likes to emulate the world inside the anime. So we have cities like A City, Z City, where Saitama lives, and it has a lot of other facilities like an arcade or a convenience store that we see Saitama running to and getting his sales from. And there's lots of little mini games that people can play inside those arcades and other cool locations to check out.
And this is a multiplayer cross-platform game, so it's on PC, iOS, and Android. Can y'all? I want you to talk to us about that. How is that going to work exactly?
Yeah, I mean, it was really important for us to bring this game to as many platforms as possible, to let as many fans enjoy this game as possible. It's a very high-quality production game, as you guys can see from the footage. And so to accomplish that, we are very confident that the game itself would reach a lot of folks. We enabled full cross-platform party matching, which means that you basically can play this game and see players from all across mobile and PC worlds. And in doing so, the hope is that we create as broad of a player base as possible.
Now, looking at the gameplay footage, this is a particular party right here. So what are all or some or all of the activities that you can do with your party?
So right now, the game will allow for up to 4 people to team up together and to take on these big and powerful bosses. Friends who are on each other's friends list can actually send each other these challenges as well to team up and take on these trials together.
Can you describe a little bit about the mechanics of combat for us?
So in the footage we're seeing right now, this is a what we call a commission, and it's where you have a group of players and you take on a boss that you've already cleared in the story. And because in the story of the game, it follows the anime, and that means certain characters have to be in that specific story beat. But these raid bosses, these other challenge modes, what'll happen is you can take in any character you like to take on that same boss, and some people will be very intimately familiar with specific characters because they're very hard to fully master, and they'll get to express themselves in combat.
That's amazing. My final question, pre-registration is now open for the PC version on your official website. Will players be able to pre-register on mobile as well?
Yes, that will be coming soon. And I think we want this to be a very broad reach, right? So Crunchyroll is working with our friends at A+ and Perfect World to really push this as a global release. So we're starting with PC as the broadest reach, and then we'll follow up with mobile short after.
I'm honestly super excited for this. I have to say, Crunchyroll Games, Perfect World, this was a perfect match made in heaven. Terry, Keong, I want to thank you both so much for joining me and answering all of my burning questions. Now, pre-register on OnePunchManWorld.com to get all of the latest news and become the ultimate hero when One Punch Man World arrives on PC, iOS, and Android later this year. Now, don't go anywhere. IGN San Diego Comic-Con 2023 coverage continues.
Hey everybody, Max Scoville here. This is IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2023. Actually, wait, no, I lied. We are not at Comic-Con 2023 proper. We are outside the convention center at this big, huge, awesome Bandai Namco Dragon Ball event. Why would they have it outside the convention center, you ask? Possibly because Dragon Ball is too big to fit inside the convention center. And when I say too big, I mean in that it's a very popular intellectual property. But also, look at the size of this guy. Get a load of this giant inflatable cell, Max. I hope there's someone here who can take him down. Oh, what about Orange Piccolo? He's over here. I love this. This is so cool. I'm like, with all due respect, to normal, very large Comic-Con sized statues, giant inflatable ones are also super cool. Those are just a few of the super cool things on display here. Let's go take a look. Okay, so it's very normal at Comic-Con for there to be big, huge statues on display, but something I especially love about these ones is that if you look closely, they're actually action figures. They are giant replicas of the SH Figuarts Tamashii Nations action figures. Some of my favorite Dragon Ball toys ever made. We got Gamma 2 here. We've got the double-pointed elbow articulation. You got the toe articulation. I don't think that actually moves. It doesn't look like they're actually meant to move themselves, which would probably be just a feat of engineering, but it is still really, really cool to see them kind of at this scale. I really appreciate it. This is weird. I guess I never thought too hard about how tall Piccolo should be. I always thought I was maybe his height. I'm pretty tall, but he's real big there. Here's an old pal. This is Gohan. You might have heard of him. I might have been modeling how I style my hair like his for 20 years. I'm not going to talk about that. Okay, so here is a very impressive diorama showcasing a whole bunch of the Tamashii Nations SH Figuarts toys. I'm really into Orange Piccolo. I really just love that they're like, here's a brand new, super powerful version of Piccolo. What do you call it? It's just Orange Piccolo. He's not, the Namekians, they're not really known for being particularly flowery with words or imaginative. But let's get a look at sort of the backgrounds here. The dioramas these are all definitely handmade. You've got, I think that's probably foam core carved up. You've got some really impressive buildings here, which I especially like. Each section here is sort of showcasing a different Dragon Ball Super arc or movie. You got the Future Trunks arc. You've got Dragon Ball Super Broly. Honestly, like I've never been a completionist in terms of toy collecting. This line, even if I was, would be way too daunting to keep up with, especially when you get down to the convention exclusives, which they have not disappointed this year. There's some really cool ones. So let's get a look at these guys. All right, so here's the reason people are lined up around the block or the marina or whatever the hell this thing is. These are the SH Figuarts summer exclusives. These are special, sort of limited edition, special colorways of beloved Dragon Ball characters. The one that I think has a lot of people's attention is the Gohan Goku 2-pack that is the grand finale of the fight with Cell, where, Gohan's all beat to crap. He's Super Saiyan 2, his arm is broken, and then his dead father shows up to help him finish his homework assignment, which is to, protect Earth. Speaking of Saiyans, you've also got Majin Vegeta back here. In that iconic Buu Saga unitard. Really, there are a few people who can pull off spandex quite like Vegeta in that particular arc. Okay, so, there's the running joke with Dragon Ball fans about how Yamcha is maybe not the greatest fighter in the whole galaxy or the universe, or maybe even the greatest fighter on Earth. Well, this new figure begs to differ. This is officially titled Yamcha, Earth's foremost fighter. And, he's got his sort of Android Saga crew cut, and as you can see, he has an accessory that can be used with the also upcoming Android 20 to recreate the part where Android 20 just impales Yamcha with his hand. I think that's a very wonderful, very specific accessory you could include with a figure. He's even got it's got the Yamcha death expression where he's just like... Yet another collectible, kind of making fun of Yamcha for kind of sucking. Okay, so something I love about checking out toys at Comic-Con is sometimes you get to see things that aren't officially coming out, or they're not out yet, or they're prototypes, or something like that. These definitely seem to be the case here. They say display only. Maybe they'll come out, maybe they're prototypes, maybe they're just sort of, conversation pieces, but basically you got Mecha Frieza with his badass new cybernetic parts ready to get chopped into smithereens and blown to pieces by Trunks, who's come back in time to give heart medication to Goku, and then of course King Cold, who's really the kind of most interesting piece here, who's enormous. This is, I think this is the biggest humanoid figure they've made in this line. It's Frieza's dad. He's very large, and that's interesting. Will that figure come out? I don't know. Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. So Bandai is well known for making, injection molded model kits that come molded in pre-colors. If you've ever built a Gundam model, basically same idea. They do that with Dragon Ball Z as well. There's the figurized standard Goku and Vegeta here. They got a bunch of these out there. I love that these exist. I'm kind of, for whatever reason, more of a fan of getting a pre-made Dragon Ball action figure, but I love the idea of building one too. It's an activity and a collectible. And speaking of activities, they've got stations set up here for Comic-Con attendees to get their hands on a pair of sprue cutters and build their very own, figurized Goku or Vegeta. I love model kits. I'm glad to see more of them out in the wild. Okay, so let's say you think that action figures are stupid because you can see the joints and the articulation. I don't know. I don't get that. Some people are like that. But luckily, there's no shortage of Dragon Ball collectibles. They also have a whole bunch of Banpresto stuff. There's the Ichiban Show figures. These are, basically PVC statues, just, plastic figurines. No joints, but they're recreating iconic poses. I really love how much attention to detail there is just in terms of, just nailing, Toriyama artwork. Like, this is a very specific manga cover that should look familiar, to people who know his work. I love the Ox King figure here. That is extremely cool. Just very big, very chunky. I'm into that. And then, of course, I wonder who that could possibly, who could possibly be under that mask? Who knows? So basically, TLDR, there is a lot of Dragon Ball stuff in the works, currently here, all around us. Inside Comic-Con, outside Comic-Con, you name it. And we've got tons more cool stuff coming up right here on IGN, live from San Diego Comic-Con 2023. Welcome, everybody. This is IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2023. Some people might think that cartoons are just for kids, but over in Japan, that's not the case. Over there, they got these new cartoon shows called animes, and let me tell you, they're wild. I'm kidding. I know what anime is, and you do too, and it's been around for ages, and it's going as strong as ever. Joining me now to chat about what's new and exciting in the world of otaku culture, please welcome IGN's Akima Wanson and our very own friend from the internet, multi-hyphenate comedian, Twitch streamer, host, Lisa Wallen.
Oh, wow.
Thanks for joining us.
Having me up.
Thanks for joining us on stage.
Yes.
So this is, we're going to be talking for about 10 minutes about an entire medium. Does that work? I think we can cover a lot of ground in that time.
100%, yeah.
I want to talk about one of the sort of bigger announcements that come out of Comic-Con that's anime adjacent is Shinichiro Watanabe, who did Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo and all that good stuff, has a new project that just got greenlit by Adult Swim called Lazarus, and it's being produced by Studio Mappa, and it's we have nothing to go on. We've got a logo, and it's a cool-looking logo. Okay. It tells us basically nothing about the show, but
it looks like a Mappa logo.
Right?
It 100% does. It reminds me of the one anime logo. I forget the name of the anime. I'm forgetting it. With the guy who has a lizard for a head.
Oh, Dorohedoro.
Yeah, exactly. Dorohedoro. That's what it looks like. It looks like that logo.
Good. Okay, so
I love that we're just gonna mispronounce all the Japanese names for the next 10 minutes.
We will not. What do you mean? We will not.
But let's talk. Like the plot points we know about this is it focuses on a Nobel Prize-winning neuroscientist in the year 2052 who makes a magical cure-all drug and then pops up to go, haha, just kidding. It'll make everybody die 3 years later, and then he just disappears. And then it's about a team that has to solve that problem and find a cure for this drug, which is, I feel like, pretty dystopian, but it's also could go really any direction tonally.
But there's gonna be good jazz music involved with it too, because that's all of his works.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like that. But how can you really jazz up that particular premise, though? I'm kind of curious about that.
If most of his works is just here's a terrible thing going on, but also here's some good music involved with it. That's how it's all.
The description immediately gave me kind of vibes of Brain Scratch, the sort of the more kind of out there sci-fi Bebop episodes.
Either that or Space Dandy.
Yeah, it could go the Space Dandy direction.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of hope it's the more the kind of the sad oh, you were cryogenically frozen and now you're in debt kind of side of futurism.
But yeah, as for the music side, there's DJ Floating Points, jazz saxophonist Kamashi Washington, and then Bonobo they're all involved with this. So it's going to have a killer soundtrack. We know that much.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember the Netflix anime Carol and Tuesday, but that was like the last Shinichiro Watanabe project that I actually watched, and it was very heavy on music. So he's got like quite the taste when it comes to music. So I'm looking forward to hearing those jams and what it. Hopefully we get more information because I want to see what this looks like.
I've seen pretty much all of his works now, and my only issue is that like it's always like super amazing in the first like few episodes, and then it gets kind of boring for a while. So I really hope like the Carol and Tuesday, it was just like, oh my God, the music is amazing, and then it kind of throws off the plot for a bit.
Yeah.
Like
I think we need a palate cleanser after that live action Cowboy Bebop.
I don't know what you're talking about. I thought that was just fine. That went wonderfully.
It might be more like I don't know if you saw Terror in Resonance. That's another anime he did. It's a lot like the future dystopian type thing. And then they're like, here's cool music. So I don't know. Hopefully the plot will thicken throughout and not bore me like the other ones have.
Yeah. Well, let's hope. We do have some stuff we can talk about that has more than like a JPEG to go with it. Jujutsu Kaisen. Lisa, you're a big fan?
Yes, I'm currently watching season 2 and trying to catch up on the manga. And I mean, like, I feel like Mappa's just overdoing it. They're doing every anime, and I'm like, should we check on the health of everybody right now? But so far, the production's been amazing, and the adaptation's incredible. And obviously, like, that's the big anime everyone's watching right now, too. So, see, here we go, yeah. And right now, they're working on Gojo's past arc, and it's really. Are you watching it?
No, I am not. I am not watching it, but I mean the thing is, it's one of those anime that's on my list. Like there's so much to watch. I'm still on season 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen, and I mean it looks beautiful. But I've talked about this before. It's a shonen. I love shonen. I love me some good shonen, but I'm also I'm getting a little bit fatigued when it comes to shonen anime.
Gojo is definitely like Kakashi for TikTokers, so yeah, I totally get that. But it is pretty good. I think if it's like this or Demon Slayer, I'm choosing this. I'll say that.
Really? Over Demon Slayer?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
100%.
Wow. I mean, there's going to be some people in the comments that are going to fight you over that, not me.
I can beat him up. It's fine.
Now, Akeem, what are you watching these days?
I just finished Heavenly Delusion, which is Hulu original anime.
Is that the Chinese one?
Is it Chinese?
I think so. I don't know.
You're making me question myself. What are you? Is it Chinese?
We did our homework.
Yeah, it's
okay. Did a good job.
All I know is that it is phenomenal. If you're a fan, I don't want to. Yeah, if you're a fan of The Last of Us and a fan of. I would say Promised Neverland. It's kind of like a combination of those two things. First season is currently available on Hulu, Disney Plus in some countries. After I finished watching it, I picked up the manga because I just couldn't get enough of it. Another anime I just started, it's 3 episodes in, currently available on Crunchyroll. I have to pull out my card for this one. It's super long title. Reborn as a vending machine, I now wander the dungeon.
It's kind of a vague title.
Love those easy
What's it about?
titles.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Max. It's an anime about a guy, get this, who gets killed by a vending machine. And guess what happens to him?
He gets reborn as a vending machine and wanders the dungeon?
He becomes a vending machine.
Get out of town.
Yes, it's so adorable. Look at this. And then you got people that are like lusting over him because they can get food and drinks from him.
Oh, God.
You know, it's not lusting over him. That's not what I mean. I just mean like, I'm parched. I need water. You're a vending machine. Let me kiss you.
Okay.
Because that's what just happened. Don't you normally kiss vending machines before after you clean them?
The time.
It's the weirdest anime ever. And that's the thing, like isekais are kind of known to be for their this absurdity. And honestly, the only reason I actually checked this one out is because of the title. I was like, you know what, that title is goated in and of itself. I gotta check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just like, it depends on the vending machine. You know, they got a lot of variety. They do have the ones that do like hot and cold. You know, you can get your coffee ice or warm, whatever. That's fascinating. I know good vending machines over there. But they're deadly. They kill a lot of people every year. They fall over, trying to reach in there, get the Rolos or whatever.
That's how you become
one. I actually did not know that they had the hot and cold until I was like 3 weeks into Japan. I was like, why is my can hot? I think this vending machine's broken. And then I realized.
It's a really dangerous vending machine.
I'm a silly person.
Now, Lisa, where can people find you?
They can find me on Twitch, Instagram, and TikTok, all at Wisa Lawlin, W-I-S. You'll probably put it on there somewhere. Yeah, I post stand-up clips and Twitch clips, and I talk about anime a lot on my stream, so it's basically everything.
Well, thank you for hopping on here and joining us, Akeem. It's always pretty okay to talk to you.
Yeah. It's moderately fun.
Yeah, we're going to go talk about vending machines for a little bit. We could honestly probably fill 2 whole days just talking about anime, but there's lots more we need to check out right here on IGN, live from Comic-Con. Up next, we're taking a look at Gord. What is Gord, you ask? Well, that's a Gord question. Maybe this trailer for Gord can give you some Gord answers. Behold, it's Gord. Gord, bye.
Gord, bye.
Rated T for teen.
No wonder our king chose you for this mission. You're more than worthy of this disgusting land.
Wild folk may attack us at any time. We should prepare a nearby gourd for their raids.
This one is mine.
You anger the forest and the horrors. You anger us!
No one can match the wrath of Svarog and the might of Shmi, the prince of the underworld!
Everyone, ready your weapons and fight!
Not happy to see me, sister.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by FX's What We Do in the Shadows. All new Thursdays on FX, stream on Hulu.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN's strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
We
we all have our inner demons, but usually those are in the metaphorical sense. Our next guest, on the other hand, is here to tell us all about the real deal. Please welcome Bishal Dutta, the director of the upcoming horror film, It Lives Inside.
Thank you, Kim.
Thanks for joining me. I got to see this before it came out. I feel very special for that. And I found a lot of things to relate to in it. So we saw in so many instances in it the subtle way Sam tries to assimilate in order to fit in. She shaves her arms. That was a really striking opening scene. She chooses to anglicize her name, and she begrudgingly, kind of performatively speaks Hindi for her friend. What did it mean to include these moments?
I think a huge thing for me while making this movie was trying to be truthful about what it's like to be Indian American, and really more than that, what it is to have the diaspora experience in America, right? And so someone recently asked me, is this an Indian film, is this an American film? And I think it's very important to me that it's both. It's an Indian American film because that's my identity, is to be in between both. And it really felt like there was a unique version of the story to be told from that point of view, because it feels like we tell these stories from a very binary point of view. And that was the primary conflict.
But it's not binary.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. That you're both, and you're torn between both sides, and how do you reconcile that conflict?
Well, definitely. I mean, I'm not Indian either, but I really related to this movie because we were talking before we sat down here, and my mother is a war refugee, and she chose to give me an anglicized version of her mother's name instead of Sam choosing it herself. So there's this really interesting place to kind of fit in where you don't really fit in either world, and it's sort of about finding your spot. But Sam does have this intense desire to fit in, along with extreme self-awareness of how others see her. So what were your goals while trying to capture what it's like growing up in an immigrant household?
I think that for me, I was thinking about the horror films that I love, right? The horror films that really got me excited about making horror films in the first place, whether it's Insidious or The Conjuring or Nightmare on Elm Street or Poltergeist. I could go on, but I was watching those films as a kid and learning to be American through them. Mm-hmm. But then I started to think, well, what did it look like? What would it look like if it was my family in that kind of story? And so these characters, I'm really trying to kind of bring my own family and friends and cousins and real people from my life into this story, because as you said, I think that the point is for everyone to relate. It's not just about Indian Americans or people who are going through the exact experience as me. It's about connecting to everybody that has lived through this. And I think the incredible partners that I've had at QC Entertainment and Neon, I think that's their goal as well. And together it was this joint goal to make a very universally affecting film that everybody can look at and go, that's my aunt, or that's my cousin, and these are the things we're going through on a day-to-day basis. Absolutely. I mean, I think it worked with me at the very least. So this was clearly a very personal story to tell, but what was interesting, though, is that the narrative is through the lens of a teenage girl trying to fit in high school. Can you talk to me a little bit about the reasoning behind that, or the conscious choice that you made? Certainly. I knew that I wanted it to be a high school movie because I think that that's the time when that sort of cultural identity is the least formed and you're trying to figure it all out. But in thinking about it, my thought was, this is a film where the fear is of being gazed upon, of being looked at, and I thought, who better to center that movie on than a woman of color, right? And I think that we're not telling those stories enough, but when I was thinking about the conflict and the fear of this film, I imagined this character and I thought, she is our hero. She is the person that's dealing with this every day, and she's the one that I want to see at the end of the film victorious. Absolutely. Oh God, when you just said the gaze is the fear. That got me a bit hard. I want to talk about the star of this movie, Megan Suri. So she also stars in the movie, the series on Netflix, Never Have I Ever, which I just finished watching the 4th season of. So these are two very different ways of exploring diasporic culture. What made you choose horror as the way to go through this? Because Never Have I Ever is very light, very rom-com-y. This is not that. Right. I love that show, and I think it's just so fun, and I've watched all of it, and I love it. With this film, and when I met Megan, she'd been in that show, and she'd been in a wonderful film called The Miseducation of Bindu, and she had done these kinds of roles. But one of the things I remember seeing in Megan, and it was this kind of instant feeling of she's the right person for this role. I obviously saw her as the very likable teenage character at the beginning of the film, but I could also see her as kind of Ripley at the end of Alien, the action hero. And I think that I try to look at both sides of that character arc, and the reasoning ultimately for making it a horror film, I think of horror as really the most expressive of genres. And I think that the emotions that this film is about, I think if you make it as a straight drama, the audience is outside of it looking in, whereas this was an opportunity to take these very real feelings. And as a teenager, it does feel like the end of the world. It does feel like you're living...
All those emotions.
Yes, you do feel like you're living in a horror film. And so the thought was, okay, this feels like the most authentic and truthful way to convey these emotions that this character is going through.
I mean, I was watching this, and I was thinking about other teen horror movies that I've seen, but there was a stark difference here because we've seen, let's say, in Carrie, there's characters who are unbelievably cruel and just so not redeemable at all, just awful people. But when Sam, does something a little mean in this, she seems to feel immediately regretful. Is that something you thought about? Do you think maybe this generation is a little bit different, or what was your reasoning going into that?
I certainly think that empathy is what I want out of characters. Mm-hmm. It's what I look for, and I'm not looking for characters that are perfect. And as I and the co-story writer, Ashish Mehta, and as we were coming up with the story, that was important, that this character was understandable, that though she did something wrong, we understood where she was coming from. And I feel this way about all the characters. I think there was an opportunity for some of the supporting characters to have become malicious or cruel, but that just didn't feel interesting to me as much as this is what's the horror of this film is coming from inside this character. I didn't necessarily want to do the shower scene in Carrie, and as you can tell, I'm sure there's a callback. Our sequence is happening in the shower, the locker room as well. But I think it was more important that in this film, the horror is coming from within the characters.
Oh, it does live inside, doesn't it? It Lives Inside will be possessing theaters stateside on September 22nd, so keep a lookout. And if the jar seems sketchy, definitely don't break it. You'll know what I mean when you watch the movie.
The Expanse is one of the deepest and most awe-inspiring sci-fi series ever, and now it's also a brand new video game from some of the best storytellers in the gaming industry, Telltale Games. Let's take a look at The Expanse, a Telltale series DLC trailer.
Military scholars have compared the game of empire building to chess for centuries. Sacrifice and adaptation are part of the game. When you have Mars, the Belt, and countless factions running lawless across the solar system, Earth needs someone in this new era of war who can play by the rules and knows to get their hands dirty when it matters. But now, with UNN leadership off-planet, you're telling me she is the most powerful woman on Earth. God help us all.
If only everything was as straightforward as chess. In politics, the rules are always changing.
And we're back. I'm joined here today by Deck 9 game director Frost and cinematic director Alistair Erbinger. Welcome to our humble little balcony.
There's nothing humble about this. This is
nice.
This is awesome.
It's nice to be above the hustle and bustle up here.
Yeah, I love it.
Let's talk The Expanse. First of all, why make a game set in the Expanse universe? What was the attraction there?
Well, The Expanse is one of the best sci-fi properties that's out there. I think when we watched the show, we were all big fans of it, and we've read the books. So when we had this opportunity that kind of popped up in front of us from Telltale coming to talk to us about making a game within this universe, we absolutely had to jump on it.
And then how did you land on deciding to make it a prequel?
Yeah, so there's a lot of characters in The Expanse, and most of them have these fleshed out huge backstories. And the drummer that we sort of were exploring, or the character that we were exploring,
who's named Drummer, right?
Who's named Drummer, yeah, Kamina Drummer. She didn't have a backstory that was fleshed out in books or in the show. So we saw an opportunity here to not only bring in new fans for The Expanse, but also tell a story that people hadn't really heard yet.
It's so the show is based on a book series.
That's right.
Are you based on the show or the series or both?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's mostly about the show.
Okay.
However, we definitely took some inspiration from reading the books as well.
Interesting. Tell us about the that collaboration with Telltale. How did that come about?
Yeah, so we basically make Life is Strange games normally, and we had this opportunity to work within the narrative space. Telltale had been introduced to us. We had talked to them about the opportunity to work with them, and eventually we got The Expanse brought from them to kind of say, like, would this interest you? And there was a bunch of people on the dev team that were like, yes, do that. So we just started working with them.
Yeah, really excited. A lot of the members in the team are just so excited to actually have worked on this, and we're fans of the IP beforehand, and everyone's just poured their heart and souls into this project.
Yeah. What's that collaboration like on a day-to-day basis? Are you checking in with them day to day or like week to week?
So we check with them pretty much week to week.
Okay.
A lot of what we do is we supply builds monthly to them, so they would play through the game and they'd give us their thoughts. They would give us their perspective from making Telltale games, and something like a Life is Strange game versus a Telltale game has its differences, but it's in the same genre. So we would get notes and perspective and thoughts, and then also from Alcon, who created the show. So we get feedback from the writers of the books. We'd get feedback from the producers of the show. We get feedback from Telltale. And luckily, we're all huge Expanse nerds, so that there wasn't really a lot of conflict there. It was kind of like, it could be also awesome. And it really wasn't any drama. It kind of just came pretty naturally. It was awesome.
Interesting. So I think people know what a Telltale game is, what to expect. This is sort of the first Telltale game in a while with the new Telltale. So I guess how familiar or not is this game going to feel?
I think that this is definitely a Telltale game through and through, right? You're going to play it. You're going to see the things like so-and-so will remember that when things fire off.
Yep.
You're going to have a lot of really tough choices. I think that we took some inspiration from Life is Strange stuff as well, having these, big...
They kind of share the same narrative space, but yeah, no, it really does. It feels like a Telltale game. It is entrenched with hard choices and a fantastic story.
Yeah, I mean, really the core of it is the performances, the characters, and making those tough decisions. So, I mean, I think the perception so far of people that have played it, they're happy to see Telltale kind of make their return.
Sure, yeah. You mentioned the performances. Can you share some of the actors that you worked with?
Yeah, so we got to work with Carrot G, who plays drummer in the show. She's an exceptional actress, and takes her work very seriously, but is also hilarious and funny, and was awesome to work with. And we also got to work with the great Shory Agashlu, who plays Ava Sarala in the show, and both of those characters are some of my favorite characters. So getting to work with them was just a dream come true.
Yeah. The Expanse is filled with really strong, powerful women, and it's just nice to work on games with strong, powerful women. I think the industry needs more of that.
And then, Alistair, as the cinematic director, where did you land on your art style? Are you trying to balance between realism and sort of video game? I don't want to say cartoonish, but
stylized.
Yeah, stylized. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit stylized. It feels similar to, I think, what a Telltale title would feel like, but it's a little bit edged more. I'd say slightly more towards realism.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the characters, they all feel super, super good and similar to what you'd expect from those games.
Yeah, I think character focus really meant that when we were doing expressions on players' faces or players on characters' faces, really what we're looking for is to have responses where you don't need to give a verbal cue to understand how the character is feeling. So to do that, we needed to make sure that we had characters that had a realistic sort of a look to them, but also had the stylized sort of thing that you would expect from something like a Telltale game or a Life is Strange game or something like that.
Yeah. Were there any new game mechanics that you added that would be a little bit different from a Telltale game?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a 0G system in the game, so you're a scavenger out in deep space near Jupiter. You're looking through the combing through the remains of this ship that's been destroyed by pirates, and you're figuring out kind of what happened, and you get to talk with people while you're exploring. So there's a line of severed floating heads at one point you find that the pirates have left for you to encounter. And when you do that, you can explore, check it out, and then get contacts from the crew, and you can get their perspective. So you continue to play on the sticks, as we call it, story on the sticks. So you're still having fun floating, walking on walls with mag boots, but you're also getting to hear about things from characters that are on the ship or that are out in space with you floating around. So it's a lot of character building, even though you're still playing and floating around in zero-G.
Are you expecting that most players that are going to be attracted to playing the game are going to be familiar with the universe, or do you also sort of consider people who aren't familiar with the Expanse?
I mean,
I think there's a lot in there where you don't have to play, or you don't have to have watched the show to be able to understand what's going on in the story in the game. It's totally playable on its own. It stands alone by itself. But I think you'll get a lot more out of it if you're familiar with the show as well. You'll see little nods that we do here and there to stuff.
The hat tips, if you will.
Sure.
Yeah, it is definitely a richer experience if you played it, but we made it a prequel on purpose. We wanted to make sure that fans that were coming in were excited, but also if you haven't seen it and you like Telltale games, this is still a welcoming experience for you.
So you're launching on July 27th, episodic releases every 2 weeks. Was there a lot of discussion about what that cadence?
Oh, there was discussion. Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think we talked a lot about this with Telltale, and this was a Telltale decision. They wanted to make sure that this is something that you had time in between the episodes to kind of have that water cooler talk and kind of say like, well, what did you do? How did you decide to move through the experience? I think there's something to be said about watching Last of Us on HBO or watching Game of Thrones or something, and then talking about that cliffhanger at the end or that crazy moment and having that with your friends. And then going back into it and doing it again for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I agree.
Also having those moments of realization that like, hey, wait a second, that didn't actually happen in my playthrough. Like, how did you get that outcome? Or like, how did that happen to that character with you? Like, what did you do to get there?
Right.
So that stuff we're really excited to see.
Very cool. You've got 5 episodes, and then there'll be some DLC coming after that. Any sort of hint you can give us as to what to expect with the DLC?
Okay, so we don't want to give away spoilers, but I will say this. This is a very important day in Christian Avasarala's life. She's one of the characters on the show. It is a life-changing day for her. And if you're a fan of the show, you may be able to surmise what that is. But even if you're not, the performance that Shorai gives here is exceptional. There was somebody on the Telltale staff who, when we sent them the reels and stuff that we were working on, she's like, well, I'm crying. So I think success there. But yeah, it's basically you're going to have to operate with 3 major fields. One is what's going on in the belts in Mars and UN sort of politics, and lives are in the balance there on decisions that you're making. You're also having to deal with politicians that are trying to usurp your power in a lot of ways. So you got to deal with them. And then you have your own family drama that you have to deal with. So there's a lot going on for her. Even though she's basically in a bunker hundreds of feet underground, there's a lot going on for her.
Very cool. Well, we're all excited to check out The Expanse. Thank you so much for coming by the IGN balcony out here.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for us. But episode 1 of The Expanse, a Telltale series, will be launching on July 27th on Epic Game Store, PlayStation, and Xbox. All the DLC will be dropping this fall.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs, streaming August 2nd only on Hulu.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN. Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
Hey guys, I'm here outside the Jurassic Park 30th anniversary experience where we get to step into the world of Jurassic Park and actually experience some of the scenes from the movie. So let's go check it out. All right, we are going into the experience right now, so let's see what's waiting for us in Isla Nublar.
So welcome to Jurassic Park. Keep your hands to yourselves, but don't be afraid to take pictures. Most importantly, hold on to your butts.
So here, we're gonna see the first glimpse at dinosaur eggs right here in the incubator.
It is very important that we do not touch anything. I think I just seen an egg move. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I think I seen an egg move. This is serious. We need to...
I really hope they hatch soon.
It's the Dilophosaurus. While it might be sweet and cute, its poison has the power to blind or even paralyze you. Come around.
So we're approaching the Velociraptor enclosure right here at Jurassic Park 30th anniversary experience, and it looks like there's some sounds over here, so I want to go check out what's going on. Come on, right this way. Oh, you know what? I think it's time for me to do some light reading, so I'm just gonna go pop up over there and take a break. See what I can find out from this San Diego Comic-Con quick guide. And we got a lot of other things to do, but well, I definitely don't. I think it's occupied. Oh, the raptors have escaped.
They have escaped. Okay.
I don't know what to do. What do I do? What do I do?
Okay,
What do I
calm
do?
down. Calm down.
Help me!
Calm down.
Help me! I'm freaking out!
Okay. What we have here is a situation of a raptor who has let itself inside. I don't know how, because raptors don't know how to open doors.
They must be very clever.
No, I did see this one solve a Rubik's Cube, and it was ridiculous.
Wait, really? That's crazy. That's really cool.
Yeah, I can even do that. Do you feel scared?
Yes, very much so.
I'm very scared. I'm very startled. Why would you do that? Who did that? Why would you do that?
Oh my god.
Okay, I think
it's right behind me, isn't it?
We're just gonna inch our way.
Come on, let's go. Let's try not to be seen. I'm not doing that.
Follow me.
Do I have to roll?
Yes.
Okay.
I will distract you.
I'm gonna try. Oh,
you feel good?
It's looking good. I think we survived.
Why did we come to Costa Rica?
I don't know.
We need your help.
What do I press?
Just try anything.
I don't know what buttons to press. There's enough. They're all lit up. They're not clicking off. I don't know which one it is. Is it this one? This one. This one.
Oh my gosh,
Visitor
thank you for
Center?
coming.
Carnivore? Velociraptor pet fence? Maybe. That was it, I think. It didn't work? No! Guys, I don't know how I survived that. That was too close for comfort. Are those chicken nuggets? All right, so we got the full Jurassic Park branded theme meal. Guys, can I sit here?
Beat it, Alan.
I'm gonna sit anyway. So, we have the Jurassic Park chicken nuggets, which, by the way, look incredible. And how are they tasting?
Beat it, Alan.
Okay. So he's being mean to me, but that's all right because, hey, that's my food. Hey, hands off. Ooh, I got some nice sauce here, and dude, come on, it's being so mean.
Really good, by the way.
Oh, guys, we did it. We survived the Jurassic Park 30th anniversary experience. There were a couple close calls in there, but we made it out. For everything else Jurassic Park, Comic-Con, and everything else, stay tuned to IGN.
Our next guest should be instantly recognizable to any fans of the Marvel Universe or the Soviet space program, I guess. Cosmo the Space Dog.
Please, don't clap. You're scaring the dog.
Before we get too carried away, I should clarify, this is actually Jackson. He's a therapy dog for the LA Fire Department, but like everybody else in LA, that's just to pay the bills until he gets his big break in showbiz.
Jackson, now this could be your chance to really show off your range. We're gonna give you some motivations, and we want you to just kind of do your thing.
Listen, we want to see your heroic side. You're about to save the world. Nothing's gonna stand in your way. And action.
Yeah, that is perfect. Okay, so things have gotten worse. There's a comet about to strike the Earth. Everyone is doomed, and there's no hope. Action. Okay, so we're in trouble, I think. Max, what do you got?
Okay, you're a sexy super spy, and the girl dogs love you, and the boy dogs want to be you. Action.
Oh, wow. Ooh la la, that is incredibly sexy. I've never seen anything like it before. But a border collie just walked in, and she's, oh, you're gonna go meet her. Okay, thank you. Great, I buy it. You know, she's gorgeous. Jackson, thank you so much. You're not the first person to walk off our set today, so you're doing great. Jackson, I think you've got something special, but in the meantime, hit me with that big tail and let me know what's coming up next. I think you're a very good boy, and you deserve a big special treat.
You know who else is very good and deserves treats? Our wonderful audience watching at home. How does a free Xbox sound? Is that a good treat?
Yes, I think it is. From now until October 1st, IGN Rewards members will be in the running to win an Xbox Series X console and controller in a custom color scheme celebrating the 75th anniversary of Porsche. Who wrote that?
I'm pretty sure that's Porsche, you know, the car company.
Do you not know how to spell Porsche?
I think Porsches have been around longer than 75 years, and they don't probably also make like a really bad Xbox. We'd want a Porsche-themed Xbox.
You have a powerful tail. I don't know, I put a bunch of chip paint on it and fill it with dead spiders and leaves. Make the controllers give you splinters. It'll be fun.
I think a race car is probably a better idea. But anyway, IGN Rewards is totally free to join, and members get access to cool giveaways. Just head to IGN.com/rewards and sign up today.
Now, there's more Comic-Con on the way, but we've got to take Jackson for a walk because he's so wonderful. Who's a good boy? You are. Stick around because IGN will be back right after this. Stay. Don't go anywhere. Good. Gentle claps.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Akeem here with IGN, and we are at the Sonic the Hedgehog Speed Cafe, and we're about to check out what they have on this menu. It's exclusive items based on the Sonic the Hedgehog universe. Now, we got to go fast and check out what they got because, as you can see, there was a long line. We do not want them to sell out, so let's go. All right, so here we are at the Sonic Speed Cafe. Look, first off, one of the things that you really got to notice, and one of the things that you will notice once you show up here, is all the different murals that they have here. Of course, this right here says Sonic the Hedgehog Speed Cafe. Gotta go fast food. Right over here, we have like a really nice picture of Sonic. I believe that's Sonic from, like, I would say Sonic Adventure for sure. That's the Sonic Adventure Sonic right there. Hey, what's up, Tails? Sorry, I didn't even see you, buddy. How you doing? He's giving me the silent treatment right now. Place is extremely crowded. Right here, we got even more signage. Just beautiful signage right here. And of course, Sonic, my man Sonic right here. Now, again, I said this earlier, but Sonic is actually here. We haven't seen him yet, but we have these cutouts. We got Amy right here. Amy doing what she does best, looking cool, holding her hammer. Right, and so here we are at the counter. As you can see, we got the menu right there, everything that you can possibly get. So the menu, of course, you got the hot dogs. They got various different types of hot dogs, too. They got the Sonic Classic Chili Dog, all types of different hot dogs. Y'all already know that's one of Sonic's favorite foods. So, of course, they got to have various variations of it. We got sandwiches, knuckle sandwich, the evil genius, egg salad, all the sides you can dream of. And, of course, for those that are more so looking for some merchandise, you know, maybe you don't only want to know what it's like to taste the Sonic. You want to know what it's like to feel like Sonic. Right, so right over here is the Chow Black Market. So all the different items that you want to get, you know, you got your hats, you got your t-shirts, you got your hoodies. We got the exclusive t-shirt that's only available here, the Gotta Go Fast bundle. So that's if you buy the meal, you get that t-shirt. So over here we have the game area where you can play on the PS5, the Sonic Anniversary Edition. Right now we have Sonic CD. This is the opening sequence of Sonic CD. Fans really know what this is all about. The animation's just freaking beautiful and stunning. One of my favorites, of course. It's probably one of yours too, if you're a Sonic fan. People are just loving the food. They're loving the food. They're loving the content. They're loving everything that they're able to experience here. And you can too, if you decide, come check out the Sonic Cafe. All right, so we have quite the spread of the food you can get here at the cafe. Right here, we got Sonic's classic chili dog with all the fixings on it. You see, you got some cheese on there, you got some onions, got some mustard. It's everything on there. We also have the Knuckles sandwich. Look at this. Made out of chicken, though. It's a chicken. It's a crispy fried chicken sandwich, which is really delicious. We also have the Blue Blur slushy, which is honestly one of my favorites if we're talking about liquids that you can consume here. The thing is, this tastes just like Sonic. I mean, we're so used to eating his dirt, his dust. You get to taste them. What we don't have right here, we also have the Evil Genius egg salad. We also have the sides, which include golden ring onion rings right here inside of Sonic right here. Of course, you know, Sonic survives on rings, but we only have one. All right, so we also have Team Dark Shadow, the Mocha Milkshake right here. Honestly, one of my favorites. But we also have Sweet Amy, which is just as delicious. That's good. We have one of the best items on the menu right now, which is Sonic's classic chili dog. And joining me right now to help show you to demonstrate how to eat it is IGN's very own Jeffrey Vega. You want to try this?
I'd love to.
Yeah, go ahead.
ASMR.
How is it?
It's a hot dog.
It's a Sonic chili dog.
It's really good, actually.
Yeah? You can have it. Go ahead.
All right, see ya.
All right. Well, I was just kidding. What? You know what? I hate to dine and dash, but you know what? There's so much more to check out here at San Diego Comic-Con. And you too can check out the Sonic the Hedgehog Speed Cafe right here in San Diego. Today's just the opening day. It's open for 30 more days. So come check it out. Yeah, baby.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by Immortals of Aveum.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. We've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may. I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery, I'm coming for you. IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This?
This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers.
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
just got to play some of the game, and it looks phenomenal. I have to ask you, what's your experience been like working on this game? How's it been?
So you know this is the creator. This is created by Akira Toriyama, who is known for Dragon Ball. So we really love this IP, the manga. So we really happy to be bring it into the game. So this is really good experience from for him as well to create into to through the development.
The manga isn't that long, so I'm kind of curious, how expansive is this game? I'm assuming it will cover the manga, but will it, kind of expand upon the Sandland lore?
So this is very short manga, one volume manga, but we really cover the Sunland manga contents, and also we have this is game, so we have the very original experience, which cannot be really the experience through manga, but we can experience through the game. So we have added some kind of elements to expand Sun world view as a game in the game side.
So yeah, you mentioned that you expand on various different elements. I'm kind of curious, what elements from Toriyama's other works could we possibly see influenced in this game? Will we see anything from some of his other work?
So we really learn a lot from Toriyama Sensei's other work, especially for Dragon Ball. We really learn a lot from the Dragon Ball. So and also not only Dragon Ball, but Toriyama Sensei has very unique taste style. So we really discuss with development team, and we really bring up all elements from the Toriyama Sensei or style, and also for the kind of the unique the comedy style and to the game to bring into the Sunland.
I was able to do some moves that were very reminiscent of Dragon Ball, so I'm already excited. Now, I mentioned this before we started recording. The game looks very well polished. It looks amazing. I'm already in love with it. But we saw the trailer not too long ago, so I'm kind of curious, how long has this game been in development?
So we cannot tell the exact time how long we take for this development, but we really discuss, and also we really focus on the creating to the game development. So it's really long time, and also we really discuss, and we really focus on each element in the Sunland. So I think this has been coming up in the game development, so in the demo, so you find that this is very polished. So yeah, we have a very long time to development for now.
And my final question, what are you most excited for fans to experience?
So first of all, we would like to make the audience love the Sunland itself, and also the not only character action, we have many vehicles in the game, so they can enjoy vehicle action. So we're very excited to see many people love the Beelzebub and Sunland, and also vehicle action through this game.
I honestly can't wait for us to all experience this game. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there you have it, a little bit more about the upcoming Bandai Namco video game, Sandland, based on Akira Toriyama's iconic manga, starring this guy, Beelzebub. If y'all want to check him out, well, keep it locked right here. We got plenty more coverage right here at San Diego Comic-Con 2023. High five. Handshake. Nothing? Really? Not even gonna blink. Well, there you have it, I guess. No, really? Okay, whatever.
Welcome back to IGN's Comic-Con coverage. Marvel Snap not only won IGN's Best Mobile Game of 2022, but it also almost made me lose my job at IGN because I'm so hopelessly addicted to it. Here to get us caught up to speed on the fastest game in the Marvel multiverse is the Marvel Snap team of Ben Brode, Johnny Erner, and Jamaro Kindred. Welcome to the show.
It's incredible to be here.
No, thank you for coming. Yeah, this is awesome. As someone who grew up playing, like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon, and also reading Marvel comics all the time, Marvel Snap is just the perfect marriage of everything I love. So thank you for making this awesome game.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Yeah.
We tried hard.
While I have you here, I want to know, how do you make a Marvel Snap card? What's that process like?
Well, it starts with figuring out what character we want to build a card around. And then we come up with cool, what is it going to do? How do we sell the fantasy of that character and bring it to life through card mechanics?
Yeah, so I think Human Torch is a great example of this, and so hopefully we get to show you a really cool time lapse of one of the variants being made. But we start off with that base card, and that's something that Jamaro was able to kind of define that style, that really authentic comic book style.
So the important part is like really capturing the Marvel character and making him feel dynamic. That is the most important thing. I mean, they're larger than life characters. We have to sell it.
I love that. Human Torch is a larger life character. He can go supernova. I think his power matches that perfectly. We are seeing the time lapse here. This is an exclusive asset you're seeing first time on IGN. I meant to say asset, not ass. My apologies. Who's the artist behind this? This is incredible.
So this is Kylun Q, and he's going to be on a panel with us later, and we're really excited. We got a chance to meet him at WonderCon, and now...
Wow, and the final product, the card, with the gold border. That looks sick.
Yes, yes.
Looks sick.
So yeah, how did you make the Human Torch? Like, how did you decide that's what he does?
So yeah, he goes supernova, right? Like flame on, and I just we knew he has to do something so that at some point he says flame on. So we started with in Marvel Snap, when you move him, he doubles his power. That moment, doubling his power, is the moment where he gets we recorded, the exact voice, and we made an incredible visual effect for it. So he goes flame on every time you move him.
I love that, because yeah, he really doesn't have an upper limit because when he goes supernova. So he can just get bigger and bigger and bigger, doubling and doubling and doubling. While I have you guys here, an artist, people with a great appreciation for art, I actually want to show you my personal Marvel Snap collection.
Oh, please.
That I've been building since launch. So actually, if you wouldn't mind, just take a look, pass it down the line, and just tell me what you think. Be honest. Be honest.
When can we stop scrolling?
Oh yeah, you got Jeff the Baby Land Shark.
I saw the Scotty Young Doctor.
Yeah, if you find a card that you want to stop and talk about, go ahead and click on that card.
Oh yeah, okay.
And let me know what you think.
I'm loving all of the Scotty Young pieces I've been seeing.
That's fantastic.
Do we show it off to?
No, you can just look at it. Yeah.
Well, let me tell you what I see so far. Mm-hmm. The art is amazing.
Oh, yeah.
The art is so amazing.
Amazing.
Oh my God.
What do you see? What do you see?
The Kim Jacinto Apocalypse. I love that.
Yeah, click on that. Click on that bad boy.
Yeah, here we go.
There you go.
This is one of my favorites. I use this one in my discard deck as well.
I love that. Okay, cool.
And yeah, so much Scotty Young and the Dan Hips.
We got the Ryan Gonzalez Goose and Cosmo in here.
Oh, for sure.
Why do you have 6 Galactus decks? That's my question.
Why do I have 6 Galactuses? He's a great card.
What's happening here?
He destroys 2/3 of the board. Like, how am I not going to play that?
You got a deck called Welcome to Hella.
Hey.
The variants are great. I want to see more upgrades.
He's going after my decks now. Oh, no. Don't go too far back.
Keep going.
This one's called President-elect. What is that?
That's Dazzler in the comic books. In one future, she becomes the president. Come on.
I see the pixel variants. I like the pixel variants. I appreciate it. A lot of Dan Hip, a lot of Scotty Young, like I mentioned.
You mentioned the pixel variants.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can stop appraising my collection. I don't need to be embarrassed anymore.
Really well done.
Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. Pixel variants, very controversial within the community. I think it's just because there's so many of them. Almost every card has one. So people get it. Sometimes they're a little disappointed. They're maybe not a fan of it. But yeah, what was the intention behind the pixel variants? And then what was your reaction to how they were received? And also, you made a premium mystery variant that is guaranteed not to have a pixel variant.
So that's a new addition, but to go back to the birth of pixel variants, we knew that it was an art style that we wanted to hit, and we were excited to be able to do it for all the characters. I will say there are staunch supporters and critics, both internally and obviously externally, but we think it's fun that you get to collect, one for every card, and to create a deck that is, like a unified theme is something that we think is really exciting.
And let's face it, they make great avatars.
Yeah. I think some of them are incredible, and not all of them are.
But a smart conversation.
They certainly do. I love the Mysterio one. That one I split immediately. I love that one. That one's my favorite.
Professor X.
Professor X, yeah.
Is S tier.
Actually might be one of, low-key, no cap, one of the best cards.
Wow, wow. I've actually never seen this much pixel love ever. So, I'm a huge Marvel fan, and while you have a ton of characters, I love the spread of characters from niche to popular that you have in the game. I want to run my 3 favorite ones that aren't in the game by you, and just tell me what are the odds, that maybe not happening. My first one that I want to run by you is Beta Ray Bill. As everyone knows, he has essentially the power of Thor, and he's got a weird alien horse face. What are the odds of Beta Ray Bill making it into the game?
Yeah, the Hammer, Stormbreaker, I'm familiar.
Yeah.
One of my favorite characters as well. I don't want to get fired.
Why would you? Who would fire you?
I don't know. The powers that be.
I see. You don't want to say too much.
I don't want to say too much.
I see. Okay, all right.
He is a beloved character.
Sounds like the odds are good.
He's a beloved character. Okay.
He's a beloved character.
All right, my next favorite is Wiccan, the son of Scarlet Witch, Billy Kaplan, who people maybe saw in WandaVision, and Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. So yeah, what are the odds of Wiccan joining the roster?
They are just as good as better.
Oh, wow. Okay. This segment's going great. Yeah. Okay.
This is stunning. There are many Marvel characters, thousands of them.
Yes.
But we're going to make Marvel Snap for a really long time. So,
okay. Well, then you might get my final favorite, this niche S-Men character who looks like Slimer from Ghostbusters, Dupe.
Wow.
Please tell me Dupe has a shot.
That's so funny. We were just not talking about that. No, we do like to do this. We like to dig deep into the barrel, find the deep cuts, and so nothing is off the table.
I love to hear that. Dupe has a chance.
Yeah. Oh yes.
I mean, look at him. He deserves
I can show you his thread on Slack.
He certainly does.
I can show it to you.
Yeah, I have some ideas. Let's talk later on what he could do. IGN has a group chat of all the Marvel Snap players, as you probably would expect. And together they all decided they want to ask you one question, which is, what's your approach to turning pre-existing Marvel art into cards versus creating original art?
Well, that's interesting. So, there's a special place in my heart for the original art, right? I grew up excited about it. It's what inspired me to become an artist.
Yeah.
I love them both. We can create original art versus the reaching back and digging in the crates for all the stuff that's so nostalgic. It's a draw for me. There's no one that's better.
What's really interesting is that we get to, when we do the parallaxing, the 3D effect on the card, we have to go back and paint some of the backgrounds so that they show up when you turn the card, and we get to show people some of their favorite covers from Marvel history in a brand new way.
I love that. All the Jim Lee cards, I think, are a great example of that. That is awesome. So what's that?
I think, honestly, Marvel's like an incredible partner in this respect because they push us to be creative, which allows us the freedom with the original variants. So we get to do stuff like the steampunk variants, the 3099 variants, Venomized variants for characters that have never been Venomized. But we also want to make sure that those iconic artists from comic books that you have read and we've all read when we were kids, they get their comics in the game as well because we know people chase after them, like Jim Lee, like you just mentioned.
That is awesome. And I think that speaks to why I love this game so much. Thank you guys for talking to me. This has been so much fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's incredible. I love being here. I love talking to you.
No, me too. So Marvel Snap is available on the phone in your pocket right now. But warning, you will not be able to stop playing it. I can't stop. Actually, I loaded a game right now that I'm in the middle of, and it is a ranked game. Ben, would you actually read the outro for me? I'm a little preoccupied over here.
Okay, we've got plenty more Comic-Con ahead right here, so stick around and go download Marvel Snap.
We're here at San Diego Comic-Con. Here are the biggest booths you can't miss. The DC booth has the real Blue Beetle suit from real life. This is the actual Blue Beetle suit. And behind me is Jason Momoa's suit from Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. The Hasbro booth has tons of Star Wars stuff, tons of Transformers stuff, but the big thing that everyone is lining up for is Grimlock, a Transformer that transforms just by using your voice. We're here at the Marvel booth. Obviously, it's very popular, it's very crowded, but they do have the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 suits here. The Star Wars booth is all about Ahsoka, and they have props everywhere, and they have the mural from Star Wars Rebels that will be in the live-action Ahsoka. Square Enix has a booth where they're selling merch based on all their games, but the biggest thing is that you can take a photo with Ifrit from Final Fantasy 16. I mean, literally, he's huge. There's the Lego Brickbuster video where they have new LEGO sets including the final fight scene of the Statue of Liberty and Spider-Man No Way Home. The Nickelodeon booth is promoting Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem, and you can go and customize your own t-shirt and flip-flops right there, right here, right now. Funko's presence is so big at San Diego Comic-Con that they built an entire city called Funkoville. They even have a map with 9 different spots including Mondo, Loungelight, and Blockbuster. Where should we go first? This week, Crunchyroll Games announced more exciting details on the upcoming One Punch Man World game, including some never-before-seen gameplay footage. Look out for One Punch Man World later this year on PC, iOS, and Android. In the meantime, keep it locked to IGN for more Comic-Con coverage.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by One Punch Man World. Open for pre-registration now.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers.
IGN's strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Justice League War World is the massive new animated movie starring some of the baddest and biggest superheroes in DC. And here to tell me all about it is director Jeff Wamaster and executive producer Butch Lukic. How y'all doing?
All right, great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, especially with y'all here now. So Justice League War World, clearly based or inspired by the comic book story arc, would you say, or?
No. I mean, we went a different way, original approach. It's the title, the main villain. Beyond that, we went a different way as far as it not being a just total gladiators and things like that.
So what can you tell us about the narrative?
Well, I mean, the narrative is a few of the Justice League members have been kidnapped and brought to Warworld to do experiments on or to get into their minds, to use their fear against themselves. So they were each put into different genres, which we wanted the genres to screw with their minds,
Ooh. Screw with their minds. In what type of ways? What type of ways will we see, like Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman having their minds kind of messed
Wonder
with,
Woman starts out in a Western world, and their kind of minds are blank, so they don't know why they're there. They don't even know who they are. So that's part of it. But as we lead into the story, we see that something's manipulating them. And that's too. I can't give away much more than that.
Absolutely no. Say less. Okay. But I want you to say more. Now, Jeff, I got to ask you this. So this is an R-rated animated movie. Now, what do you think kind of like separates this from other films, and what can you get away with since this is going to be an R-rated movie?
Well,
I wouldn't necessarily in an animated feature.
Well, I think we're always looking when you're doing something dramatic like this, which
we're trying to raise the stakes for the characters. So having the characters just fall down and nothing happen to them, we want to bring up that sense of danger. The characters, not just the main characters, but everyone around them is in some sort of mortal danger and not just cartoon danger. So when people are watching it, they know what it means.
Yeah, but to me, I don't know if this is an R-rated movie. The ratings board went overboard. I think it's mainly because of the blood. There's a lot of blood.
Really? So just because there's blood,
it's
in
violence, blood violence. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing more than that. It's just the violent end.
So you mentioned this earlier, Butch. So we see different different iterations of Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman than we've seen previously. What was the process going about these particular iterations of the character? Like, explain that process to us.
Well, I mean, we've had these characters in and out of our storylines, or the Tomorrowverse, which everyone calls it, for the last 3 years now. So we're kind of presenting these guys into where we were planning to get to the next part of the continuity in the story. So the reasons for where they're at and what they're going to find out has to do with push the continuity to where we were going.
So we meet wildly different versions of Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman in this movie based on 3 different settings that they find themselves in. How do you go about designing these new iterations?
Originally, I was asked to do a new version, a style for the home video, Blu-rays. They didn't want to keep going with the version that they had for 10 years, which James Tucker did, and Barossa. So my intention was only because the producers higher up or the company wanted a different style. So I figured the opposite of what they were doing. So I went with thicker lines, more of a comic book look, So that was the main reason to do that, was to go with a different approach. Plus, I like our heroes to be more in the traditional look, so that's what I held to. I brought the tights back, or the pants back on Superman.
It looks amazing from what I've seen. Yeah, the animation looks stunning. Now, what do you think it is about the animated entries into the DC universe, this particular one, the Tomorrowverse, that seems to just captivate audiences? Jeff?
I think partially it's the really graphic style to it, and I also think that we talked about was there's stakes for the main characters. It doesn't feel like they're just they're going to be fine in the end. That they actually have personal challenges throughout the series and throughout the continuity, so that when we do see something happen, it means something to us, the audience.
So I know you probably can't give too much away, but is there more for these characters in store? More movies, more adventures?
Yes, there is, and more characters also are going to come in the next adventures, a lot more.
Now, what are you excited for fans to see coming out of this new movie?
For me, it's, we got to do the genres that we couldn't do by themselves, so we lumped all 3 genres that we were interested in, because we knew Warner Brothers or any other company probably wouldn't do a whole movie on just one specific genre. So it was a better idea just to join them all together. It also makes, a better paced movie. It also makes, style-wise, we go all over the place with it. So that was the fun part for us as artists, and storytellers.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun playing in these playgrounds of genres that we used to watch when we were younger. Good, Bad, and the Ugly, and noir from the 50s, and the Conan the Barbarian kind of feel. To play in those worlds was
and Twilight
great.
Zone.
Twilight Zone, yeah.
I'm just gonna throw this out there, Jeff. I did some cyber stalking. I looked at your LinkedIn. You're working on 2 projects. Can you tease what these projects might be, and are they in the DC realm of things?
They're at DC, but I can say nothing.
Okay, no, fair enough. I'm not gonna probe anymore.
Well, you have your own project that you've been working on for a while that was crowdfunded.
It was, but we got to finish it first.
We'll definitely look forward to it, Jeff.
Great.
I want to thank you
It's really
both so
good.
much.
You got to check it out.
100%. Yeah. You already know I will. Yeah. And if it comes out around this time next year, we'll probably have you back.
It'll be
as well.
before that.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you both so much for joining us.
No, thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for having
Thank
us.
you.
Yeah.
And thank you all so much for watching. Now, Justice League War World is out on July 25th. And we got plenty more superheroes beating the crap out of each other right here on IGN's Comic-Con coverage, so don't go anywhere.
Guys, Alan Wheeler here at LM Treasures on the show floor of San Diego Comic-Con, the biggest pop culture event on the planet. So naturally, there's plenty of big things to be seen right here on the show floor. Let's check out all the biggest things at San Diego Comic-Con in the non-metaphorical way. Let's go. And that just about wraps our coverage of the biggest things here on the show floor of San Diego Comic-Con. Thanks for watching, and remember, stay tuned to IGN.
Comic-Con is jam-packed with games, comics, toys, board games, and so much more. If you'd like to get your hands on an awesome board game, IGN Rewards members have a chance to win a copy of The Witcher: The Old World from Boxcat Games. The giveaway is going on through August 5th, so head on over to IGN.com/rewards for a chance to win. Plus, IGN Rewards members get tons of exclusive content and perks all year round. IGN.com/rewards.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs, streaming August 2nd only on Hulu.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. It is, we've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may.
I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Welcome to Game Changers, brought to you by the game-changing Xfinity 10G network, where we cover off on the hottest news and highlights that you don't want to miss. When it comes to Game Changers, Xfinity is leading the way, giving you a powerful connection today while building towards a faster, more reliable tomorrow. Now, let's check out some of the game-changing highlights from IGN's San Diego Comic-Con coverage. Comic-Con kicked off with a bang thanks to a brand new Marvel Spider-Man 2 story trailer that implies, spoilers, Harry Osborn is Venom. At least that's my theory. Then the directors of the brand new horror movie Talk to Me came to IGN studio and started wrestling on set. That couch was expensive. And if toys are more your speed, we got hands-on with the breathtaking Grimlock and Lightyear from Hasbro and Robosen. For those of you who didn't get a chance to make it to Comic-Con, IGN got boots on the ground to show you everything you might have missed straight from the convention floor. And IGN even speculated about DC's upcoming Superman legacy. Will this reinvent the DC film universe? Only time will tell. Speaking of time, I'm all out of it. Stay tuned for more game-changing highlights brought to you by the game-changing Xfinity 10G network.
Oh, hello. For decades now, the Haunted Mansion ride has surprised and scared Disney theme park goers with ghosts, specters, phantasms, and all sorts of other things that go bump in the night. And now it's a major motion picture. Here to tell me all about it is the director of the Haunted Mansion, Justin Simeon.
What's up, man?
What is up? Give it up. It's a lot, right? Yeah, we have.
Amazing.
I know, we have all these. Yeah, they had the strobe lights on before, and I was like, we're both going to throw up together.
This is like a full-on newsroom situation. Like,
yeah,
wow.
if you have any news, like, this is a good spot to tell us about
God, you know, I might. We'll see how the interview goes.
So you made a PG-13 horror comedy. Tell me about that push and pull. Like, what did you get to pull off?
Yeah.
What did you get to say, like, all right, maybe that's too gory? Like, how do you find that balance?
I mean, to me, it's like I grew up with that balance. Like, I grew up on movies like Poltergeist.
Oh, yeah.
Which is like why we have a PG-13 in the first place. The first like horror movie I ever saw was Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Back. I was about 5 years old, completely inappropriate for me to watch.
Yes.
But I thought it was funny and cool, and I didn't get the horror elements really until later. So to me, it made perfect sense. And I got a lot of inspiration, I got to say, from the ride itself, because, you know, this was the last ride that Walt Disney actually had a hand in, and they fought a lot about how scary and funny or however it should be. And so I just kind of tuned into those things that gave me that frequency that were right in the middle. There's also, like, this is going to sound really random, but, you know, the Max Fleischer's Snow White, Betty Boop Snow White in the 30s with Cab Calloway.
Yes.
Playing the dancing ghost. I would watch that clip a lot just to tune in to the frequency of funny, spooky, jazzy, you know? 'Cause that's, to me, that's what the Haunted Mansion is.
Okay, so you have to be like a little bit, because I'm a big horror fan, right?
Yeah,
and you have to be a little bit broken, I think,
a little bit,
to look at stuff like that and be like, this is funny, this is cute, this is clever.
Honestly, why am I relating to Freddy Krueger at 5? I'm not sure. Because when he like murked the annoying teenagers, I was like, yeah, that's what should be happening. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what went wrong or right, but that's my.
And then you go to sleep and you're like, he's not going to get me. It'll be fine. Yeah. Also, like, I feel like the movie rating went a little harder in the paint back then.
It's
right?
true.
Like,
it's very true.
Like, we would see a PG movie where a guy would get beheaded, and they'd be like, yeah, PG, no notes.
The fact that Poltergeist is PG is wild.
That's insane.
And I know they didn't have a PG-13 back then, but that is wild.
Yes. Yeah, that's like a mistake that's just forever in the fabric. They'll never go back and fix it.
No, and they shouldn't.
Yeah.
Frankly, I think kids. I think it's okay to be scared. One of the things I talk to the studio folks a lot about is like, look, the blueprint of this is your guys' movies.
Right.
Snow White is one of the most scary movies ever. the moment when she gets lost in the forest, when Pinocchio becomes a donkey boy. Like, these are really scary, like, moments, actually, to me as an adult. They're existential.
The whole Pleasure Island thing where they're smoking cigars and mutating into horse people.
So I'm just doing right by Disney, you know, traumatizing the kids a little bit. Not traumatizing, just
it's a good sentence.
Proving to them that they can get through what scares them.
We're here to traumatize the kids a little bit.
Just a touch.
Just a touch. You know, like may contain peanuts type of thing.
That's right.
How many times did you ride the ride?
I can't even count, man.
You lost track?
Because I'm basically a Disney adult. Like, I worked at Disneyland. I went to Disney World when I was a kid. Haunted Mansion has been one of my favorite rides, of course, you know, since I was like 9.
Were you like a character at Disney, or?
No, so I was a ride host operator.
Okay.
So I would load people onto the Grizzly River Mountain Run, or the Grizzly Mountain River Run. There we go. It's been a while since I had that job. But I would load people onto that. I would, you know, press the button that sent them down the drop, and that was my job. And on my breaks and stuff, of course, I would ride, you know, everything at the park. And Haunted Mansion was always like first or last on the playlist for me.
Oh my God, that's incredible.
Yeah.
One of the coolest things about that ride is just, and always has been, like the sheer use of practical effects.
Yes.
In very brilliant, very clever ways. I remember like riding it for the first time as a kid and being like, did I die?
Yes.
I'm a ghost. Like you see the, like literal smoke and mirrors, right?
Literal smoke and mirrors, Pepper's ghost effects.
Yep.
I was obsessed with that, and that was like kind of the main sort of pillar of my approach to the movie. It's like we have to build the house. And even when we're doing things that of course are going to require digital wizardry, and the folks at ILM especially did an amazing job with this movie, everything had to start in camera. We had to put these ghosts in actual makeup and put them in front of the actors. When, you know, the Doom buggies are getting drug out of the house, they're really being drug out of the house by, like, you know, 45 very burly guys with a rope.
Right.
You know, just pulling Tiffany Haddish as fast as they can out of the house. To me, that was so important, because even when you go back to movies like Beetlejuice or Ghostbusters, or one of my favorites, Little Shop of Horrors, you buy into the fantasy of it because there's a physicality to it. There's something that's really actually there. And that was like kind of essential for me for this.
Did you at any moment feel like there were ghosts on set? Like, did it feel like, like did you feel? I know, like, I don't know if you're like just numb to it because you're a big horror guy and you're like, I don't believe him or whatever. But did it feel like there was a supernatural element to anything?
I always feel like there's a supernatural element. I mean, there was a lot of coincidences and weird things that aligned for me in this movie that I just can't quite explain in any kind of natural way. But I'm not afraid of ghosts. You know, I grew up in Houston, Texas. My family is all from Louisiana. I grew up with ghost stories, you know, and they weren't like frightening. It was like, this is, you know, your ancestors basically, and they're here with you. And so that to me is not even a scary thought. It's something I welcome, actually.
Yeah. So you have to be a little bit broken.
Hey, listen, this is why
I love it.
Entertainment. We're all carnies.
No. Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
You got to work with Danny DeVito.
Yes,
was it everything you dreamed of?
It was absolutely everything. Because the thing about Danny DeVito is he's exactly who you think he is. He's a wonderful guy, hilarious, extremely irreverent. He's a troublemaker in the best way, but he's a storyteller too. He's a filmmaker. He's like a great filmmaker.
Right.
And one of my favorite things about Danny is we'd be done shooting, you know, his scenes or whatever, and he'd just pull up an Apple box and sit and just kind of hang out, like right next to me, right next to camera, asking questions, why, you know, sort of like encouraging, giving his thoughts. He's a wonderful, wonderful guy. Getting to meet him and work with him is like peak career.
Did he mess with you at all?
A little bit.
What did he do?
I remember there was like some times I was trying to get him to like focus on something, and he would just sort of repeat back to me what I just said. But it's because like he's Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
He literally is a director too. He understands like, you know, what we're going through. But the thing about Danny is that like we built up a rapport, we built up a trust. Like I always know that he's heading or he's finding something or he's, you know, trying to pull something out that wasn't there before. And the results are there in the film, and the results are there in everything he does, you know. So it was a delight to be messed with by Danny, I gotta say.
God, that's awesome. Justin, thank you so much.
Yeah, is it over?
I could do this for another couple hours.
I could too, man. I got a lot more to talk about.
Talk about all the movies that shouldn't be rated PG. We could do this all day. Justin, thank you,
Appreciate it, man.
Thank
Thanks
you
for having
coming by. We've got lots more Comic-Con coverage in the haunted halls of Comic-Con right here ahead on IGN, so don't go anywhere. Dude, yeah, awesome.
What's up, everyone? Stella Chung and Damon Hadfield here, and we are in front of the San Diego Comic-Con Hasbro booth. And Damon, what are we going to talk about today?
We're going to talk about Transformers Earthspark Expedition, a new 3D action game based on Transformers, based on the show Transformers Earthspark, where you play as Bumblebee.
Ooh, I love Bumblebee. He is
I
so
think
cute.
that's probably why they picked Bumblebee.
Yeah, he's a great character. But I think I overheard that you can play as other characters, or that you can meet other characters.
You will meet
right?
other Transformers. I think you only play as Bumblebee, though. They confirmed Optimus Prime, of course. They didn't want to share any other Transformers at this time, though.
Yeah.
I do want to clarify, though, this game is aimed at younger gamers, for sure. Even though it's a 3D action game, the developer, Outright Games, has made games based on Peppa Pig, Baby Shark. Now, this being a 3D action game, maybe it's for younger gamers that are ready to sort of move up to the next level. My son is about to turn 4. I think he would have a lot of fun maneuvering Bumblebee around, because one nice thing is you can change, you can transform at any time, car, robot, and there's no like cooldown. You can just go back and forth, all that you want. And they've made steering really easy for those younger gamers out there.
Okay, that's actually good, because I also suck at steering in games, so it works out for me too.
Perfect.
But yeah, so speaking of saying that your son would love this, is it co-op or is it single player?
It's a single player game.
Okay, cool.
It
And
is, yeah.
I noticed that you would complete some quests. So how do you progress in the story and everything?
There's 3 large areas, not entirely an open world game, but 3 large areas. I was just playing this desert area.
Yeah.
You complete missions in the area, like clear out enemy camps. There's lots of collectibles to find, like cards and glyphs, and then you're filling up a meter, and when the meter is full, you're ready to go and fight the boss of the area.
Okay.
You can defeat the boss, and you open up the next area, and so on.
Okay, yeah, it looked really fun, and the map actually looked pretty expansive. Do you feel like there's a pretty good amount of game time in there that you know, players could
I mean,
filter?
I think if keep our expectations in check. It's a good amount of game time for younger gamers.
Okay,
for sure.
cool.
Yeah. Bumblebee has some moves. He can punch and kick. He can launch enemies in the air.
Yeah.
He has a blaster that'll stun them for a second.
Ooh,
so
okay.
there is a little bit of variety there. It's not just punch kick.
Okay, yeah, cool. Now, Damon, do you know when this game is releasing, actually?
I sure do, Stella. It's coming out October 13th. And yes, that is a Friday the 13th.
Oh.
So be careful when you go to the store to pick up Transformers Earthspark Expedition.
Oh my god, wait, your son could totally play this game while also cosplaying as Bumblebee.
Yes, that sounds like an expensive cosplay, though. I don't know if I want to do it. Or a lot of work to make. Too much work.
We gotta do it,
I'm just going to give him another Spider-Man costume. Yes, you're Spider-Man again this year.
All right, okay. So did you get to check out the rest of the booth too? Because there is actually a Transformers themed car back there that I'm pretty sure we can take a look at later if you didn't see it. So.
Yeah, we'll have to go check that out after this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, be sure to stay tuned right here for more San Diego Comic-Con coverage.
We're here at the Skybound booth at San Diego Comic-Con, where we're taking you along to meet some legendary wrestling superstars, go hands-on with the new Skybound game WrestleQuest, and check out some exclusive giveaways, all presented by the game-changing Xfinity 10G network. Let the quest begin! It's an honor to meet you, Jake Snake, Sergeant Slaughter. I'm not scared or nervous at all.
No, you look a little nervous.
I'm definitely not nervous, for sure.
Should be.
It would be an honor if you could write it out to Jeffrey, Jeffrey. Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Oh man, they didn't beat me up. Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Jeff Jarrett, Sergeant Slaughter, and Jake the Snake are right behind me, and I hope they don't notice I took their belt. Well, it's not their belt. WrestleQuest is out August 8th on PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, and PC. And if you're an Xfinity customer, make sure to sign up for Xfinity Rewards, where you can redeem the game for free from August 8th to August 29th. Signing up is easy. Just head over to xfinity.com/rewards. Check out the video description for more details, and as always, keep it locked on IGN. Here at the LEGO Brickbuster booth, you can make your own DVD cover using Legos. Look at everyone making these wonderful DVD cases. I've already made my own. Isn't it obvious? It's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Look, there's Rocket Raccoon. That's Gamora. That's just a donut. And I think it's going to go around the shelf.
And here's your participation trophy for your hard work, Jeffrey.
Wow, thank you so much. And that's Academy Award winner. Is that Sonic?
Comic-Con has always been about comics. It's in the title of the darn show, after all. But the best thing about comics is how well they work when adapted to other mediums like movies, TV shows, and even video games. Let's break down all the coolest looking comic book video games coming our way soon. Here to help me out are Keem Lewanson, Kim Horcher, and Brian Altano. Beyond, everybody.
Hello. Hey.
Hello there.
How are you?
Hello. I'm doing well.
Good.
Thank
Good.
you.
Just checking in.
Let's start with the comic book game that's most immediately on the horizon, Spider-Man 2. We got a new story trailer here at the show. It's arriving for PS5 on October 20th. How are we all feeling about it? Brian and I were talking about this a little bit on the show earlier. So, Kim, did you get a chance to see the latest trailer?
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, well,
this is new for me.
Well, we get to see a good look and a good hear of Venom in there.
Yes.
Keem, did you see it?
It was amazing. We got a good look at Miles's new hairstyle as well. Looks like Akeem circa 2019, by the way.
That was the reference.
Is that a positive or a negative?
That's a positive.
It's a positive.
Right.
Obviously,
right?
I've changed my hair since, so it is what it is. But no, there's a lot of cool things that I noticed in this. I mean, we saw just a glimpse of Peter as a waiter. I'm not sure what's going on there. This scene that we're looking at right now, Miles said, "You don't know what you took from me," so it makes me think something might have happened, possibly. Maybe to his mom. I know in the Ultimate Spider-Man comic, his mom is killed by a Venom.
Mm-hmm. Well, they confirmed that he's gonna confront Mr. Negative.
Okay.
About what happened with his past there. So I think that's probably what that's referring to.
Yeah. And it looks like, I don't know if you saw that, Damon, but it looked like Miles is going to rescue Peter as if like he were kidnapped by Kraven, because MJ says something about like you have to save Peter. Could be reference to the symbiote suit taking over him, or it could be reference to Kraven kidnapping him.
Yeah.
But I'm excited. I'm all in on this game.
Kim, were you already excited about this before this trailer?
I am getting excited now because this is the first
In
time
real
I'm
time.
seeing it. I am catching stuff. Yeah, I want to explore this version of Peter and Miles because more presently I'm thinking about the Spider-Verse movies. Where
the bear guy with the axe?
Craven the Hunter?
That's Craven.
That was Craven.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was in a silly disguise, so people couldn't spot who he was.
It's a different fit.
I know.
Yeah.
I know that they say Craven's supposed to be the catalyst for everything that happens in the game. So I don't know. I think we kind of have big pieces of the puzzle of what this story is. Craven comes to New York wanting to hunt superheroes there.
Yep.
Something happens at a laboratory where the symbiote was being, it's going to be like a biological weapon, maybe something like that. It gets out. Peter accepts it. He gets high on that power, but also starts to make him cocky, and he starts pushing his friends away. They have to pull him back out from that darkness. He rejects the symbiote. The symbiote is angry, so it latches onto Harry, who's less powerful than Peter. He can't resist it. He becomes Venom.
Yeah.
They have to fight Venom. I think that's it.
The credits roll.
That's the story of the
trophy.
game.
You did it, Damon. You beat the game.
Venom said in that trailer, "We will heal the world."
And Harry says that at the beginning. That's how the trailer's bookended.
Yeah.
So it's like.
But I've never looked at Venom as a healer of the world,
Maybe,
though.
but
from a certain perspective,
from a certain point of view.
I mean, yeah, Magneto thinks he's doing the right thing, right?
Right. Like from a Clintarian perspective, yes.
Okay, fair enough.
I think what's most fascinating to me about this game is what we don't know yet, sort of mechanically. There was the entire concept of like the character switching stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like I haven't actually seen that working in the fly, like in the open world. We've seen some story mission stuff and stuff like that. We've seen them teaming up. But I want to know if it's going to be like kind of GTA style, where you switch over to Miles and he's just like at a comic book shop, and you switch back to Peter and he's like asleep on the roof, like, next to a pizza box. Like that kind of stuff could be, I feel like they could have a lot of fun with that. There was a ton of personality in the margins of the first and second game, them getting on the subway to ride around and stuff like that. I love those little details, those little world building things. This is the third game in a series now for something that's absolutely a known quantity, and we know it works really well. So like I know what the swinging mechanics are going to be like, but like what does the rest of it feel like? Like what's the surprises this time around?
Yeah, I mean, so there's the wingsuit for traversal, and then Spider-Man will have all the Venom powers that you can play with. That should be fun. But
yeah, I hope he can use those to climb and scare the hell out of everybody.
It's going to be pretty scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's out October 20th. That's Sony's big PS5 game for this fall. But Insomniac also has Wolverine, which is a game that was revealed back in 2021, 2 years ago now. We haven't seen anything since this teaser trailer, but it's
one of the best teaser trailers.
Short and sweet. Presumably, once they get Spider-Man 2 out the door, they can begin working in this
in earnest. Akeem, what do you want out of this Wolverine video game?
I want to see what the gameplay looks like. How about that? That's what I want to see. Honestly, I don't know what I want from this. I just want to play as Wolverine, if anything else. Like,
do you want it to be open world?
100%.
You do?
Open world. I also want. I want to know how the healing, his healing factor will work. There's a lot of different things I want. I want to know what the gameplay mechanics look like in a Wolverine game.
I feel like the healing factor will work like when you're playing like Call of Duty or something like that, and you get shot a lot, and then as you just back off, you go, and you come back up, and you're good to go.
But the way Wolverine dies is if you cut off his head, correct? Isn't it Highlander rules when it comes to Wolverine?
I've never
you just cut off his head?
Sure, yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna make all the comic book fans upset. And the Highlander fans are excited right now. That's what I want though from this.
Yeah, there's a lot of really excited Highlander fans watching
There still exists? I saw 3 out there. There was actually 1.
Yeah, the one is here at Comic-Con every year.
Yeah,
I want it to be, it's gonna be rated M. Like lean into what Wolverine really is. Logan proved that Wolverine can be his real violent self and still be successfully both commercially and critically. Yep. So and Insomniac has made M-rated games before. They did the whole Resistance series, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you look at what they do with Ratchet and Clank, right, which the most recent one specifically was like, you get these kind of big playgroundy levels, and then you can like portal hop between them. I don't necessarily need like a massive open world. Like I don't need like Ontario or whatever, right? He's just like running around Canada. Yeah, shout out to Ontario, I guess. But no, I want more like kind of smaller focus levels that are more like a tinier sandboxy and a lot more beat 'em up brawly type combat. Like I don't need to be climbing buildings and stuff like that with Wolverine. He gets a little bit of verticality, but I want him like running down the streets. I want him punching people. I want him getting drunk. There has to be bars that you can go to. Like all of that has to be there.
Teaser trailer was in a bar, so that's pretty good.
Sabretooth has to bother you the entire game, just constantly popping out of garbage cans, punching you in the mouth, all that fun stuff.
Kim, what do you want out of a Wolverine game from Insomniac?
Bone claws.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay, yeah.
I want him to be a little weak sometimes, so that it's a challenge for me.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I don't know. Part of me doubts that they'll like do any sort of like origin story with this particular game. So I mean I would love to see like some flashbacks when he did just have the bone claws. So that would be awesome. But I don't know. I'm doubting that because like if you look at the first Spider-Man game that we got, like there was like an origin story in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think they're just gonna move on. Like he has adamantium. He's in Madripoor, drinking whiskey and just beating everyone up in the bar for some reason.
I'm getting X-Men Origins flashbacks or Wolverine Origins, and I think you might be right. So maybe we don't need it. No, they're not good.
Those weren't good movies.
No, but but one thing Insomniac is really good at, and they've illustrated that with Spider-Man, is that they will pull like literally every costume that he's ever appeared in.
Yeah.
And I'm just now thinking about how exciting that's going to be for Wolverine, because we're going to get 90s animated Wolverine costume, hopefully, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's all I want. Like even seeing that shot of him in the Deadpool movie, I'm like, that's really good, but not exactly there yet. You have to go full stupid cartoon, and I think Insomniac can do that.
Brian, you mentioned Sabretooth. Would that make for the best main villain in the game? Is there anyone else?
I mean, Magneto obviously is like the end game boss, and like what's fun about what they're doing is that they're not tethered to the MCU. They're telling their own stories. I actually don't know if this would exist separately from their Spider-Man stuff, right? Like, I mean, is there going to be any crossover with that? Like, do you think there'll be a tease in Spider-Man for Wolverine and they exist in the same world?
That would be cool.
That would be really cool. Honestly, it would also be cool if like the X-Men is already established. Wolverine, he knows all the X-Men. It's not like one of those things where it's like, I'm looking for you. You're like, we're not. It's just they're already established, and he's like, yo, Xavier, I'm in Madripoor right now. I just killed a bunch of people in a bar. What should I do? I don't know, you dumbass. Can I say ass? I apologize.
Sorry, it's been said. What has been said on IGN Live at Comic-Con cannot be unsaid. Yes. Now there is also Rocksteady's Suicide Squad, which is infamously supposed to be out months ago, but pushed to February 2nd next year. Man, where to start with this one? Because it's just like, this is a troubled game.
Yes.
How do they get people excited for this game?
It's such a weird thing because everything we've talked about so far, we've been like, I just want to see more of this, I want to see more of this, I want to see more of this. And every time I see more of Suicide Squad, the more I'm like, this is not for me. Yeah. This is not a game I'm particularly interested in. And it's a bummer too, because it's like, this is a studio that made some of the best Batman games ever made. Yes. And that character has not had his own video game in forever, and instead, like, we got Gotham Knights, which was like everything but the Batman, and Suicide Squad, which is everything but the Batman. And like, I'm like, can we just get this out of the way and get to the part where we're making Batman games again?
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny because I remember when this was first announced, and I think we talked about it. Well, obviously we talked about it, but it's one of those things where I was super excited about it just because of the prospect and what it could mean. You know, like characters could die, or is it permadeath, and then you move on to the next character, and how does that so all the other actions that take place throughout the game, like, does that change certain things that might take place? There was so much I was thinking about, and then we got what we got, and I was like, I had to like dial back my expectations.
Yeah. We got the boomerang man with a gun.
Yeah, we got Harley Quinn swinging like Spider-Man in the sky.
Like those UI screens that are just like, hey, plus 2% shoulder pad. Like, it's just like it's fundamentally not really what I'm looking for when I play video games. Like, obviously Insomniac Spider-Man has a bit of that, right? Like, there's mild RPG elements and stuff, but I just don't know who this game is for. I don't know anyone who's particularly excited for it. I feel like they keep kicking it down. Are you excited for it?
I like Wonder Woman in this.
Okay, that's a good start. But speaking of Wonder Woman's getting her own game from Monolith.
I'm more excited about that.
Yes. Developers of the Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, and Shadow of War. This one was revealed back in 2021. It's slated for 2024. We don't know much more about it. It's basically just this teaser little logo right now. Yeah. Kim, what do you want from this game? And were you a fan of the Shadow of War, Shadow of Mordor games?
I was a fan of Shadow of Mordor. I really liked the Nemesis system.
Exactly.
I would like to see a lot of that. I'm not exactly sure how to implement that with any particular Wonder Woman villains, per se. So I guess I'm going to say that I want Etta Candy in this.
Do you want the sort of like Shadow of Mordor combat with Wonder Woman?
Yeah, I mean, I think it could work with the lasso involved, for sure.
What about her invisible jet? How does that work?
Jet do I want?
Yeah. Is she just going to be sitting there?
I want to forget where I parked it.
Yeah, I like
that. Would be really easy.
How do you find
She's
an invisible jet in the video?
It's kind of cheap in video game form. It's just a floating body in the sky. It looks like the character just glitched out.
Yeah, you just didn't draw it. Good job.
Yeah.
There's all these other superhero video games in development right now that they just have an announcement and a logo, and that's not much. There's the Captain America and Black Panther game from Skydance. That's from Emmy Hennig from Uncharted. That's a single-player, third-person action game. It takes place in Paris and Wakanda during the height of World War II. Hydra are the bad guys. It's another single-player action-adventure game, except there's 4 characters. There's Cap and Black Panther, and then there's a member of the Howling Commandos, and then Nanali is the leader of the Wakandan spy network. Yeah. So it's like, okay, like if it's like an Uncharted style game with these characters, that sounds like it could be really cool. And then EA Motive is also working on an Iron Man game. It's also single player, third person action adventure. It's led by one of the main guys from the Guardians of the Galaxy game, from Square Enix, so that's a good sign. It's an original narrative, and Motive just did the Dead Space remake.
Yeah, that's right. And that was the one where people were just like, get the Anthem engine and then put Iron Man in it. And obviously the game development is not that easy, but that seems like a nice start.
It seems like a nice start. And Cliffhanger is a new studio that also just announced their own Black Panther game. So there's a whole lot going on. I think that's what we're looking at right here.
Yeah.
This is just a Black Panther solo game. Getting his own game, doesn't have to share the screen with Cap.
Which is, I guess, contemporary or modern or whatever, wherever that would take place and not World War II.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot there, and simultaneously not a lot yet. A lot of logos and press releases.
But those are just a few of the very exciting comic book games we'll hopefully be playing soon. But who knows? It's Comic-Con, so maybe we'll find out even more before the weekend is over. But on that note, I have some bad news, everybody. It is time to say goodbye.
That's right. It's true, believers. One day of IGN live at Comic-Con is coming to an end. One
don't
day.
Worry. Yeah,
day one.
No, day one.
One day.
No, don't worry. No, you're right. Because we actually have some really great news, you guys.
There's a whole
We're gonna keep this going. We're gonna run that back.
Of IGN live at Comic-Con. Comic-Con coming tomorrow.
That's right. Join us on IGN Live at Comic-Con tomorrow to see the creator of Vinland Saga, the developers and stars of Mortal Kombat 1, and the director of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem, plus the creators of Star Wars Outlaws.
Before we go, we just want to give a huge thank you to everyone watching and reading IGN's Comic-Con coverage all weekend long.
Before that, deliberate, awkward pause. We want to give a very special thank you to our massive production crew working behind the scenes to make this happen. Thank you so much.
Another day of IGN Live at Comic-Con. Good night.
Good night.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by Immortals of Aveum.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?